May we now acknowledge the House officials and members, as well as the officials of the Department of Agriculture and its attached agencies and corporations who are physically present, as well as those attending via Zoom video conference today. Present at the Nograles Hall, Deputy Speaker Democrito Mendoza, Deputy Majority Leader Jose Tevez, Deputy Majority Leader Wilter Palma, Deputy Majority Leader Lawrence Defensor, Senior Deputy Minority Leader Paul Dasa, Deputy Minority Leader Bernadette Herrera D. Senior Vice Chair Stella Kimbo, Representative Edsel Lagman, Representative Jose Bong Tevez, Representative Wilbert Lee, Vice Chair Jose Alvarez, Representative Elray Villafuerte, Representative Edgar Chato, Representative Wilfredo Inverga, Representative Nicolas Enciso, Representative Arnan Panaligan, Representative Ricardo Cruz, Vice Chair Ronald Singson, Representative Ramon Guico Jr., Representative Arlene Rosas, Vice Chair Jocelyn Lim Caichong, Representative Siti Amina Dimaporo, Representative Ron Salo, Representative Joselito Joel Sakdalan, Representative Marisa Magsino, Representative Bonifacio Bosita, Representative Muhammad Khalid Dimaporo, Representative Joseph Tan, Representative Raul Manuel, Representative Chiro Almario, Representative Ambrosio Cruz, Vice Chair Faustino D, Representative Rodante Marcoleta, Vice Chair Benvenido Abante, Representative Agustina Pancho, Vice Chair Salvador Pleito, and Representative Mark Go. Also joining us via Zoom, we have Deputy Speaker Aurelio Dong Gonzales Jr., Deputy Speaker Isidro Ungab, Deputy Majority Leader Leanda Bolilla, Vice Chair Maria Rachel Arenas, Vice Chair Fernando Cabredo, Vice Chair Christopher De Venecia, Vice Chair Rachel Marguerite Del Mar, Vice Chair Maria Lucil Nava, Vice Chair Alfonso O'Malley Jr., Vice Chair Eric Goyap, Vice Chair Jose Subiri Jr., Representatives J.C. Abalos, Representative Chino Miguel Almario, Representative Manuel Rico Angara, Representative Yasser Alonto Balindong, Representative Jorge Patrol Bustos, Representative Drixie May Cardema, Representative Ricardo Cruz Jr., Representative Sergio Dago, Representative Faustino Michael Carlos D. III, Representative Antonieta Udela, Representative Wowo Cortez, Representative Jaime Presnedi, Representative Dante Garcia, Representative Maria Angela Garcia, Representative Edwin Garjola, Representative Charis Ann Hernandez, Representative Carmelo John Lasapin II, Representative Antonio Ligarda Jr., Representative Jervil Uluistro, Representative Edward Vera Perez Maceda, Representative Allen Jesse Mangawang, Representative Doris Maniguez, Representative Bay Dimpol Mastura, Representative Maria Rene Ann Lourdes Matibag, Representative Joseph Stephen Caraps Paduano, Representative Augustina Dominic Diche Pancho, Representative Ramon Jolo Revilla Jr. III, Representative Dimslar Sali, Representative Richel Singson, Representative Caroline Tanchay, Representative Jocelyn Tulpo, Representative Patrick Michael Vargas, Representative Samuel Bersosa Jr., Representative Eleanor Bulot Begtang, Representative Alan Nicleo, Representative Felomon Espares, Representative Edsel Galeos, Representative Ruth Mariano Hernandez, Representative Jose Gay Pajermos, Representative Brian Revilla, Representative Florida Rida Robes, Representative Rufus Rodriguez, Representative Laarni Lavin Roque, Representative Edgar Salvame, Representative Lorna Silverio, Representative Reynaldo Tamayo, Representative Sherny Tan Tambuting, Representative Marjorie Ann Teodoro, Representative Zaldi Villa, Representative Emilio Bernardino Yulo, Vice Chair Alan T., Representative Keith Tan, Vice Chair Claudie Bautista, Representative Mikey Romero, Representative Jet Nisay, Representative Emery Juanyo Dizon, Vice Chair Arnie Pentebella, Vice Chair Joseph Lara, Representative Princess Rihan Sahaluran, Representative Amparo Zamora, Representative Goles, Representative Deputy Majority Leader Primicias Agabas, Representative Eddie Bong Plaza, and Representative Coco Yap, and also we have Representative Yolo Rodriguez. May we now acknowledge the officials of the Department of Agriculture and its attached corporations. We have Senior Undersecretary Domingo Panganiban, Undersecretary for Policy Planning and Regulations, Mercedita Sombilla, OIC Undersecretary Attorney Jane Bacayo, Undersecretary for Special Concerns and BARMM Zamzamin Ampatuan, Undersecretary Designate for Consumer Affairs Christine Evangelista, Assistant Secretary Designate for Planning and Project Development Agnes Catherine Miranda, Assistant Secretary for DA Wildfield Inspectorate Federico Lasiste, OIC Assistant Secretary for Finance Chari Saking, Assistant Secretary for Operation Engineer Arnel de Mesa, Assistant Secretary for Livestock Dr. Reldrin Morales, Director FMR Development Program Engineer Ariodir Rico, OIC Director of BIFAR Nestor de Monden, OIC Director of Bureau of Plant Industry Gerald Glenn Panganiban, Director Philippine Center for Post-Harvest Development and Mechanization Dr. Junicio Alvindia, Administrator National Food Authority Attorney Carol Dansal, Administrator of the PCA Benjamin Madrigal, Deputy Administrator of SRA Brando Narona, OIC Chief Planning and Programming Division Michael Soleria, Administrative Officer Joey Andrew Albos, Administrator of the National Irrigation Administration Benny D. Antiporda, Manager Corporate Planning Rogelia de la Torre, Admin Assistant Office of the Secretary. May we also acknowledge all the regional directors of the department who are also physically present at their holding rooms in Belmonte Hall and all NIA regional managers at the Villar Hall. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Majority Leader Manix Dalipe,
Present.
Minority Leader Marcelo Libanan, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. The DA family headed by Senior Undersecretary Domingo Panganiban. In his first State of the Nation address, His Excellency President and Concurrent Agriculture Secretary Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr. emphasized that one of the main drivers of our push for growth and employment will be in the agriculture sector. The pronouncement of the President is a resounding affirmation of support and challenges that the Agriculture Department has to take for us to recover from the crisis that abound in the agriculture sector. The 46.5 billion pesos or the 39.62% increase in the budget of agriculture sector from 2022 to 2023 is unprecedented. From 117.29 billion pesos in 2022, GAA to 163.75 billion pesos in 2023 National Expenditure Program. The road ahead is difficult, but it is surmountable as the nation embarks on a new chapter of socio-economic transformation. The agriculture sector must remain at the forefront of our collective effort. To reinvigorate job creation and poverty reduction and improve the lives of every farmer and fisher folk and every Filipino. The department must work double time to address the gap in food supply and spike in prices and address the looming global food crisis. This institution is united with the President in building and strengthening the foundations of our agricultural economy for an even stronger national food security and more prosperous, climate resilient, and empowered Filipino countryside. Maraming salamat at magandang umaga sa inyong lahat.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Chairman, point of history.
may I inform the DA family that your lead sponsor is Representative Antonio Tony Pet Albano of the 1st District of Isabela. He will be defending your budget at the plenary. And with him are co-sponsors Representative Janet Garin and Representative Divine Yu. So sila po ang bahala po sa inyo sa plenaryo. Sila po ang inyong mga sundalo sa pagdepensa. Sana po bigyan nyo ng sapat na armas by way of sufficient information. And but before I solicit sponsorship remarks from the two of them, allow me, Mr. Chair, to say a few words. Napaka-important po ng ating agenda ngayong umaga, which is the budget of the Department of Agriculture and attached agencies. They have the important mandate of modernizing the agriculture sector. Today, the agriculture sector lags behind industry and services sector in terms of share in GDP and growth rates. In 2021, agriculture share to total GDP was 9.6%, significantly lower than industry share of 29.9% and services share of 60.5%. This is a concern considering the stylized fact in economics that a nation can only begin to industrialize with a sufficiently developed agriculture sector. Higit siyam sa bawat 10 pamilyang Pilipino ang kumakain ng kanin at 8 sa bawat 10 pamilya naman ang kumakain ng isda. Pero mahirap pa rin ang mga magsasaka at mangingisda. 31% of farmers and 26.2% of fisher folk were below the poverty line in 2018. And this may have worsened during the pandemic. In fact, when the industry and service sectors began to recover in 2021, agriculture shrank by 3%. The agriculture sector was severely impacted by the pandemic and other natural disasters, which in turn led to skyrocketing prices of food. As of July 2022, food inflation rate rose to 71%, mainly driven by prices of corn, meat, and sugar. The President, as the concurrent Agriculture Secretary, has given his marching orders. Formulate a farm-to-market road master plan, enhance agricultural production in the next planting season, provide credit and affordable farm inputs to farmers, and ramp up research and development for the sector. So today, let us carefully review the proposed budget of DA in the context of the bigger role it will play in the national economic agenda. Let us work together towards a food secure and resilient Philippines with happy consumers, empowered and prosperous farmers and fishers. Maraming salamat po. So at this point, Vice Chair Janet Garin, for your sponsorship remarks, you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Ma'am.
Point of order, Chairman.
Good morning. On behalf of our Speaker, the Honorable Ferdinand Martin Romualdez, and our Committee on Appropriations Chairman, the Honorable Elizalde Co, of course, our Majority Leader, the Honorable Manix Dalipe, and our Minority Leader, the Honorable Nonoy Libanan, allow me to warmly welcome the Department of Agriculture family and its attached agencies to this morning's budget briefing. Welcome to the House of the People. We have the honor to lead this morning's briefing on behalf of our lead sponsor, the Honorable Tony Pet Albano, who is currently on leave to fulfill some familial obligations. He will be joining us in the succeeding days of the hearings and during the plenary.
Hello.
Concerns over the country's food security prompted no less than our President to take over the helm of the Department of Agriculture. In one of the press conferences of the President, he announced that he decided to oversee DA to implement the needed reforms in the agency to help ensure the country will have stable food supply amid the disruptions in the international supply chain. Ang pagkakaintindi po ng lahat, kinuha ng ating mahal na Pangulo ang departamento na ito for the meantime dahil sa kanyang direksyon in the next 6 years. Bawal ang bawat mamayanang Pilipino na magugutom. Upon the President's assumption of leadership in the department, DA has recalibrated its fiscal year 2023 proposal based on His Excellency's directives of boosting local production, reducing production costs, and raising income of farmer and fisher folk while ensuring availability of safe and nutritious food at all times. Given the higher market prices of rice, vegetables, livestock, and fisheries that we're seeing due to current inflation levels, the President has emphasized the importance of stabilizing and increasing food production levels. And to allow current levels to meet local demand, the DA intends to implement 3 key
Point of order, Mr.
interventions.
Chairman.
Ang problema po ay
Point of order,
hindi karaniwan sa Pilipinas. The problem is global. But for us to survive, the role of the Department of Agriculture is very important because you will be the prime mover of our economy and you will be the biggest floating instrument that will allow our people
Point
and
of order, Mr. Chairman.
to survive these challenges. As majority of these initiatives involve our farmers and fisher folk, the department recognizes the importance of working with accurate data and information in order to make the most effective and efficient decisions. The department is already in the process of developing and updating its registry system, such as the registry system for basic sectors in agriculture and the Farmers and Fisher Folk Enterprise Development Information System. We really look forward to having this. Lastly, on the end of farming and agriculture, the DA will be utilizing proceeds from the Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund, or RRCEF, to upscale and modernize our farming systems through providing inbred seeds, training, machineries, equipment, credit, scholarships. This is made possible from the implementation of the rice tariffication law. Madaming magagandang programa ang nakalinya para sa ating mga manggagawa sa agrikultura. Ika nga ng ating Pangulo, ang usaping agrikultura ay hindi lamang tungkol sa pagtatanim o pag-aalaga ng mga hayop, kundi tungkol ito sa isang buo at kumpletong sistema na makakatulong para sa sapat at abot-kayang pagkain. Earlier, the Honorable Senior Vice Chair, Honorable Stella Kimbo, gave the message that provide us with the ammunition to defend your budget. That is very correct. But the greatest ammunition that we can actually provide is not only to legislators but to our people, dahil ang isang ammunition ng bawat mamayan ng Pilipino ay ang nutrisyon. The very anchor and core of our existence is adequate food supply, adequate nutrition, because without food, we are nothing. On behalf of my colleagues here in the House, I would like to assure our President and concurrent DA Secretary, together with the DA family and the officials present here today and those on the ground, of our full support on the agency's proposed budget for 2023. Maraming salamat po.
Salamat, Garin. Vice Chair Divine Yu, you are recognized.
Thank you. Majority Floor Leader Manix Dalipe, Honorable Chairperson Elizalde Co, Senior Vice Chairperson Stella Kimbo, my co-sponsor, esteemed colleagues, Department of Agriculture family, good morning. The COVID-19 pandemic and the conflict in Ukraine have taught us a very important lesson, that a nation must always strive to produce its own food, or at the very least, attain a level of sufficiency which would not make it dependent on its neighbors. Our country, 30 million hectares, and the 5th longest coastline in the world, at 36,289 kilometers, has all the resources and potentials to produce enough food for our population, which is now growing at 1.21% every year. Yet for so many years, we have ignored these potentials and we have allocated the very important part of nation building, which is food security, more cells in our budgetary allocations. Today, under a new president, Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr., who had from the very start of his presidency emphasized the importance of food security, I respectfully express my wholehearted support to what could be, thus far, the biggest budgetary allocation for the agriculture sector, not only to correct the years of neglect, but most of all to ensure that our country would be more prepared for any eventuality which could disrupt the global food supply chain and result in a food crisis for an import-dependent country. It is my hope that this budget would gain the support that it deserves. Thank you very much.
Salamat, Vice Chair Yu. Yes, Rep. Teves, you are recognized for your point of order. Rep. Teves. Are you with us via Zoom?
Yes, I am muted by the host.
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
O ganito lang, pag may priority motion, dapat hindi minumute ng host dahil bastos yung ganun eh. Para tayong bumalik sa panahon ni Cayetano, di ba, nung nagreklamo ako. I raised a priority motion which is a point of order because hindi binasa yung pangalan ko sa attendees and I am number 4 in the interpellators. Ano magiging itsura ko sa kasamahan natin na wala ako sa attendance, sabay number 4 ako sa interpellators? Request ko lang sana sa lahat ng deliberasyon natin, irespeto natin yung parliamentary procedures na tama. A priority motion is a priority motion which should be recognized.
Salamat, sir. We apologize
Minumute
for
lang
that.
kita.
We apologize for that, sir. Just to explain, we have periodic cutoffs for attendance checking, and so you actually logged on after the very first cutoff. So marirecognize naman po kayo.
Ako nakalag-on, hindi pa kayo nagbubukas, nakalag-on
You've
ako.
made your
Maaga ko
presence,
nakalag-on.
sir. We acknowledge your very magnetic presence, sir. Good morning po sa iyo. So let us
Gloria, aga ko naglag-on. But other than my logging in early, ang sa akin lang sana, we be ready for priority motions because hindi pwedeng minumute lang yung point of order eh.
Salamat po.
Kasama sa
Heard you loud and clear po. Apologies.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. At this point, we now move to the budget meeting proper. So at this point, Senior Undersecretary Domingo Panganiban, you may now proceed with your presentation.
Thank you very much, Madam Kimbo. Honorable Chairperson, Mr. Ko, Chairman of the Committee on Appropriations, Honorable Stella Luz Kimbo, Committee Vice Chair, honorable members of the committee, mga kapwa, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. The budget we propose for the Department of Agriculture for fiscal year 2023 is an account of the values of the Marcos administration. Our proposal lays out a two-part plan of action. It proposes particularly national programs designed to guarantee national food security, international cooperation, and rural progress. And it proposes total expenditures and expected revenues designed to help maintain stable economic prosperity, increase production, and expand the creation of new rural enterprises. Our proposed budget guarantees the national government the resources needed to ensure a revitalized agriculture and fishery sector. This is our immediate goal. This goal is complex and difficult, but it is necessary, not just for our country's prosperity, but for its own survival. Our basic objectives include increased food production, lower food prices, the creation of new rural employment opportunities, and stable and reasonable incomes for the rural poor. For the whole of our rural economy, we seek to achieve 6 years of steady growth by adopting the fiscal measures needed to finance our expenditures sensibly. Our budget proposal is thus built around a basic understanding about how our economy works and why it has, for too long, worked against the interests of farmers and fisher folks. Hard as it may be to accept, there are still those who believe that if you legislate to make the wealthy even more prosperous, their prosperity will leak through on those below. But by now, we who are here this morning all know that trickle-down economies, an idea born in the 1890s, does not work, at least not equitably. It has never worked to favor the impoverished families who grow our food. The best means to grow our nation's rural economy is not from the top down, but from the bottom up. Our budget is a reminder of this fact. The reminder is especially crucial at the critical moment in our country's history. The past few years have been years of tremendous challenge and tragedy for our people and nation, as they have been for the rest of the world. We witnessed the devastation brought on by once-a-year century pandemic, which caused a punishing economic crisis that decimated millions of jobs and upended the lives of countless Filipinos. And if until the effect of climate change became seemingly more apparent, we saw more intense typhoons, higher sea levels, and in some places, even higher storm surges. The quality destructive threat caused by droughts also notably increased in frequency. Climate-related disasters reduced agricultural productivity, and warning seas and ocean acidification affected our coral reefs, causing a drastic reduction in fish harvest. Meanwhile, the war in Eastern Europe continues to raise influence and inflation rates. The farmers' production costs and the price that consumers pay for the food on the table. The combined effect of these emergencies and events have caused a rural economic crisis the likes of which none of us have ever seen. The Philippines runs on economic foundations firmly built on farm and fishery production. If you have learned anything at all from the history and then the cycles of boom and bust in our country's economic development, then we know this is a fact. And so ultimately, our recovery and eventually growth will have to come from the people who get up every day, work and learn, raise their families, serve their nation, and volunteer in their communities. The budget we propose for 2023 represents a careful and well-considered balance of our wielding natural resources, the poverty of those who grow our food, and our overwhelming responsibilities. We have weighed all options available to us, and we have made it hard choices as we could. The responsibility for similar action now rests with Congress. I urge your support for the goals and programs embodied in our proposed budget for this coming fiscal year. Thank you. I will now transfer the responsibility of briefing you on the budget of the Department of Agriculture from our Honorable Undersecretary Mercy Sumbilia.
Yusek Sombilia, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to the honorable members of the House of Representatives. Can I be heard? On behalf of His Excellency President Ferdinand Bongbong R. Marcos Jr., who is also the Secretary of the Department of Agriculture, allow me to present the DA's fiscal year 2023 plan and budget proposal based on the National Expenditure Program. The DA has proposed budget allocation of 163.8 billion pesos, inclusive of the budget of the National Irrigation Administration. Next slide, please. My presentation is structured as shown on the screen. First is a brief identification of the challenges that impede the development of the agriculture sector and the agriculture and fisheries sector. I will then report on the performance of this structure amidst these challenges, followed by how it responded to these challenges by reporting the fiscal and financial accomplishments of the department. I will then proceed with the policy frameworks on which the department anchored its plan and budget proposal, and I will do this by the department's priority areas. The last part of my presentation will be a presentation of the budget summaries based on the national expenditure priorities. Next slide, please. We all know that the slow progress of the agriculture and fisheries sector was exacerbated by the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, which until now lingers in our midst. The damages brought about by the transboundary pests and diseases, and again, the ASF in particular is still with us until today. The negative impacts of the back-to-back typhoons attributed to climate change. And in the beginning of this year, the Russia-Ukraine war that has caused a lot of damages or lots of negative impacts on the global supply chain, primarily of our agricultural inputs that we in the Philippines are really in need of, for our production purposes. All of this contributed to the soaring food prices that we already know about, malnutrition and high poverty incidents, especially among the farmers and fisher folks. That was already mentioned. But despite, next slide please, but despite the challenges that we faced, that the sector faced, it managed to increase by 0.2% in the second quarter of 2022, is slightly higher compared to that 0.1% growth recorded in the same quarter of 2021. All subsectors staged increases in the GVA, in the gross value additions, the biggest of which came from the poultry and egg production with a combined growth rate of 7.8% during that period. However, among the major sectors, the AFF contributed the least to total GDP, with only 8.4% in the second quarter of 2022, as compared to 30.5% contributed by the industry sector and 61.1% contributed by the services sector. Next slide, please. Let me now go and present to the honorable members how the DA has responded to the challenges by reporting to you the fiscal and financial accomplishments of the department. We would like to highlight the DA's performance in the fiscal year 2021 to fiscal year 2022 first semester. Most of the DA's intervention are actually in response to address the challenges brought about by COVID-19, the ASF, the back-to-back typhoons, and the beginning impact of the Russia-Ukraine war. These interventions are all in addition to the regular DA programs, that are in the GAA. Let me start with the Bantay ASF, Barangay for Control and Management. DA collaborated with various stakeholders to institutionalize biosecurity and disease control measures. As of first semester of 2022, there are only 14 cities and municipalities in 7 provinces and 7 regions that are affected by the ASF. This is a huge reduction from a high of 714 cities and municipalities in 54 provinces and 14 regions since its outbreak in July 2019. The second program of the DA was primarily on the fuel discount for farmers and fisher folks program, which was implemented to assist farmers and fisher folks and the rising prices of production costs. The department therefore provided eligible farmers and fisher folks fuel discount through the Fuel Discount for Farmers and Fisher Folk program. Furthermore, cash and food subsidy for marginal farmers and fishers program was formulated in 2021 to provide cash and food assistance to eligible smallholder farmers and fisher folks affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. The DA provided and is still providing until now production support services, extension support, and training services, as well as machineries, equipment, and facilities to farmers and fisher folk to intensify local food production through the various commodity programs. Next slide, please. To help farmers in their production expenses, the department, through the Agricultural Credit Policy Council, or the ACPC, launched several credit facilities such as the expanded SURE Aid and Recovery Project, or SURE COVID-19, the Agri-Negosyo, or ANYO loan program, and the Capital Access for Young Agripreneurs, or the KAYA program. These programs granted more than 3 billion pesos in loans to more than 77,000 marginalized and small farmers and fisher folk, as well as 219 farmers and fishers organizations as financing for their capital requirements and emergency and recovery from the adverse impacts of typhoons and other disasters. The department also continued to improve and fast-track the provision of logistics needs for more efficient food mobilization. Flashed on the screen are the accomplishments under the Farm to Market Road Development Program and the Fish Ports Development Program. Under the FMRDP, a total of 401 farm to market road projects were completed, equivalent to 413 kilometers and valued at 5.37 billion pesos. Moreover, in the first half of 2022, the DA, through our regional field offices, validated 565 FMR projects for construction and rehabilitation. Once completed, this pipeline FMR projects will increase the total FMR length to 612 kilometers nationwide. And this will all be included in the Farm to Market Road Network program that we are now currently doing. In terms of fund utilization, next slide, please. As of December 31, 2021, the department received a total allotment of 70 billion pesos, sourced from the fiscal year 2021 GAA and continuing appropriations. Of this fund allotment, 92.67%, or 65 billion pesos, has already been obligated. Further, out of this 65 billion obligated funds, 50.5 billion pesos, or 78%, is already disbursed. Next slide, please. As of June 30, 2022, a total of 75.7 billion pesos allotment was received, of which 73 billion is from the fiscal year 2022 GAA and 2.3 billion from the continuing appropriations. Of the total received allotment, 61.43% or 46.5 billion pesos were already obligated. Consequently, 42.3% or 19.6 billion of this incurred obligations were already disbursed. Let me now present to you, honorable members, the policy framework on which DA structured its budget proposal. The department continues to strive on improving the performance of the agriculture sector and modernize it to achieve the long-term goal of food secure and resilient Philippines with prosperous farmers and fisher folks. This is going to be done by implementing the National Agriculture and Fisheries Modernization and Industrialization Program, anchored on the commodity industry, updated commodity industry roadmaps, the Ambition Natin 2040, and the Sustainable Development Goals of 2030, which are also going to be very much part of the upcoming formulation of the 2022-2028 Philippine Development Plan. The budget, the fiscal year 2023 plan and the budget proposal, the integrative food and national and nutrition security paradigm of the National Agriculture and Fisheries Modernization and Industrialization Plan, which is embodied in the NAFMIP, has been the primary reference for the budget allocation of the fiscal year 2023. And upon the President's, the fiscal year 2023 budget proposal has also been calibrated based on the President Bongbong's directives to boost local production, reduce production costs, raise incomes of farmers, while ensuring availability of safe and nutritious food at all times. It is for this reason why we are presenting the fiscal year 2023 budget based on the priority areas that our Secretary and President wants to achieve in the immediate term. Next slide, please. Let me now provide you on the different programs that we aim to implement to achieve the directives and the priority areas of the department. Among the priority areas, boosting local production of key agricultural commodities is the main strategy of the Department of Agriculture in response to the looming food crisis. These programs, flashed on the screen, are proposed to increase yield and reduce production cost. The DA will implement, through its banner programs, these key interventions that aim to raise production levels to meet local demand. The Masagana Rice Program, the Intensified Vegetable Production Program, the Integrated National Swine Production Initiatives for Recovery and Expansion, or the INSPIRE Program for livestock and poultry subsectors, and the Fisheries Production Program of the BIFAR. And you can note on the screen, honorable members of this body, that budget allocated for each of this program. Masagana Rice Program, 30.55 billion. Fisheries Program, 4.6 billion. Vegetable Program, 1.66 billion. And the INSPIRE Program for the livestock industry or sector, 4.21 billion pesos. Further, major programs to boost local production include the implementation of the Coconut Industry Development Program to strengthen the coconut industry, and the irrigation development programs of the National Irrigation Administration to accelerate and optimize potential water resources. To complement this production enhancement programs, the DA also proposed allocations for the development of the local feed industry to help in mitigating the high cost of inputs. And again, as you can see on the screen, coconut industry development program is proposed to have an allocation of 1.14 billion, local feed development 5.22 billion, irrigation development of the National Irrigation Administration 40.84 billion, and the aquaculture feed mill 120 million pesos. The DA promotes farmers and fisher folks' welfare and social protection through providing safety nets to reduce vulnerability to risks. The DA provides credit and financial assistance to eligible beneficiaries. The Agricultural Credit and Policy Council, or ACPC, has a proposed budget of 2.75 billion pesos to grant loans to more than 30,000 small farmers and fisher folk and 130 MSMEs. Lastly, using the 1 billion proposed budget, the Bureau of Agricultural and Fisheries Engineering, the BIFAR, shall provide fuel assistance to over 300,000 farmers and fisher folks. DA ensures unhampered delivery of goods and services. Thus, the DA is proposing programs that will improve access and mobilization. In 2023, the DA will strengthen the implementation of the following interventions: the continuation of the Kadiwa selling activities nationwide, the enhanced Kadiwa program that provides financial grants to farmers and fisher folks, cooperatives, and associations to be used as trading capital or support to food logistics and distribution, the establishments of the Kadiwa food system, where an existing facility will be converted into a food system hub. The target areas for the Kadiwa food system are the FTI in Taguig, Cubao, Taguig, Cebu, and Davao. DA also constructs infrastructure to support logistics of fishery products, such as the community fish landing centers of BIFAR and the fish ports of the Philippine Fisheries and Development Authority. Moreover, construction of farm-to-market roads to connect key production areas to markets will be prioritized, as the President instructed the DA to expedite the completion of the FMR network plan. Meanwhile, the Philippine Rural Development Program continues the implementation of the infra sub-projects and assistance intended for agri-fishery enterprises. And again, on the slides, honorable members, are the respective allocation, proposed budget allocation for each of these activities that are going to be implemented by the department in 2023. And modernizing agriculture. This is going to, the implementation would be in terms of adopting the latest technologies and farming practices to attain a modernized agriculture in order to meet the increasing demands for food and in order to increase the incomes of our farmers and fisher folks. DA has proposed allocation to fund major programs and projects that will enable the modernization of the sector. And this will include the conduct of research and development studies through the DA's core research institutions, the Bureau of Agricultural Research, the NFRDI, the PHIL, the Philippine Mechanization, the PhilMech, and the Philippine Rice Institute. And training activities and extension services provided to agri-extension workers, farm leaders, among others. In addition, the DA is in the process of developing and updating its registry system, such as the registry system for basic sectors in agriculture and the Farmers and Fisher Folk Enterprise Development Information System to aid its operating units in planning and decision-making. The Rice Competitiveness Enhancement Fund from the implementation of the rice tariffication law aims to upscale and modernize farming systems through the provision of inbred seeds, training, conduct of training, provision of machinery and equipment, extension, provision of credit, and provision of scholarships. Further, in modernizing agriculture are the initiatives in adopting climate-resilient agriculture programs, as well as the efforts to establish infrastructure and mechanize the sector through the programs and services provided by the Bureau of Agriculture and Fisheries and Engineering. Bureau of Agriculture and Fisheries Engineering. So the programs, projects, and activities of the DA in 2023, honorable members, will not only be concentrated on increasing production, but also on strengthening the value chain and modernizing the agriculture sector as a whole, to make the sector more competitive, to provide more incomes to the farmers, and to improve the efficiency and economies of scale of the sector. Let me now go on several slides.
Yusef Sambilia.
Yes, ma'am.
In the interest of time, I know that you still have a number of slides for the budget summaries. Could you just present the first 2 slides of that section?
Yes.
And leave all the details for the question and answer. So in case they are needed, then you can show the details later on. But I believe that with the first 2 slides, that should be enough to explain the overview. Thank you.
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you. Yeah, I have something like 20 slides more to, but most of these are already on the budget. Okay, so let me just show the honorable members the summary of the fiscal year 2023 budget. So you can see on the screen, based on the submitted President's budget, the agriculture sector ranks 5th among the government's priority sectors in terms of spending. The agriculture sector budget includes budget allocations of DA, the Department of Agrarian Reform, and the PCIC. And you can see that from the for Department of Agriculture alone, the 2023 budget as reflected in the National Expenditure Program is 46,467,968 more than its budget in 2022 GAA. So making it, giving the agriculture sector, the DA, total budget of 163.7 million for 2023. For the Department of Agrarian Reform, there is an increase of about 5.4 million from the 10,437,884 budget in 2022. And for the Philippine Crop Insurance Corporation, the budget remains at 4.5 billion pesos. So a total budget of 184 million, this is billion, 184 billion, 105 million, 61,000, 2023, for fiscal 2023, for the budget, total budget of the 3 offices that are shown on the screen. Next slide, please. The fiscal year 2023 budget proposal of the department under the 2023 National Expenditure Program amounts to, this is just a repeat, it's an increase of 39.62% from the fiscal year 2022 GAA, or around 46 billion, as I have already mentioned a while ago. And this already includes the budget of NIA. May I go to the
Madam Chair.
Maybe just 2 more slides. The one that
Yes.
shows the breakdown of 163 into 102 and 61 billion.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
just as a point of order, all of us were given briefers, so there is no need to duplicate. I think we can move on with questioning. Our colleagues are expected to read this. And I understand Yusek Sombilio came from NEDA. She likes to make presentation. But for the purposes of interest, ma'am, may we request that we can wrap up? And thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, I was
Yes,
just
we all agree. Yusek Sombilia, kindly wrap up with those two
yes,
slides.
thank you.
Maybe
Okay.
kung
Yeah.
kaya 1 minute, ma'am.
Yeah,
Thank you po.
I was just giving the context of the budget, Madam Chair and the honorable members. So the budget summary are actually on, I think the next 2 pages. We can, yeah. So, and do I need to, since everybody is already provided with this, Madam Chair, I think they can be used as just reference. But this just shows the breakdown of the 2023 fiscal budget of the DA by particular. I think these are particular activities or operations or staff or offices of the DA, and the next slide is by I think the programs of the Department of Agriculture. So with that, Madam Chair, I would like to thank you for this presentation and giving back the floor to you. Thank you.
Salamat. Sa sobrang excitement ko, went straight away to the budget briefing. Nakalimutan ko po napakahalagang item sa agenda, which is of course remarks from our House leadership, so Majority Floor Leader.
Anyway, Mr. Chair, I know a lot of members have been raring to start the interpellation, starting with the Minority Leader, the Honorable Marcelino Libanan. Anyway, I just want to thank the Senior Undersecretary Domingo Panganiban and the DFA, the DA family for being here. The Speaker is on a trip with the President, and we as House members are doing our job, especially in this preparation of the 2023 budget. So we'd like to welcome you on behalf of the Speaker. Just clarification lang, Senior Undersecretary, I know you're so hardworking. You started your career in the agriculture in my hometown of Zamboanga City, 1961, as a municipal agriculturist, 1961. So we are fast forward 2020, 61. Yes, in Zamboanga City. Yeah, that long time. Anyway, I just want to, is the, just for record, I know there are a lot of questions. Can we know the administrator of the National Irrigation Administration is here? Yes, he looks younger now. I think you're getting younger from DNR, you're a little bit old, but in DA, in the National Irrigation Administration, you're younger. Thank you. Also, the GM of PFDA, Philippine Fish Port Development Authority. Meron na ba?
Wala pang napo.
Okay. Anyway, we'll just talk to him. So just for clarity. Anyway, thank you very much, Senior Undersecretary Domingo Panganiban of the Department of Agriculture. And Madam Chair, we will now start. Minority,
NIA presentation.
presentation?
Majority Floor Leader, if I may.
Or to expedite, Madam Chair,
Yes.
maybe we'll start already with the minority is the priority. We'll start with them.
Maraming salamat, our majority leader.
Excuse me. No.
Just a point of information. No? We're given 5 minutes each. Does it include NIA or only DA?
Yeah, so we intend to have the NIA present right after DA so that for the interpellation, you can ask questions to either DA or NIA. So that's the intention, unless there are objections from the body.
So that's 5 minutes for both, for DA and NIA.
Just for all, yes. Anyway, you can have yourself listed for the second round.
We can have a second round.
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
We're ready to stay hanggang kailan. All right, so At this point in time,
Because otherwise we will be compelled to ask in the plenary deliberation if we will not be able to ask this question.
no, we will entertain as many rounds as needed.
All right, thank you, Madam.
All right. So with that assurance, Administrator Benny Antiporda, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To the Honorable Congressman Elizalde Co, Chairman of the House Committee on Appropriation, other honorable members of the committee, honorable members of the House of Representatives, fellow public servants, good morning to all. Thank you for this opportunity to present to you the budget proposal of the National Irrigation Administration for fiscal year 2023 under the National Expenditure Program. I am Administrator Benny D. Antiporda. With me today are Deputy Administrator Ralph Lorendu for Administrative and Finance Sector and Deputy Administrator Engineer Zar Sulaik for Engineering and Operations Sector, and also the regional managers and concerned department managers. We continue to deliver irrigation services that are made possible through our regional and irrigation management personnel. The needs of our farmer clients are our priority concern, especially those who were victims of calamities like the recent earthquake in North Luzon. Our cropping calendars have been adjusted as an adaptation to shifting seasons and climatic unfavorable conditions. Now let me present to you some background there, the status of irrigation development. As of end of December 2021, the irrigation development area coverage is 65%, equivalent to 2.04 million hectares of the estimated potential area of 3.129 million hectares. This figure covers a combination of national, communal, the private and other government agencies irrigations established. The remaining 35% potential area, or equivalent to 1.11 million hectares, is the target primarily of the government how to fast-track programs to address demands of food security for the country. NIA is the agency primarily mandated for the country's irrigation development and management as stipulated in the Republic Act 3601. Dated June 22, 1963, with amendments under Presidential Decree 552 in 1974 and PD 1702 in 1980. The RA 8435, or the Agriculture and Fisheries Modernization Act of 1997, the RA 10969, or the Free Irrigation Service Act, with its implementing rules and regulations, provides free irrigation to 8 hectares below farm holdings. The EO 138 of 2021 and its implementing rules and regulations is directing to implement the full devolution of functions to the local government units starting 2022. DBM issued Corporate Budget Memorandum Number 44 for fiscal year 2023 budget preparation to continue the adoption of the government's reforms for greater budget transparency and reliability. Provides guidelines on budget support towards full devolution. National Irrigation Master Plan 2020 to 2030, now as common reference of agencies implementing irrigation, led also by NIA. The major trust and priorities and budget proposal for fiscal year 2023, the agency's major trust and priorities for fiscal year 2023 is anchored on the expression of the President, our President, Ferdinand Bongbong Romualdez Marcos Jr., of his plan to reprioritize irrigation and agriculture in the country. Among the administration's top priorities are agriculture and food security, climate change adaptation, and enhanced infrastructure projects. The agency programs are focused to the priorities, and we are fortunate enough that NIA's mandate is highly relevant and consistent of the National Irrigation Master Plan and Philippine Development Plan. In sustainable and efficient operation and maintenance of irrigation systems, we need to provide efficient facilities so areas of productions are served. together with operation and maintenance equipment very necessary to be available in our field offices to immediately address regular and emergency needs of repair and works. Our interventions for restoration and repair will be studied for systems approach of improvement and transformation with modern technology adaptable in the location and also for quicker response for function recovery in damaged structures affected with calamities. The trust and priorities for continuous development for new areas is very important and must be accelerated to cope up with the increases of food demand in the country. We are to establish multipurpose dams, small reservoir, small irrigation, and also promoting the solar-driven pump irrigation systems as an adaptation for a minimal O&M cost compared to diesel or electric-driven pump systems. NIA also will continuously adapt for modern technology that will minimize cost of infrastructure, also implementing the carp irrigation component under Department of the DAR, situated in agrarian reform communities.
Mr. Antiporda,
Yes, ma'am.
since your slides have already been distributed to the members, could you kindly just give us a very quick overview of your budget proposal so that we can begin interpellation?
Yeah.
Thank you.
We can notice that there's a big difference in the, there's an increase in the budget proposal of the NIA now. One thing that we can assure you in this new leadership of our President, Bongbong Marcos, that efficient delivery of water to our farmers will be given. We are now communicating directly to the IAs, showing them that 24/7 the NIA is always ready to answer their concerns, especially on small things na nung araw po para pong wala silang kausap. Matapos nilang sumulat, matapos nilang magreklamo, wala pong gumagalaw. Expect the best services that will come from our irrigation administration, that we will address all the concerns of our farmers to make it sure that the call of our President for food security will be addressed as early as possible. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Salamat, Mr. Antiporda. So we now open the floor to questions. But before that, some reminders. Napakahaba po ng listahan ng mga magtatanong. So just to remind everyone, 5 minutes lang po for questions. That excludes the answers of the resource persons. Kaya kung gusto natin lahat maaga umuwi, kindly answer directly, completely, but concisely po. Kasi hindi kasama sa bilang ng 5 minutes yung sagot ninyo. Of course, yung pong may mga katanungan na pwede naman masagot ng mga regional directors, pwede naman ninyong gawin yon para naman baka sakaling bumawas ang nakalista po dito sa ating index card. And finally po, of course, it is a tradition in the House that we accord preferential treatment to the members of the minority, so they will be followed by members of the majority in an alternating manner. At this point in time, yes, and isang paalala na lang po, kapag marinig ng mga members yung bell natin, ayan po, ang ibig sabihin ng doorbell na yan, please wind up, you have 30 seconds remaining. Okay, so at this point, we yield the chair to Vice Chair Janet Galin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. On the part of the majority, we have the first interpellator who also, I'm sorry. On the part of the minority, we have the minority leader, the Honorable Marcelino Nonoy Libanan.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson Janet Garin, our Majority Leader Manix Zalipi, the Chairman of the Committee on Appropriations, Aldico, Senior Vice Chair Stella Kimbo, and my dear colleagues and our resource persons from the Department of Agriculture, headed by my good friend Ding Panganiban, and of course the NIA Administrator Penny Antiporda, who was my neighbor when I was Commissioner of Immigration, when he was President of the National Press Club. My dear colleagues, sana po nung presentation, ang ini-expect po namin yung production ninyo. Ilang na-produce ninyong rice, ganyan. Tapos ngayon na tumataas na yung budget ng Department of Agriculture at yung mga offices, ilan ang gusto nating ma-accomplish ngayong taon. Yun po ang gusto naming makita. Kasi mission-oriented tayo dito. Mission natin na pagandahin ang ating agrikultura. Yun ho ang mandato ng ating mahal na Pangulo. At napansin ko po, bagamat ito yung pinakamataas na increase sa ating budget sa agriculture, all-time high, pero maliit pa rin ho ito kung talagang siseryosuhin natin ang pag-angat ng ating agrikultura. At may mga napansin po ako dito sa Office of the Secretary para sa lupa, para sa mga farmers natin, 88,704,650,000. Pero sa Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, 6,206,000,007 lang thousand pesos ang ating naka-allocate. Meaning, kung i-compare natin yung para sa farmers at saka sa fisher folks, mga more than 6% lang ang ating inilalagay para sa mangingisda. Kailangan natin pong seryosuhin po itong bagay sa development of our fisheries and aquatic resources. Nakikita po natin ang Pilipinas, 7,641 islands. Total land area, 301,000 square kilometers. Ang ating special economic zone na pwede nating i-develop, 2,200,000 kilometers. Ang ating coastline, 36,289 na coastline na pwede tayo mag-develop ng fisheries and aquaculture para dumami ang ating production sa isda. It's very absurd na ngayon nakikita natin nag-i-import tayo ng galunggong, di ba? Tayo dati ang nagpro-produce ng galunggong. Ito ay napakalaking marka ng kahinaan ng ating programa sa fisheries. Seryosuhin po natin ito. Baka ang nangyayari, yung ini-import natin na galunggong, galing pa dito sa atin na galunggong na hinigop ng kung sino-sino at ibininta sa atin. Kaya seryosuhin po natin ito. Very quantifiable po itong mga bagay na itatanong din po ito pagbalik ninyo po dito. Anong mga facts natin? Agriculture and fisheries account for 10% of our gross domestic product. 26.7 of the country's 43.4 million strong labor force. Halos kalahati ng tao nasa agrikultura. Na this is one of the few trades available for many Filipinos living in remote and less affluent regions. Kung ito ang tutumbukin natin, malaking pagbabago ang mangyayari sa ating bansa. At ang Philippine Development Plan from 2017 to 2022 is aimed to reduce poverty from 21.6% in 2015 to 14% by 2022. Ito yung tamang intervention na pwedeng gawin natin para makaangat ang ating mga tao sa kanilang pamumuhay. So, napakaraming bagay na dapat po ayusin dito. So, kailangan mag-focus tayo sa production. Anong expected production range ninyo pag binigyan kayo ng ganitong pera? At 5 minutes na yata eh. Wala pa. So, wala pa. Mayroon pang
You have 20 seconds.
20 seconds. Isa na lang sa ating administrator ng National Irrigation Administration. wala akong nakita sa budget ninyo para sa Dolores Hicontol Valley Irrigation Project. Ang laking area na ito, mayroong hindi tumagos na tubig, may bumalik yung tubig. Kaya sa ating administrator, sa Eastern Samar po, Dolores Hicontol Valley Irrigation Project, wala akong nakita sa budget ninyo, inisa-isa ko po. Kaya pakitingnan po ito. Maraming salamat po.
May we hear the response of the National Irrigation Administration?
We will, Mr. Chair, we will validate the said area and at the same time it will be addressed immediately. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is the Honorable Minority Leader requesting a specific official of the DA to respond? Or we can have those comments noted? Yeah, with that, may we move to the next interpellator from the majority, the Honorable El Rey Villafuerte.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will time my questioning. I'm happy and elated that the President, during his first meeting with the DA, said that there should be a blueprint roadmap for farm-to-market roads. May I ask kung meron na bang blueprint at roadmap ang DA prepared?
Your Honor, actually we have already, but it's being enhanced and improved as per directive of the President. Right now, we have already completed the FMR mapping per region, and soon the master plan, as directed by the President, will be prepared. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, my question is clear. Yes or no? Is there a blueprint or roadmap for FMR? Answerable by yes or no, Madam Chair?
Ongoing. Your Honor, it's ongoing.
Ongoing. So, Madam Chair, I would like to ask, how did they prepare the farm to market of 13 billion in the NEP? So it was not, the President directive was not followed. I would like to know how they formulated the farm to market road budget, which is 13 billion, which amounted to over 240% from last year, Madam Chair.
Mr. Chair, the FMR allocation was prepared during the time of Secretary Dar, and it's now a proposal here in this body for major wisdom for.
Yeah, Engineer Rico, would you have the guidelines on the allocation of the FMR? Maybe you can submit it after the budget hearing.
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
Madam Chair, so this is Secretary Dar's budget. This is not the President's budget. Is that the admission?
May we hear from the DA family? Yusek Ding?
Well, Madam Chair, let me assure Congressman Villafuerte that the new FMR budget will be to the tune of what the President would like to have. It will not be a direct budget.
Thank you very much, Yusek Ding.
So ma'am, ano yung sagot po, ma'am?
The answer is we are assured that the current budget is in line with the thrust of President Marcos, and that the list of farm-to-market roads, while the matrix or the master plan is still in conception, they assured us that it will be available soon. However, because budget deliberations are already there, the list is commensurate with the priorities indicated by the Honorable Secretary. Kong Villafuerte, please.
Madam Chair, the President indicated rice as a priority for farm to market. May I ask the USEC ASIC in charge of rice to give us the top 20 rice producing provinces?
DA in charge of rice, please.
Madam Chair, for the top.
ASEC de Mesa.
Yes, sir. Madam Chair, Your Honor, for the top 20 provinces, number 1 is Nueva Ecija. Second is the province of Isabela. Third is the province of Pangasinan. Number 4 is Cagayan. Number 5 is Iloilo. Next is Camarines Sur, Maguindanao, Tarlac, North Cotabato, the province of Bukidnon, Negros Occidental, Pampanga, Leyte, Sultan Kudarat, Palawan, Oriental Mindoro, Bulacan, Capiz, Zamboanga del Sur, and lastly, Mindoro Occidental. Madam Chair, thank you po.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Nueva Ecija number 1, Isabela 2, Camsor is 3. Can you safely say in the formulation of the farm-to-market allocation, these provinces were given priority? Because as I was studying the budget, there were a lot of provinces, with all due respect to our colleagues, that got higher allocations and they're not rice producing. So how can you say that the budget was prepared according to the President's priority when the actual NEP allocations does not reflect the priority, Madam Chair?
Asek de Mesa, can you quickly respond?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Your Honor. Actually, yung formulation po ng FMR is not only anchored on rice but on the totality of production areas, all commodities involved, Madam Chair. Thank you po.
Kong Villafuerte.
Yes, I understand. So just for purposes of public interest, kanino bang probinsya ang pinakamalaking FMR?
May we hear from Engineer Rico, the province with the highest allocation for FMR. Province or region, Kong Elray?
Province might be better.
Yeah, the province with the highest allocation for FMR. FMR.
Will provide the
Ma'am, I've been congressman for 6 years. That's always the answer. This is budget season. You should be prepared. You give us very thick briefers and you cannot even answer a simple question. We're here to help you. Please, Madam Chair, maybe they can answer.
Yeah. Maybe Yusek Ding, that can be provided in a while. Kong Elray, they're working on it and will revert back to us immediately. I believe they're still in the process.
No, we support the president. No. Second, another question is, in terms of preparation of the roadmap and blueprint, how many kilometers does the country need to fully fulfill an honest, efficient farm-to-market road system nationwide? Ilang kilometers ba? Kasi sabi mag-prepare kayo ng roadmap, it's ongoing. So you should know by now how many kilometers. May we request an answer, Madam Chair?
Anybody from the DA family? I think, Director Rico, you have the number of kilometers, the whole country, for FMR. Please put on your microphone, sir. Pindot. Hindi yata sanay si Engineer Rico pumindot.
Your Honor, it's totally the FMR is 111,000 plus.
111,000 kilometers.
But almost 30% are already paid or completed. So if we deduct that, it's around 70,000 plus.
Okay, so the answer is 70,000 plus kilometers.
So may I propose that in the 70,000, magkano ba? 20 million per kilometer ba?
How much is the current cost now?
Right now is 12 billion.
12 million per kilometer.
So, Madam Chair, 70,000 times 12 million, is that 900 billion ba?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
And with the current budget that we have, it will take 39 years to complete.
That's the reason why I'm raising this point, Madam Chair. In the preparation of the roadmap, sinabi naman ng Presidente yung yung guidance that the FMR should include where it will be sourced, payment terms, and time frame. And I understand the present time frame is only 6 years, not 39 years. So I hope that in the preparation of the budget, prior to approval, dapat sana matapos na yung blueprint po.
Yeah.
Kailan ba matatapos ang blueprint?
Maybe hear from Engineer Rico.
In 2 months' time, Your Honor, because we already, as I said, we already through with our mapping where the production areas and where are those roads.
If you will be amenable, maybe request Engineer Rico that as they identify, kasi 39 years ang computation nila, can you possibly have it like priority A, B, C, depending on the agricultural product production? pwede nyo i-categorize yun. Instead of having like the 70,000 plus kilometers, yung 70,000 i-categorize nyo by virtue of importance. Category A, ilan, category B, so that we will know what will be accomplished for the next 6 years. Kong Villaferte, please.
Madam Chair, my question is constructive. I really want to help the DA. My point is, sana, when I asked earlier in the NUP meeting kung ano ang guidelines nila in the formulation, walang masagot, walang blueprint. So ako na lang magsasuggest. Siguro kung meron kayong budget preparation 13 billion, may I suggest 25% i-allocate nyo sa mga developed areas of rice and corn, coconut, 25% dun sa least developed, then 50% discretion po ng secretary. At least may formula. Hindi po yung every budget season, wala naman tayong formula. Sana may formula kasi we need rice. For example, in Kamsur, we're 6 top rice producing. Wala kaming water system. Kung ang NIA, tulungan ng water system namin, rain-fed karamihan, kagaya Nueva Ecija Isabela, baka mag-number 1, 2 kami. So siguro I will direct the question to NIA, kay kaibigan Benny. Bicol River is the 6th largest river. Kamsur is the 6th largest producer of rice. Ano naman ang priority nyo in terms of budget sa NIA? Sa Camarines Sur, top rice producer. Top ba kami sa list nyo?
Nia, please, Yusek Antiporda.
Mr. Chair, as of now, we have a priority project also in Kamsur, which is under feasibility study. But again, alam naman po natin na hindi naman po siguro maganda na magsinungaling pa ako rito sa Kongreso na dahil sa feasibility study, puro feasibility na lang po nangyari at wala po tayo na i-deliver. We addressed this issue already wherein we are recalling all feasibility studies which is long lingering with the consultancy firms, and after investigation, cases will be filed against them. I've given the orders already on this, but again, going back to Bicol, lahat po ngayon i-implement po namin. Meron pong instruction ang ating pong presidente asking us how many more hectares of land do we need to irrigate, wherein based on the master plan we need to irrigate about 1.1 million hectares of land, and it will cost us about 800 billion pesos, and with that we can only address this in coming up with a very successful PPP or public-private partnership, because basically hindi po kayang pondohan ito ng ating pamahalaan, and yet we are there already. We as of this moment, meron na po tayong pledges coming from different investors na about 1 trillion. So hindi ho magiging problema yung PPP natin, and rest assured that the Bicol region will be given priority, no? Dahil ang problema po natin, gaya na sinasabi, may water crisis po tayo. Ang water crisis po natin wala po sa tag-araw, nasa tag-ulan. Ang water crisis po natin napakaraming tubig natin, kung kaya't nagpapaha, kulang po tayo ng lalagyan. Kaya yun po ang target po ng NIA, aayusin po namin yung lalagyan para ho hindi tayo magkaroon ng crisis pag tag-araw. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Madam Chair,
Kong Villaferte.
ako po nagpondo niyan when I was Deputy Speaker, and more than 3 years hindi pa tapos yung study. So while my good friend Benny will file cases, do we wait until the cases has been resolved, until that study is done? Or may I suggest, sana pondohan naman po ang mga irrigation projects na priority, kasi wala po akong malinaw na narinig na sagot Sa Camarines Sur po, ano po ang budget na inallocate for NIA this year? That is my question, Madam Chair.
Yusek Antiporda, please.
Saan pa rito? Natin, sir. Basically, as of now, Mr. Chair, with Kamsur, we have the Pakulago Irrigation Project, which is 440,325,000 pesos. We have the
Saan po yun, madam? Saan yung area na yan?
Sa Ragay po, Municipality of Ragay. Meron din po kami sa Gimit, SRIP, sa Lupi naman po, which is 726 million po. That will
Ma'am, paki ano lang, clarify hindi totoo yan. Gusto ko malaman, yung amount na yan, is it appropriated this year or that's for the next 10 years? Pakilinaw kasi medyo sasabihin ng iba napakalaki eh.
Sir, nasa pipeline po ito, but I think
wait,
May we
Madam Chair.
request, Honorable Griffith, may we request you, Second Recorder, to give us the exact figure for 2023?
Yes, ma'am,
Yes.
kasi ma'am, medyo nakakalito. Akala mo ang laki eh, but
Yes,
actually, 40 million lang yan
may we
eh.
hear from you, Second
Parang
Recorder?
nabibigla ako dyan.
Not the one in the pipeline, the actual allocation for ComSur 2023. Am I right, Kong?
Yes, kasi narinig nating kulig, ang laki, hindi totoo po yan.
And may we request the regional director of
I'm really
RIA?
sorry, Madam
Yes.
Chair. Sorry for being a neophyte.
It's okay. Magkano po ang sa ComSur?
Basically, ang nandito lang po talaga is for 2023 is 40 million.
Yan ang sinasabi ko, Madam Chair. 40 million lang. Hindi yung ganyan na mali-maling figure kasi may mga kasama tayo dito. My point, Madam Chair, is we're the top 6 rice producing and they give us 40 million. I'm not complaining for me, for others also. Isabela, Nueva Ecija, Iloilo, Tarlac, who are also rice producing. We want to boost the production of rice and yet they give us 40-50 million. So if you want to be not to be import dependent, just give us priority, please. Yung mga top producing. Then yung mga least producing, tulungan rin natin. So ma'am, lumabas po sa hearing na to, 6 producer kami and yet 40 million. So I would just like, this is a budget season, there's really a disparity. Again, sana sa preparation ng NIA, meron silang top producing, least producing, and yung priority nila. Kasi ano pala ang reward for being top producer?
Yes.
And for information of the body, we are 6th largest producer and yet 80% of our water is rain-fed. Kaya nga nag-request ako ng feasibility study for Adam. Unfortunately, it's taking more than 3 years and we have to wait for the case to be resolved. So may we appeal to the Secretary, the Undersecretary, my good friend Benny, pakitingin lang po at may panahon pa po dahil budget preparation, tulungan nyo naman ang tumutulong sa bansa.
Yeah, thank you very much for that, Kong Villaferte. The DA family takes note of that and may NIA direct its regional director to prepare appropriately so that in 2024, moving forward, magawa yan. May we proceed to the next
Last na lang,
interpolator?
Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, but the Kong Edsel, you already exceeded.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you. Salamat.
May we request the Honorable Edsel Lagman for his interpellation?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me just change the temper of this forum. To start with, I fully endorse the increased budget of the Department of Agriculture and its attached agencies, including NIA, but with the following caveats. One, please try to realign your programs and the supporting items of expenditures so that you could fully support the major thrust of your department. Number 2, please increase your absorptive capacity so that you can fully and wisely utilize your budget in 2023. And lastly, I am making this almost unconditional support for your budget, despite the fact that the 1st District of Albay has meager allocations in the net in your department as well as in NIA. You can look at the figures yourselves. Can I proceed now to my questions, Madam Chair?
Please proceed.
In the long run, how many metric tons of sugar do we need to import to have an adequate supply for our households and commercial users? I address this question to Senior Undersecretary Panganiban, and welcome back to the
Yusek Panganiban, please.
Well, at this point in time, the Sugar Regulatory Administration is still amassing what has to be the productive capacity of our country as far as sugar is concerned. And on that basis, I hope that in 2 weeks we shall be able to get that, Madam Chair. Second, we are importing sugar solely for the needs of the industry. We're not importing sugar on a local scale because we have enough sugar up to December 2022.
My figures should show that the total requirement of the country annually is 2.4 metric tons. Is that correct? Million metric tons. Is that correct? And the local production is only 1.8 million metric tons. Is that correct? The shortage is 600,000 metric tons. Is that correct? So I think the recent announcement that 150,000 metric tons will be imported, as given the go signal by the president, is still short of what we need. Is that correct?
That's really more than sufficient for September, October, and November season. The amount that we have to do, that we have to need in 2023 has to be properly looked at by the Sugar Regulatory Administration.
Okay. In the aborted import of 300,000 metric tons of sugar, who are the persons or enterprises authorized to import?
That I do not know, Mr. Chairman.
I think the senior secretary should know.
I know.
You must have the details.
Okay.
You must have the personages here. May we know who are these people who are authorized to import 300,000 metric tons?
It is not listed in the hearings that the Senate has conducted in as far as the sugar importation is concerned, Your Honor. However,
you mean to say, Senior Secretary, Undersecretary, that these authorized importers are unknown and anonymous?
At least I was not aware because I have not seen the names of those people.
Kindly report to this committee.
Okay, thank you.
Who were the persons previously authorized to import 300 metric tons of sugar? Okay.
I'll submit it to you.
Okay.
Your Honor.
With respect to the 150,000 metric tons to be imported, given the co-signal of the president, who are the persons authorized to import?
I think the Sugar Regulatory Administration is now preparing the script on who will be authorized by the government to import.
Okay. Can you also submit to this committee who are the persons authorized to import the 150,000 metric tons? Are they the same or different from those authorized to import the 300,000 metric tons?
Yeah, may we request the DA family to submit the list of importers. If the Honorable Edsel Lagwan would be amenable, we can just request the list of sugar importers for the past 5 years.
No, is this only a specific question? Who are authorized to import the 300,000 metric tons? Who are authorized to import the 150,000 metric tons?
Yeah. May I amend that to the past 5 years so that we can see the comparison if these are regular players or new players. Please proceed, Congressman.
What is the mix of the 150,000 metric tons of sugar to be imported? What is the mix?
It will be for the local consumption, local market consumption, Your Honor. 100 of the 150,000 metric tons, 75 will be going to the industry, and 75,000 will be going to local market.
The commercial users like Coca-Cola and Pepsi-Cola, say that what they need is the super grade
That's right.
class of sugar. Are they going to be allowed to import? And what is their quota? And what are the conditions, if any?
Well, Administrator Alba has the list of importers from the private sector who will buy high-grade sugar, the 75,000 metric tons that has been allotted to them, and the 75,000 that's allotted for the commercial market. He has also the list, but I'm not particularly aware of the list, Your Honor. I'll give it to you.
Yes, that will be another request,
I'll give it to you.
Mr. Undersecretary.
Yes, sir.
Now, is it a good policy with respect to the importation of sugar that all qualified persons and enterprises should be able to import?
That I doubt is what Administrator Alba is looking at. I'm looking at, well, Administrator Alba is looking at persons who are already in the trade, like let's say Coca-Cola. He would like to import it himself. So he might be allowed, or Pepsi, or Starcy, or Alaska, or Nestle. They might be allowed. However, at least for the private sector, the other half of the 75,000 metric tons had to be done through public bidding with the SRA on top.
Well, I'm not asking about Mr. Alba, but I'm asking your thoughts on whether this would be a good policy, that we allow everybody qualified to import, provided we have a tariff which will be adequate enough to protect the local producers.
Since 150,000 metric tons is a small amount compared to the 600, 700 metric tons, 700,000 metric tons that had been imported the previous years. I doubt whether we can allow all to import. We have to probably select people who will be importing the commodity for the September, October, November consumption.
Thank you. The pili, which is a product of the Bicol region, I will not go parochial, is known as the king of nuts because it has more nutrients than the world-renowned macadamia and other nuts. Is there a program to fully develop the pili industry for local and global trade?
We are still looking at local, Madam Chair, because the pili industry has not grown for the last 3 or 4 years. We are trying to develop under the high value crops program an activity that will now support the pili industry, and we shall be looking for funds for the purpose of expanding the area being devoted to the pili industry.
The foreigners will go nuts if they're able to taste the pili nut. So I think we should be able to develop the export potential of pili. I have a published article entitled Pili, the King of Nuts, Reigns in Bicol. And I would like to give you a copy of this, Senior Undersecretary. Can I request a staff of the committee to give this copy to
The Secretariat is directed to please submit the copy.
Sino ba lang nakikinig? Bigay mo lang kay Secretary.
Okay. May the Honorable Ed Salagman proceed.
Yes. Now, I saw in the presentation that you are reviving Masagana and Kadiwa. Could you tell us very candidly why these two programs failed?
Well, Your Honor, Sagana 99 did not fail. I can assure you that. The failure of Sagana 99 is on the farmers who did not pay their loans. But the program itself, as a program arise, is a success. we were able to accumulate 900,000 metric tons during the time of President Marcos in 1986, which was consumed by the Korea administration for nothing.
Chairman.
So the program itself is a success, but the failure was, and the number of farmers who just got the loan did not pay it on time, and so that practically is a failure that the bankers had succeeded, has said. And on that basis, I think there are so many banks, especially rural banks, who were closed during the period 1986 to 1988.
Well, my time is up. I could opt for the second round because I would like to pursue this issue on Masagana and Kaliwa.
Thank you very much, Kong Lagman. May we now hear from the Honorable Wilbert Lee from the minority.
Morning, Madam Chair. I'd like to go straight to the point. But first of all, I'd like to express our support to the increase in budget of the DA. No? Lilinawin ko lang, no, from the DA, ang karamihan ng increase natin, no, sa budget according to the NEP ay napunta sa technical support services, no, from 19 billion to 40 billion. Okay, and out of this 40 billion, 34 billion went to production support services and 850 million to market development support services. Pwede ko ba malaman kung ano itong production support services na to and market development services? Okay.
Hindi ko na.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, mostly po yung ating production services, production support services are seeds, fertilizers, and other inputs to the production. And fertilizer po, pesticides. Madam Chair, thank you po.
Yung market support services, ano naman po yan? Market development services.
Sir, kasama po dito yung retail selling natin ng Kadiwa and other programs wherein we link our farmer cooperatives to the market.
Under RA 11640, no, and under RA 11639, no, both the GAA 2021 and GAA 2022 was extended, no. Yung 2021 extended to December 31, 2022, and yung sa 2022 extended to December 2023. Having said that, the Department of Budget and Management Statement of Appropriations, Allotments, Obligations, Disbursement, and Balances states that for the second quarter of 2022, DA has still a balance of 29.18 billion worth of unobligated funds, no, for fiscal years 2021 and 2022. May I know kung dito sa 29 billion na to, magkano ang unobligated o natitira pa para sa dito sa product support services and market development services?
Dito.
Tama.
Fiscal year 2021, 2022, 89 billion.
DA, please respond.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning po. For as of June 30, 2022, ang balanse po natin sa market development services, kasama po ang current at continuing na budget po ay umaabot po ng 251 million pa po as of June.
Doon sa production support services, ma'am.
Sa production support services po, sir, as of June 30, meron pa po tayong natitirang 1.8 billion na balanse.
Okay. So roughly, you would have about 36 billion pa, no, na gagastusin dito sa production support services. May I know kung paano ninyo ito, kasi I'm totally in support of the increase, no? Dito napunta yung karamihan ng increase sa budget ng DA. So gusto ko malaman kung paano natin ito masisigurado na mapupunta to. You have mentioned na ito po ay mga seeds, farm inputs, no? Agricultural or farm equipment or iba pala yung budget na yon. So may I know kung paano ba ito natin masisigurado, no? Kasi sa pag-iikot ko, laging ito yung nagiging issue, ito yung nagiging problema, no? In fact, just last week merong isang grupo sa Gimba na nagreklamo, and I would like to commend the regional director for Region 3. Nagawa niya agad ito ng paraan, no, nung tinawagan natin na mai-distribute itong fertilizer subsidy. No? Pero paano natin ito masisigurado, Madam? No? Paano ba itong ginagawa ng DA?
So that, Your Honor.
Yusek Panganiban, please.
Okay, I think your question is whether it will be consumed by December 2022. We shall assure you, as I have talked to the regional directors, that fertilizer and pesticide, including seeds that will be given our farmers during the planting season, will be distributed actually to the field.
Ang tanong ko, Yusek, actually is kasi sa pag-iikot ko, ito yung problema lagi, no? Ang daming issue, no? Sinasabi na delayed, no? So masapaw na yung palay, hindi pa dumarating yung mga farm inputs, no? Yung iba naman wala raw sa listahan, no? Which ito yung susunod kong tanong actually is, ito bang mga production support services na to ay kailangan ikaw ba ay member ng RSBSA? RSBSA, Registry System for Basic Sector in Agriculture.
I'm not particularly aware of that, Your Honor. I'm particularly aware that they should be members of cooperative.
Yes, but according to maraming programa yung DA-USEC na ang binabasihan ay itong RSBSA. In fact, dito sa inyong presentation, meron kayong nilalagay na 220 million pesos budget for RSBSA every year.
No.
Okay? So ang tanong ko actually dyan na susunod, itong 220 million na binibigay sa GAA simula nung 2020, 2021, and 2022, nung 2021 ang nagamit ay 117 million lang, no? And yet, ang daming nagiging problema at issue dito sa RSBSA. No? So ang tanong ko dito, ito bang RSBSA ay wala bang plano ang DA na ayusin ito? No? Because according to your presentation, 220 million is given para lang ito sa RSBSA.
Well, actually, that's what we are doing now, to review and ascertain that those funds that will be given to the region should be immediately disbursed through that system that they have been doing in the rice corn program that we have.
So Yusek, itong RSBSA, may plano na yung DA dito na ayusin ito.
Ayusin niya.
Ayusin ito. Are we going to computerize this so that once and for all?
Yes.
So kung ayusin niyo ito bang 220 million, kasya ba ito ninyo para maayos ninyo? Kasi we here in Congress would want to understand this para kung kailangan nyo ng tulong, ay may tulungan namin kayo. In fact, I intend to file a bill regarding this RSBSA.
Okay. Well,
ilan ba ang kailangan ninyo dito? May plano ba kayo? In the interest of time, maybe I can ask the USEC to submit to me yung detail ng plano na to, no, para matulungan ko kayo rito.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Your Honor. For 2023 budget for RSBSA, we were allocated 220 million. But for the question on how much we still need to fully complete the RSBSA, we'll be requiring additional 400 million, Mr. Chair, for us to complete the profiling, including encoding. As of the moment, we have encoded almost 97% of those submitted to the regional offices.
And we are up to the paper registration, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, to be submitted to the regional offices so we can again encode them. So 220 million wouldn't be enough. So if the department will be given additional budget for us to complete the digitalization of the RSPSA, Madam Chair. Thank you, po.
Thank you very much, Engineer De Mesa. Thank you very much, Kong Wilbert Lee. The other documents that the Honorable Congressman Lee is requesting, please submit it directly to his office. May we now, Congressman Lee, may we proceed to the next interpellator?
I would like to go for the second round, Madam Chair.
Yes, you have been listed for the second round. On the part of the majority, may we recognize the Honorable Edgar Chato for his interpellation.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good morning to the DA family and to our colleagues. My first question was supposed to be on FMRs, but it was well articulated already by Congressman Villafuerte. So let me move on to the next, which is actually on the inputs for production. Our fertilizers are quite high in cost and other inputs. And what is DA's response to this? We know that this will have spiraling effects on the commodities that are so basic and the production cost also of farmers. With the increase in budget, I strongly support the budget of DA, 51.8 billion additional, that is 43.8%. May we know if there are programs designed as to cushion the impact of the rising cost of inputs of production, particularly fertilizers?
Your Honor, 90 billion pesos has been allocated for that for year 2023. And that will be utilized solely for the whole year 2023 to finance our small farmers utilizing fertilizer and pesticide. Farmers on rice and corn who will be utilizing fertilizer and pesticide, including high value crops, coconut, and other crops that we took cognizance of.
So 90 billion for all the crops.
190.
190 billion. And this will be in form of subsidies or pautang or
subsidy.
Pure grant?
Subsidy.
Subsidy. Okay. Because we had strong programs before also on support from fertilizers, and then it was scrapped in some years earlier. Thank you. And then on the side of the agriculture sector, we are heavily affected by the changes of climatic conditions. And of course, it affects adversely, again, our targets of production. And I am just wondering, in the 2023 budget, if the DA has provided sufficient fund for to make sure that we are compliant with our nationally determined contributions in addressing the climate change. DA has submitted that, and may we know if that is also reflective of the budget for 2023?
That's reflecting the budget for 2023, but not enough. As I said, because we are working with various organizations in assessing whether it's enough or not in the whole year of 2023. And on that basis, we intend to work with the Department of Natural Resources and Environment, the Department of Health in some instances. And on that basis, we shall be utilizing the funds for the purpose for the year 2023.
Yes, Madam Chair, addressing the climate change issues, it is really expected that it will go to multi-agency coordination. There is a cluster in the cabinet that handles that. And with the Department of Environment, Natural Resources, and the other agencies, they too are trying to capture in the budget the aspect of compliance to the NDCs. So we hope that this can be addressed. When we were saying that this is not enough, what is that? What does that mean?
Well, our budget is only 87 billion pesos, and on that basis, some other agencies should be providing theirs so that it will be a total budget for the government in the year 2023.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. And one final question. This is not a question, rather, but I want to know if the PCA head is here. I'm sure we have a new administrator again.
Yeah, we still don't have a new administrator. We have General Madrigal.
Okay, this is a parochial matter. When I was still governor of the province of Bohol, PCA offered a program called the Coconut Hub Project. And that was about 5 years ago. There's a very, very fast change of leadership in the PCA. Every time there is a change of leadership, we also have groundbreaking activities, meaning to say there were 3 groundbreakings already that happened. But what was worse was the province was asked to generate our counterpart, and we gave it in, we budgeted it. The municipality was asked to buy a piece of land, provide the land, and the LGU provided the land. But until now, nothing has happened. So the LGU has requested me to raise this to the PCA and to the DA. They just want to know whether this will push through or not, because they're going to use the land for another purpose. And I think that will have a closure on this project.
Yes, PCA, please respond.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Itutuloy po. But yun lamang po, for the past 2 years, all our programs were directed towards COVID response. Kaya po hindi natin napondohan yung sa hub as directed also by the DA leadership for the past 2 years. But also, we have considered na rin po ito, especially dito sa ating Coconut Farmers and Industry Development Plan Program implementation.
Yes, but Madam Chair, just for the record and for information of the OIC, even before the pandemic, the project was already in the offing and was offered. We did not propose. And so that's why we welcome the project, because it was good, and it will also diversify the output and the product of coconuts. So, Administrator, we hope that the town can have a categorical advice so that fairly they can use their land in some other projects. So thank you very much, Madam Chair. Those are the questions that I'm asking. Thank you.
Yeah. May we now call on the Honorable Arlene Brosas from the minority for interpellation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, to the DA family, saan po sa budget sa 2023 nakasama yung cash assistance for farmers?
DA, please respond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For 2023, regular po, we have a program fund. Sa RCEP po, meron tayong excess collection. 10 billion automatic po sa RCEP, and as per Republic Act 11598, any excess in collection of the 10 billion will go to cash assistance. Yung tawag po natin rice farmers financial assistance, Madam Chair. Thank you po.
Yes, Madam Chair, hindi nakasaad na exclusively lamang gagamitin lamang para sa cash assistance ang excess revenue mula sa RCEP. Hinalo po ito sa purpose number 1 na maaaring gamitin pa sa iba pang programa tulad ng Support to Infrastructure Project and Social Programs o SIPSIP. Tama po ba? Ano na lang ang mapupunta sa magsasaka natin kung nakahalo siya ng ganon, Madam Chair?
Madam Chair, under Section 10 po ng Special Provision ng Unprogrammed Fund, very specific po nakalagay doon na excess collection po ay will be used for rice farmers financial assistance, Madam Chair.
Yes, Madam Chair. Pero pag buuin mo po yung yung section na yon. Can you read it yung buong section? No po, Madam Chair.
Day family, please, if somebody can, meron bang may kopya nung, please look for that specific provision.
Yes, it's in volume 3, unprogrammed appropriations, page 999, section 10.
Okay. Yusek Sombilia? Nandiyan dyan, or yeah, sige. While they're looking for it, may we request the Honorable Arlene Brosas to put forward other questions so that the DA family can prepare the responses.
Madam Chair, yung susunod ko kasi ay follow-up question noon, Madam Chair. So, ganito lang, Madam Chair, siguro, no? Kasi pag binuo natin yon, Madam Chair, sana hindi alisin sa time ko ito. Babasahin ko yung section na yon.
Yeah, please proceed. That will be deducted from your time.
Yes. Use of excess revenue from the total annual tariff revenue from rice importation, the amount under purpose number 1, may also be utilized for the authorized purposes provided under Section 13 of RA number 11203. Ito po yung rice liberalization law. And Section 3 of RA number 11598. Ito po yung section na direct assistance, no, para sa mga magsasaka natin. Release of funds shall be subject to collection of annual tariff revenue from rice importation of the preceding year in excess of 10 billion pesos. Pursuant to Section 13 of RA number 11203, based on the certification of the BOC on the tariff revenue collection on rice importation, the Permanent Steering Committee shall submit to the Congressional Oversight Committee on Agricultural and Fisheries Modernization a yearly report on the usage of excess tariff collection, including their impact. So use of excess revenue from total revenue. The amount under, ang keyword po dito, the amount under purpose number 1 may also be utilized for the authorized, yan po. Ang sinasabi ko lang po, Madam Chair, iba po ito sa 2022 GAA, and may I read, no? Use of sa Section 18 ng 2022 GAA, ang nilagay po doon ay use of excess revenue from the total annual tariff revenues from rice importation, the amount under purpose number 1, in addition to those provided in special provision number 2, shall be used as cash assistance for rice farmers farming 2 hectares and below as registered in the RSBSA in agriculture as compensation for the project reduction or loss of farm income arising from the tariffication of quantitative import restrictions to rice. So yung next na paragraph, ganun din po, release of funds, etc., etc. May kaibahan po doon. Kasi sa special provisions, Section 1, kung mapapansin nyo po, ang nakalagay dyan, availment of the unprogrammed appropriations. Ibig sabihin po, Madam Chair, malinaw na hindi lang guidance on the disbursement of funds ang number 1. It is a pool of funds from which SIP-SIP can be drawn from. At nakahalo dito ang excess revenues mula sa rice tariffication program na dapat ay direktang mapapakinabangan ng mga magsasaka natin. So, Madam Chair, yun po yung question ko, bakit nakahalo ito, Madam Chair?
DA family, please respond.
Yes, Madam Chair. Yung pong kasing excess collection ay hindi po natin sigurado yung exact amount every year. Kaya po sinasabi po rito sa Section 10 na any excess in collection, Madam Chair, from the preceding year will be used. For the succeeding year, sinasabi po ng 11203 and Republic Act 11598 that can be used for rice farmers financial assistance, Madam Chair.
That's my question po eh. Ang question ko po ay, oo, rice assistance, assistance directly to the farmers. Pero ngayon po, ang nakalagay dito, nakahalo yung sa infra spending. Infra yun eh. Yung SIP, di ba? Yung SIP-SIP, maaari siyang infra. Pag tiningnan nyo po yung Section 2 ng Special Provisions, support for infrastructure projects and social programs. So, Madam Chair, nakahalo dun sa SIP-SIP. Yung gagamitin, maaaring magamit, no, sa SIP-SIP yung excess revenues ng tariff, di ba? Ganun siya eh.
Madam Chair, for the Department of Agriculture, ang sinusunod po namin yung Republic Act 11203 and more specifically Republic Act 11598 or the Cash Assistance for Filipino Farmers Act na nagsasabi po for excess collection po talaga ng RCEF po natin will be used for this purpose, Madam Chair. Thank you po.
Madam Chair, this is dangerous, Madam Chair. Modification of purpose ito, Madam Chair. Ang pondo para sa cash assistance to farmers, pag nilump mo sa SIPSIP, iba pang program yon. Against po ito sa ating konstitusyon. Article 6, Section 25 of the 1987 Constitution, number 2, nakalagay po, no provision or enactment shall be embraced in the General Appropriations Bill unless it relates specifically to some particular appropriation therein. Any such provision or enactment shall be limited in its operation to the appropriation to which it relates. Yun po yung nakalagay sa Constitution natin. At kung minumodify po yung purpose nito at ilalagay nyo sa SIPSIP yung pondo na dapat ay direktang papakinabangan ng mga magsasaka, hindi po ito pwede.
Can the DA family respond, please?
Ma'am, nakuha ko na po yung sinasabi niyo yung po sa support to infrastructure projects. Opo. Dito po ay nakalump doon sa support to infrastructure and social program mainly because hindi po natin kaya nga po kagad ipakita para pong ganon. Although dito po ay pinapasok ng DBM kung magkakaroon po ng excess collection dun sa tariff po, dito po nila ilalagay yung line item nito. Although pagpasok po sa amin ay ito po yung magiging source dun sa SARO na ito po yung source of funds nila dun sa line item na ito. Kasi nga po pagka ginawa po yung budget po, hindi pa po siya certain kung magkano po yung magiging amount ng collection.
Yes, Madam Chair, pero the laws...
Before that, Kong Brosas, may we request the DA official to please mention your name and your position for the record.
Telma Tolentino po.
Position, please.
Budget po.
Okay, we have Director Telma Tolentino of the Budget Office. Kong Brosas, please proceed.
Yes, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, yun nga po yung sinasabi ko na tayo ay lumalabag sa konstitusyon kapag ilalagay natin yung SIPSIP lump sum doon sa rice assistance for farmers. Kasi ang nakalagay po sa batas, direkta siya na rice assistance for farmers at hindi siya dapat haluan ng iba. Now, minobodify po natin yun kapag sasabihin natin na ngayon, ilalagay na rin natin siya for support for infrastructure projects.
Naintindihan po namin na Madam Chair, yung pong nais po ninyong mangyari. Although paggamit po ng excess collection, ito po ay inaayon po natin dun sa special provision. Although siguro po ang makakasagot po sa atin ng maayos kung bakit po doon na ilagay ito ay ang DBM po sa pag-ayos po nila ng budget ng unprogrammed fund. Hindi po siya under ng ating kabuuang GAA budget, NEP budget.
Madam Chair, may problema po dito kung hindi tinatanggap ng DA na may mali doon sa modification of purpose na ginawa nila. Kailangan po natin, ang gusto po nating malaman sa DA, ano po bang pagtingin nyo dito? Dapat po tanggalin kasi yung sinabi ko na po kanina, particular article sa ating konstitusyon na nagsasabi na dapat diretso siya na rice assistance for farmers. Yung cash assistance po para sa ating mga magsasaka dahil alam nyo naman ang tindi ng epekto nito sa kanila ng rice liberalization law. Pang-compensate po ito kahit papaano para sa pagbaha ng imported na bigas dito sa ating bansa. Ngunit kung ang cash assistance na tulong ay ilalagay pa natin sa SIPSIP o support for infra projects and social programs na iba naman din, saan ito mapupunta o ano na lang yung matitira sa mga magsasaka natin ng cash assistance?
DA, please respond. Yusek Sumbilya.
Yes, I will try to respond po. Since we don't know the excess tariff revenue for the year, and that will only be known at the end of the year, magkakaroon po ng when the BOC already provides us with the excess revenue, I think that is not that is given as information to DA. Tama? And DA will now have that amount to then put in the RFFA based on 11,598 as assistance. I think there is already an agreement between, among these agencies that automatically, because of this 11,598, that excess revenue automatically goes to DA for distribution as cash assistance to the rice farmers. Tama? Ganun, okay.
Madam Chair, doon po sa 11,598, nowhere does it says doon sa Section 3 ng authorization ninyo sa DA na ibigay as infra yung pondo para sa infra, yung rice tariffication. Basahin ko lang po, Section 3, ang DA is hereby authorized to use the monies from the annual tariff revenues in excess of 10 billion as provided in Section 13 of Republic Act number 11203 on the rice competitiveness enhancement fund or RCEP to directly provide cash assistance to farmers who are tilling 2 hectares and below of rice land until 2024. Ngayon, nasan po doon yung ano?
Madam Chair.
Yeah, if the honorable process will be amenable, because there are like policy statements that she intends to, maybe we can sit down and discuss this. Because this will also entail discussion with the Department of Budget and Management. So with that, honorable process, pag-usapan muna after so that we can invite the DBM official to look into this.
Yes,
And,
Madam Chair. Oo, exactly, Madam Chair. No? Ang tanong po natin, bakit kasi nilump doon sa section, pansinin niyo po yung special provisions 1, 2, and 10 ng Volume 3, page 999 sa special provisions. Yun po yung question namin. Hindi dapat sinama doon sa SIP program yung direct cash assistance para sa mga magsasaka. Yun po. No? So, kung kailangan pong baguhin, Madam Chair, kailangan pong upuan or pag-usapan kung paano ito baguhin. Kasi malinaw naman, sinabi natin kanina, any such provision or enactment shall be limited to the operation, to the appropriation to which it relates. Kung hindi po, lalabag po tayo sa batas doon, sa konstitusyon. Kaya, Madam Chair,
with
may
the
we know?
indulgence of the honorable process, you have already extended your time to
Yes,
more than
Madam
a
Chair,
minute.
may we know na lang kung kailan yon kasi hindi naman pwedeng
We'll call DBM and schedule accordingly. Kasi we need the presence of DBM. With that, pwedeng isettle natin like we proceed with the Honorable Bong Teves.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. The Deputy Majority Jose Bong Teves is recognized for his interpellation.
Madam
Chair, fellow colleagues, Senior Yosek Domingo Pagandaman, officials of Department of Agriculture, good morning. Madam Chair, agriculture is the backbone of the economy. Madalas natin itong naririnig, pero mas napapatunayan natin ang kahalagaan nito sa gitna ng krisis, tulad ng pandemya at kalamidad. Food security is a key. Kapag busog at masustansya ang makinakaya ng Pilipino, magiging maunlad ang ating bansa. Ito po ang isa sa mga tinutukan ng ating Pangulong Bongbong Marcos, at isa sa kanyang mga priority under his leadership of the Department of Agriculture, kung kaya't siya mismo ang namuno ng departamento. I would like to manifest to the Department of Agriculture to look into the subsidy of the fertilizer from the national government to our farmers. Kailangan po natin na mas dagdagan ang binibigay nating mga fertilizers sa ating mga magsasaka in order to increase their production output. Bigyan po din natin sila ng mga makinarya na talagang makakatulong sa kanilang pagsasaka. This assistance will centrally yield to higher production output and will definitely make our country food sufficient. Second, the national government through the National Food Authority should intensify their purchase of local palay. Ang presyo po ng inyong binibili sa ating mga local farmers ng palay ay dapat competitive
wag po natin silang babaratin. Dahil tulad ng mga palagi nilang dihinaing na mas mababa ang presyo ng bili ng National Food Security kaysa mga private na mga nagbibili kanila ng palay. Importante po ito dahil ito ang mga magpapaikot sa kanilang pondo para makapagtanim ng palay. Lastly, sa aking point in our Abaca industry, 2 years ago, sunod-sunod po ang bagyong Rolly, Ulysses at Quinta na rumagasa sa probinsya ng Catanduanes. Being the top producer of Abaca in the country, in our country, being the #1 producer of Abaca in the world, malaki po ang pinsala na nagawa ng mga bagyong ito sa probinsya ng Catanduanes. Being a native of Catanduanes and a former mayor and former vice governor, I requested the Department of Agriculture to last year to focus on assist on the rehabilitation of Abaca industry in our province. In my province, hanggang ngayon, hindi pa po rin po fully recovered ang industriya ng Abaca sa aming probinsya. Nagkakasakit po ang mga Abaca crops namin hanggang sa ngayon. Sana po ay matutukan din ito sa ilalim ng kasalukuyang administrasyon. As Abaca capital ng Pilipinas, wala po ako nakikitang budget allocation ngayong year na taon na ito. Sana po bigyan din ng pansin ninyo ito dahil wala po kaming napakaganda pong pakinggan. Abaca capital po ang Catanduanes pero wala pong inallocate na budget para rito. Yan po sana ang ating pansinin. And last, I would like also to commend Bicol Regional Executive Director Roberto Nilla for his valuable contribution in the agricultural development in our region, especially during the time at tinamaan ng matindi ang Bicol ng bagyong Rolly, Ulysses at Quinta. And I would like to commend Assistant Secretary in Concurrent Regional Director for Region 4A, Arnel de Mesa, for his strategic action towards our country food security goals in his provision of garden tools and other form of assistance to various municipalities in Region 4A. To the end, I would like to express my 100% support for the proposed budget of the Department of Agriculture. Magtulong-tulong po tayo para mapaganda ang adhikain ng ating Pangulo para sa isang seguridad na pagkain dito sa ating bansa. Maraming salamat po.
Can we request Mr. Casales to... Wala ba siya?
Yeah, Yusek Sambilya, can you please quickly respond?
Regarding sa Abaca,
Do we have the DA official in charge of Abaca present? While waiting, Honorable Teves, can we proceed with your next questions? And DA family, can you also submit a report on Abaca to the office of Yusek Teves? Congressman Teves.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you very much, Undersecretary. Madam Chair, ayan na po si...
Yeah, sir, for the interest of time, can you briefly answer? Please introduce your name and your position.
Good morning po sa atin lahat. My name is Ted Costales. I'm the Executive Director of PhilFIDA. Philippine Fiber Industry Development Authority po.
So very briefly, the Honorable Teves was asking about your plans for Abaca.
Actually, right now, in Catanduanes, we have already established an Abaca processing facility. Very first processing facility, it's valued at about 25 million. It's a fully mechanized processing facility, and the intention of that facility is all to produce all first-class quality fibers. And eventually, hindi na po sila dadaan ng traders and middlemen. Kasi itong mga farmers mismo will be owning that facility, and that facility, their produce will be exported directly to foreign buyers because ang abaca po is 99% exported. So yan, I don't know, no? Itong commodity na to is the strongest, the longest, and the most porous natural fiber in the world. Actually, it's in demand po. It's right now, last year we only produced mga 67, almost 68,000 metric tons. And the market is now 150,000 metric tons. So we need to plant more in order to cover that demand. And isa pa po, we were the only country before the 1960 na producing, exporting abaca. Wala tayong kalaban before. Then now we have Ecuador. Pero Ecuador, ang world market share ng Ecuador is 14.9%. And only 0.1% for Costa Rica. So tayo pa rin po nagre-reign sa abaca export. Ulitin ko, God-given po to, binigay po to ng Diyos sa atin. Tayo lang talaga meron ito eh. So, it's just unfortunate na hindi napapansin yung commodity namin for the very simple reason na it's an industrial commodity. It's paper. Dati, before the 1960s, ang abaca po is ginagawa ng twine, ropes, and cordage. Yun lang po, 100%. And in 1929, we exported 190,000 metric tons, all for cordage and rope. Now, bumalik na naman yung demand because everybody right now is looking for biodegradable raw material. And we possess the strongest natural fiber in the world. That's the reason why.
Madam Chair.
Yeah, maybe request Congressman Teves.
Hindi yun ang tanong ko. Opo, marami tayong pinoproduce na sinasabi nyo, maraming demand. Pero ang tinatanong ko, ano ba ang status after pinagyo ng Typhoon Rolly? Ang katanduan is, ano ba ang ginagawa nyo ngayon sa rehabilitation ng abaca? Hindi yung mga ano-anong process.
Okay.
Bakit tayo magpa-process kung wala naman tayong rehabilitate ang abaca?
Thank you very much, Conteves.
Actually,
the DA official, can you please go direct to the point?
Yes. Okay po. Ang abaca po kasi, ulitin ko, it's an industrial commodity. Ang problema po is hindi kami napopondohan. Kasi it's not a food commodity. Magkano lang ang budget namin? 395 million for next year. 300 kalahati niyan, pansweldo lang sa mga tao.
So basically what you're saying is that your budget is focused on personnel salary lang, PS lang.
Hindi naman. Meron rin, pero
can you please go direct
enough,
to the point, sir? Kasi marami pang magtatanong eh. You're consuming much time without answering the question. So, ang tanong kasi, ano ba yung plano nyo? Do you have plans or you don't have plans?
Yes, we do have the plans.
Okay, can you please, in 2 sentences, go straight to what your plans are as conveyed by the Honorable Teves?
Okay.
Madam Chair, si Yusek Panganiban.
Before that, can we just request Yusek Panganiban to please answer? Thank you.
I think the question of the congressman has to be answered.
Yeah.
Anong ginagawa sa mga namatay na abaca sa Catanduanes? Na sinasabi naman niya,
tinatama ng sektor,
and so on and so forth. What I'll do and what you should do, Mr. Costales, is account for 109.95 million pesos that was given to you by the Department of Agriculture in 2021 for a quick response fund for Typhoon Rolly. Yung ano nangyari doon? Napatanim ba ito? O ano nangyari? Hindi yung export ng export. That is a natural phenomenon.
Actually po,
May
still,
we request the DA official to please
hindi
address
pa
the
rin po
chair
kami
if you wanna...
napunduhan. Yung sa Typhoon Rolly.
Yeah, may we request the DA official to please direct the chair if you want to respond.
Okay.
The table has been given to Yusek Panganiban.
You have 109 million.
395.
No. You were given 109 million.
No, it's not. It's not 100.
No, you were given
350 last year, mga 350 million.
on delegation budget.
So what's your budget
the
for
whole year?
2023?
But you were given special budget of 109 million in total.
Ay, hindi po na-release.
Anong hindi na-release?
It was never released sa amin po.
Yeah,
Sa region.
Yes po, sa region, sa Catanduanes.
Secding, may we be clarified? There is a budget, but it has not been released to the region or by the region. Where is the money now?
By the region.
It's in the regional office.
It's in the regional office.
Hindi na-release.
Ay, hindi na-release ng DA. Hindi na-release ng
Engineer
DA.
De Mesa, please.
Because may sumunod pang bagyo after that eh.
Oh.
Napunta puro
Okay.
sa ano.
Engineer De Mesa, please. Where is the money now?
In the regional office probably.
Point of order.
Yes, Honorable Suarez.
It seems like the department is not
In sync.
agreeing with their own numbers. Can I ask for a 1 minute suspension so that they can agree amongst themselves? Because kami mga congressman nalilito eh. I would expect that
the
they'll have a
extent of a
unified
suspension
answer.
because we have a lot of members in the pipeline. May we request?
Yes.
Duly noted and accepted. Is that acceptable to the
Yes.
Honorable Teves? Honorable Alonto? They have been directed to do such. They have been directed to do such. So may we remind all resource persons to address the chair prior to speaking in this honorable hearing. Okay, that's well noted. Does the Honorable Teves does he still have time? Yeah. You have consumed 5 minutes and 28 seconds. May we request the DA family to address the concern of the Honorable Teves. May we now proceed to the next member who would wish to interpellate the DA family. The Honorable Senior Deputy Minority Leader, Paul Daza. Please proceed.
Hello. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to everyone. It was mentioned earlier, which I believe is true. We all support increasing the budget of the DA, but one of the problems of the department is the low absorptive capacity. So please allow me to ask, in the 2021, you had continuing appropriations of 4.2 billion for 2021. How much of the 4 billion is still unutilized as of today? Nako, tagal nito. Meron pa akong dapat alam nila. Hindi. Kailangan sabihin. Hindi nila alam. Kasi they should know. Ayaw lang niya sabihin. Alam niya yun. Yung finance, alam na alam niya. Oh, yung finance is...
The DA family, please.
Madam Chair, the records show that the unobligated balances is 808,299,000.
Okay, thank you for that. But my question is, well, let me follow up. What remains to be undisbursed? Kasi maglalaps na yun eh. End of the year. Correct. Kasi, next question po. We give
Let's
them.
wait for the budget officer who knows.
May we request the budget officers and the pertinent finance officers of the DA family to be here inside? Kasi tumatagal tayo eh. Tsaka parang naririnig nila. I believe we are not connected to the other. I'm not sure. Are we connected to the other room? Are they hearing sa ibang department?
Madam Chair, to expedite, because my next question was, and maybe they could already speak among themselves, and I know they have the information. We also, to the DA family, from what I recall in the Bayanihan one, we augmented the DA's budget in 2020 of almost 15 billion to 14.7. So I also wanted to ask what remains to be unobligated and undisbursed for 2021 and the Bayanihan fund that we gave to the DA.
Sa Bayanihan.
So the next question is, you guys want more budget, but you can't use it.
Doon sa Bayanihan.
Madam Chair, if I may. No, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. For the Bayanihan, two, we have a disbursement of 22 billion or a 96% disbursement rate as of December 31, 2021, Your Honor.
Madam Chair, so for 2021, the 4.2 billion continuing appropriations and the 14.7, what remains to be unobligated and total undisbursed? You have that in your monthly reports.
Madam Chair, out of the 4.2 billion unused appropriation, we have a reverted appropriation of around 2.1. And our carryover balances for this year is around 2.1 billion for the Office of the Secretary. So we have obligated around 822 million.
Disbursed.
She said 2.1.
Your Honor.
Okay, did you say that 2.1 billion has been reverted?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for your honesty. But we're here to help the agency and to come up with the best budget possible that can be utilized. Because it doesn't make sense to budget and then we don't use it. So for the Bayanihan 1 and 2, just a shortcut. We're here to help the department. What remains unutilized and undisbursed from the Bayanihan budget that the House gave to the DA?
For the Bayanihan budget last year, Your Honor, our unobligated, which was reverted, is about uh, ito po. Is about 339 million, Your Honor. Ito po yung na-revert.
Okay, I'm sure meron pa kayong hindi nagagamit. How much is that?
Reverted na po to as of December 31, Your Honor. Hindi na po siya talaga nagamit. Kabayanihan.
For 2020 and 2021.
Yes, sir.
Do you have any continuing appropriations for either Bayanihan 1 or 2?
Per laws, Your Honor, we are not allowed to continue the budget for the Bayanihan for 2022.
Okay, so what remains undisbursed?
As of December 31, Your Honor, our unpaid obligation is about a billion for the Bayanihan, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you for that. If we don't extend the validity of the 2022 GAA, because your disbursement ratio is only 25% as of June 30, 2022, I estimate you have about 56 billion undisbursed. Do you have a projected amount that will not be utilized and disbursed by year end of the 75 billion pesos? Just a rough estimate.
Your Honor, for the disbursement, Your Honor, that will depend upon the delivery of the goods and services for this year. But for the obligation, we were directed to fully utilize our budget until December. So we are really trying our best para po maubos po natin itong budget po natin for this year.
Okay, but you still have billions unobligated, correct?
Opo.
How much as of today?
As of August 15, Your Honor, we have an unobligated balance both for the Office of the Secretary and the attached agencies of about 25 billion.
Thank you. Madam Chair, to save time and to prepare more adequately for the plenary debates, may you, can I request you to please have the agencies submit to my office the following reports: a comparative analysis of the slow-moving and the fast-moving PAPs for the last 3 years in the DA and attached agencies, the National Rice Program for the last 3 years, both financial and operational reports, the Rice Competitive Enhancement Program for the last 3 years, also for the financial and operations report, and the SAAD last 3 years financial and operations report. Madam Chair, could you direct them?
The family is hereby directed to comply, but please furnish the Committee on Appropriations a copy as well. Any further question, Honorable Daza?
Yes.
How many more minutes?
I'd like to ask Nia, the NIA administrator. I know he's new, but just as a general principle, when an agency makes commitments and assurances to the House members, should that be complied with?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And when promises and assurances are given to the House and they're not complied with for over a year, what do you think is the best recourse for the House to do as it relates to your agency?
Rather than talking about the past, Mr. Chair, the new administration will comply with the promises of the past administration, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. I hope the good administrator will fulfill the promises made to certain members of the House, including myself.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I will personally assure that, Mr. Chair.
Could you explain to us the impact of devolution to NIA?
Well, basically, Mr. Chair, there's confusion on the delivery of service to the people. Where in the devolution, there's an instruction that we need to devolve all of these communal irrigation systems to the local government, wherein the local government itself are not interested. Most of them are not interested on the devolution. So we are looking into the coming up with the public-public partnership between the national government and the local government. If ever it will be possible, then I think the local government can be interested in the devolution, because basically on the management side, it will give them really a hard time on maintaining and of course the coming up with the sustainability operations on the irrigation system.
With that,
Mr. Chair.
may we request you, Secretary Porta, to submit a comparative analysis between devolved and renationalized irrigation services and submit that to the Honorable Dasa as well as the Committee on Appropriation. With due courtesy to the Honorable Paul Dasa, you have consumed your time, but we...
Last question.
Last question, please. Please proceed.
How do you benchmark as it relates to your budget, your performance, productivity, and all of that? And what sort of reports could you provide myself and the Honorable Mark Go and the committee on your KPIs?
Well, basically, Mr. Chair, we of course we are being budgeted based on the proposals on the projects, no. But sad to say, there are lots of backlogs, and of course, we will base it all in the accomplishment, but we encountered a lot of problems, especially on the right-of-way issue, on the feasibility study, but we are addressing it already, and we will be communicating with the House of Representatives.
The question was actually, how will you benchmark your deliverables versus your KPIs? Maybe would you have yardsticks for that we can, the oversight committee of the Committee on Appropriation can follow through? Maybe what you can put there is, ito yung inyong deliverables, ito yung benchmark, nasaan na tayo at this point of time?
Well, we have, based on the master plan, we have the numbers naman, no? And again, of course, the instruction of the President is, it's not what we deliver now, but it's more of a finish everything in 6 years. No? Not actually finish, but at least to roll out everything within 6 years. So we have a very high goal, but again...
but just aim for the doable, no? Because it will be very difficult.
We will do that,
Narinig mo kanina,
Madam
di
Chair.
ba, yung may mga promises, what do we do with it?
Yeah.
Actually, I admire you for your bold answer, but usually many of the promises are not fulfilled. So it's very difficult to keep an open promise. But with that, Mr. Chair, may we request Honorable Antiporda to submit yardsticks so that the chairman of the members of the House of Representatives, after the budget hearing, we will be exercising our powers, our oversight powers. So dun na makikita yung yardsticks. May we now proceed to the next member who will interpolate, the Honorable Arnan Panaligan from the majority.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Let me proceed. So good afternoon to our officials from the DA. As a representative of a district as a major rice producer, I am pleased to know that the agriculture sector received a considerable increase in its allocation from 117.2 billion pesos in 2022 to 163.7 billion pesos for 2023. And of this amount, 30.55 billion pesos has been earmarked for the National Rice Program. My district is a major rice producer, Oriental Mindoro. So I am glad to know that you have earmarked this amount for the rice program. And it was mentioned in the presentation of Yusek Sombilia that one of the objectives of the food security program
is to increase and improve the income of farmers. So my question relates to the impact of the rice tariffication law to the income of palay farmers. We cannot avoid discussing the rice tariffication law if we talk about the need to increase the income of rice farmers. We do not question the need to ensure adequate food supply through importation if necessary. So kaya daw po merong batas na ganito para matiyak na meron tayong sufficient supply of rice at affordable prices. No? Sa pag-supply ng bigas sa murang halaga. We do not question that. Pero bukod po sa food security, mahalaga naman din yung income security ng farmers. At ang naging hinain ng ating mga magkasaka, mga nakakausap ko sa aking distrito, ay mula nung na-implement ang Rice Tariffication Law 2019, bumagsak, na-depress ang presyo ng palay every harvest, ano? Sa average of 13 pesos to 15 pesos per kilo. Dati-rati, naglalaro sa 20 pesos to 22 pesos per kilo ang presyo ng palay, no? Pero bumagsak yan dahil daw sa Rice Tariffication Law. So, nakaka-apekto yan sa income ng ating farmers at sa ating poverty alleviation effort. So, ang aking pong gustong alamin, puntuhin, nakarating ba sa Department of Agriculture ang hinaing ng mga farmers hinggil sa bagay na ito, yung mababang presyo ng palay tuwing anihan, at pangalawa, meron bang pag-aaral na or evaluation ang Department of Agriculture tungkol nga sa impact ng Rice Tariffication Law sa income ng ating mga magkasaka. At meron ba kayong mga recommendation para ma-moderate, ma-temper, ma-mitigate, or ma-cushion yung impact ng Rice Tariffication Law sa income naman ng ating mga magkasaka?
Madam Chair, if I can respond. Yes, Congressman, actually, at the very beginning of the RTL, implementation of the RTL, we really noticed farm gate prices, went down, no? And that's not only because of the RTL, but also because of the back-to-back typhoons that took place in some of the areas wherein talagang nabasa yung mga palay, and they really have to unload those, otherwise they will not be able to sell them already at a reasonable price. Narinig po namin na may mga areas po na 8 pesos hanggang 10 pesos yung kanilang pagbenta ng palay, but that is because of the pagka-soak nila. Kaya kung nakikita ninyo, yung RTL provides already drying facilities to the farmers. But but at the later period, if you look at the data, the drop of farm gate prices in the recent period is now much slower than the drop of consumer prices. Kung nakikita po ninyo ngayon yung recent data, mas malaki no po ang pagbaba ng retail prices ng rice, which is really benefiting the consumers at yung as compared to the drop, to the decrease in farm gate prices. Yung sinasabi ninyong 20 pesos, 22 pesos, that was the time of 2018. Wherein talagang nasa talagang very unusual years yon. Talagang umaabot pa nga ng 24 pesos per kilo yung Kasi wala po talaga tayong supply. Okay? And that, I think, the one that pushed the passage of the RTL. At that price naman, magkano po naman ang consumer prices natin, ang retail prices natin? Nasa 45, nasa 50, nasa 60 po. So that was already a balancing of the market, no? We're really trying to reach a equilibrium, and I think the rice tariffication law is now doing that, no? The good thing with this law is that all the excesses which we were discussing about a while ago, or the excess revenue, aside from the 10 billion that goes directly to the farmers through the GAA, all the excesses are also flowed back to the farmers.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah,
Madam Chairman, point of order.
Yes, please proceed, Kong Teves.
Yeah, I was told that I was number 4 in the majority. Bakit ito na yung pang-apat na majority? Bakit hindi ako tinawag? At isa pa, again, I would like to repeat that kung may mag-raise ng point of order, dapat hindi binumute because we are destroying parliamentary procedures.
We apologize,
Congressman. I raised a priority motion, which is a point of order, and I was always muted. It's bastos, I'm sorry to say. Walang ganyanan.
I'm
number 4, I'm not number 5.
Congressman Teves, we really apologize. There was a miscommunication because there are 2 Congressman Teves, but of course you're the most senior. Please proceed with your interpellation.
Okay, thank you. But sa request lang ako walang bastusan. Pag point of order. Anyway, ganito. Sorry. Let me cool down a little bit. Good morning, good afternoon everybody. Ang ganda nung sinabi ni Benny Antiporda na finish everything in 6 years. Tanong ko lang sa mga tao natin sa gobyerno, seryoso ba tayo pagtulong kay President BBM para sa ating food security? First question, naniniwala ba kayo na halos walang epekto ang 20 to 50 million FMR binibigay every year? Next, kanina may binanggit si El Rey, which was very good, na ang kailangan pa, anong tanong ni El Rey, sinagot ng DA, kailangan pa natin 70,000 kilometers times 12 million, which is about 840 billion. I divided it by 6. It's equivalent to 140 billion per year. So ngayon, may proposal ako na 1 billion per agricultural district per year. Anong masasabi nyo sa proposal ko noon na 1 billion per agricultural district per year? At sana wag nyo sabihin sa akin na walang pera dahil taon-taon meron tayong more than 200 billion na unused or unspent appropriation. Pangatlo, sa NIA, para tayo mga food security, kailangan natin ng daan at tubig. More than 3 years na yung dam na project ko sa distrito ko, FS pa rin hanggang ngayon, funded yun ng between 30 to 50 million. Tingin ko, kung hindi man ninanakaw, ewan ko anong ginagawa ng third party na gumagawa ng FS, kung may kasabwat ba ito sa loob. Next, how much is production cost of upland rice per kilo? Dahil nagko-concentrate tayo sa paddy rice, kulang tayo ng bigas. Ang alam ko kasi kalahati lang. Kaya sana sagutin niyo ako magkano per kilo yung upland rice because I know it's only half the price of paddy rice. Then why don't we turn all our Cogona lands into upland rice areas? Next, let's go to sugar. Nagmamahal yung sugar natin dahil sa transportation cost. Bakit hanggang ngayon hindi pa rin binabalik yung mill districting policy na dapat pwede ka lang sa Bisaya, magpagaling, you mill your canes to the nearest sugar mill that will lower the cost per kilo of sugar sa buong bansa. No? So, one more, merong mention rin kanina sa absorptive capacity. Bakit hindi binibigay sa mga distrito na mataas yung absorptive capacity yung pera na mas marami? Because sa distrito ko, I had so many times been 100% in absorptive capacity and yet I'm getting a very low budget. That's all for now. I want the answers.
Thank you very much, Kong Teves. Quick response please from Nia dun sa sinabing unfinished dam.
Yes, basically napa-procure na po yan, naibigay na po sa isang consultancy firm yan. But to say it took them 2 years or more na maibalik. Well,
so you said Antiporda, just the timeline. Is there a possibility that the concern of the Honorable Teves will be addressed?
It will be recalled. The feasibility study will be recalled and it will be taken care of by the office of the administrator na lahat po ng overstaying ng mga consultancy.
I believe this question is about the unfinished dam. Yung unfinished dam.
No, it's the feasibility study.
Okay.
Okay, lahat po ng nasa consultancy firm na tumagal na po ng taon, i-recall na po lahat yan. At Magka-in-house na po kami, by admin na po gagawin namin.
Okay, thank you for that. The next concern, Honorable Secretary Ding Panganiban, was the allocation of at least 1 billion per province. We have your commitment to look at that, no, for the FMR. The issue on the sugar, kung pwede daw mababaan yung per kilo, maybe who can answer that?
Excuse me, ma'am. Excuse me,
Proceed.
Madam Chairman, not per province, per agricultural district. 1 billion per agricultural district, which is about 150 billion.
So we have how many districts?
Estimate ko 150 yung agricultural districts.
Okay, the DA family will look into that. Basically, the context there is equitable allocation, plus leadership. Yun siguro. Okay. And we have been assured, Honorable Teves, that the DA family will look into that. On the issue on sugar, reduction of price.
It was already answered. The price that the
No. Excuse me. Sorry, Madam Chair. My question on the reduction of price was the implementation of the meal district policy. Hindi ka pwede magpagiling ng cane mo sa mas malayo na central dahil mas tataas yung production cost ng sugar natin.
Okay. Yung milling ng sugar cane. So, sir, can you please answer? Yeah, please introduce yourself, your name and your position, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. I'm Attorney Brandon Noroña, Deputy Administrator for Admin and Finance Officer. Well,
name, please.
Attorney Brandon Noroña.
Okay, please proceed.
Well, to answer the question of Congressman Teves, titingnan po namin yung possibility na yung mga mill district offices, millers po, na kung saan lang po malapit, doon na lang din po yung... Opo, we will look into it and we will study kung paano po ang magagawa ng isa.
And you believe that the suggestion, recommendation of the Honorable Teves is really laudable?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we... Yes, Honorable Teves?
Ang ilang taon na yan nila sinasabi na pag-aaralan hanggang ngayon walang nangyayari. At yan yung matagal ng palisiyan. Dapat ginawa na yan. Dapat ginawa na yan.
Yeah, we assure you, Honorable Teves, that after the budget deliberations, the Committee on Appropriations, headed by the Honorable Chairman, will exercise its oversight powers. So rest assured that after budget signing, we will keep on working to make sure that commitments are complied with. On the issue of absorptive capacity, we have the imprimatur from the Honorable Senior Undersecretary that your recommendation that allocation will be based on absorptive capacity will be strongly considered.
Yes.
I believe all your questions has been answered. Do you have any further?
Wala pa, ma'am. Wala pa ang sa upland rice.
Upland rice, Asset de Mesa, please.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, Honorable Congressman. Normally po, pag upland rice, 8 to 9 pesos the cost to produce per kilo. But since the volume, the yield is much lower than the irrigated rice area, then at the end of the day, lalabas po mas mahal pa rin because of the volume is lower than the actual po natin sa irrigated rice.
Sorry, tinatanong ko lang magkano yung cost. Hindi mo pwede sabihin magmamahal dahil maliit. Kaya nga, tinanong ko yung cost per kilo, hindi cost per hectare, cost per kilo ng upland rice. If it's lower, then it's lower. If it's higher, then it's higher.
8 to 9 pesos.
How much is paddy rice? Madam Chair, how much is paddy rice?
For paddy rice, it's 12 to 13 pesos per kilo.
It's lower. Don't tell me it's higher when it's lower. I know it's lower. I studied agriculture. Gusto ko lang lumabas sa bunganga nyo. So ngayon, ang request ko, lahat ng Cogona lands natin, i-transform natin into upland rice areas. Then we get lower, cheaper rice for the whole country. Sana lang pakinggan nyo ako.
Yes, Honorable Congressman Teves, your recommendations are well noted, and may we request the DA family that there are occasions that you can consult with one of our agriculture experts, the Honorable Teves. Please do so. So with that,
Congressman, Madam Chair,
yes, last question, please.
O may oras pa naman ako. Ang lastly tanong ko, kung hindi nila sinunod yung 1 billion per district per year, kailan pa matatapos yung daan natin na 70,000 kilometers? Tama lang yung figures ko sa 6 years ni President BBM. Kaya sana lang paglaanan nila ng panahon at pag-aaral at gawin na, hindi lang pag-aralan.
Yes, nasagot po nila yan. The answer was 39 years and we are looking for the new proposal to reduce that. May we now proceed to the next interpellator, Honorable Teves. Thank you very much. I-ano nyo ha, involve Congressman Teves. He's an agricultural expert and he is nakababad talaga yan sa Negros Oriental and Occidental. May we now proceed with the Honorable Arnan Panaligan to proceed to continue his questions. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Anyway, I got the essence of the reply of Yusek Sombilia regarding the RTL, the reason for the RTL. Well, ang akin lang namang punto ay, although yun nga, no, we desire to have an adequate supply, steady supply of affordable rice, no. But then, ang punto ko, we should sacrifice ang welfare, ang income ng ating mga farmers sa rural areas, no. We can balance it. Kaya nga ang aking tanong kanina, meron ba kayong pag-aaral kung paano mamoderate, matetemper, makukusyon yung effect ng RTL sa income nating farmers, ano? So yung need na merong affordable na bigas para sa consumers, hindi naman dapat ang isasacrifice natin ay ang income ng ating mga farmers.
Yes.
No? And nabanggit ko kanina, ina-address daw yan ng mga makinarya, etc. Mabalik tayo dun sa absorptive capacity nga, ano. I have been a local government executive for a long time, mayor, governor. Matagal talagang dumating. Yun na naman mga certified seats yung replacement, ano. Nagugulat ako, dumarating ng mga binhi. Pero yan daw para doon sa bagyong dumating noong 2019. Ganun katagal ang delivery ng inyong mga inputs, ano. Pag makinarya, lalo ng ganon. Sa aking city na pinanggalingan, when I was mayor, nung previous term, meron 35 farmers associations. So far, after 4 years noong RTL law, isa pa lamang farmers association ang bibigyan ng mga makinarya. So anong epekto? How can you cushion ang paghirap ng farmers dahil sa RTL, sa tariffication, kung mabagal naman yung mga supposed na mga interventions ninyo?
Madam Chair, may I?
Please proceed.
Yes, just as I have already mentioned a while ago, Akong, no, medyo na-stabilize na rin na po yung pagbagsak ng farm gate prices if you look at the statistics. But in addition to that, all of the interventions of the RTL, gaya ng sinasabi ko, is really to increase the yield level and to reduce the cost of production, which means to say, mas malaki ang dapat papasok na income ng mga farmers. Okay? So that is actually the objectives. And I think we are already seeing that. I don't know if Phil Rice is here, but the latest study that they have, there are already increases in the yield levels between those that are under the RTL beneficiaries and the non-RTL beneficiaries. Plus, hindi ko po alam bakit sinasabi ninyo na isa lang kooperatiba pa ang nabibigyan ng machinery.
Sa aming city, no? Na hindi
sa inyong city, okay. Meron na rin po, medyo malawak na rin po ang nabibigyan ng mga farm machineries based on the last progress report ng PhilMec sa amin. So, yung integrated delivery ng mga support services ng RTL to the farmers are really, showing signs of really supporting the rice industry. In addition to that, nakita po ninyo naman sa presentation na we're also looking at the value chain. So kailangan talaga natin na yung ating mga farmers will really have to have some incomes from other activities, farm activities or farm-related activities. So kaya ini-strengthen din po natin yung mga the value chain and the value-adding opportunities sa rice, not only sa rice, pero sa ibang mga commodities po. So I think with all of those, we hope that, we will be able to also, raise the incomes of farmers kung mai-implement po ang DA programs and projects as we indicated in the plan. Salamat po. Thank you, Madam Chair.
May we now?
Do you still have time?
Actually, the time is up. But you have 10 seconds.
I reserved that for the second round.
Okay. Okay. Now, from the part of the minority, may we recognize the gorgeous Honorable Bernadette Herrera D.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pag nag-giveaway pala, may gorgeous na kasama. Anyway, Madam Chair, through you, Madam Chair, I'd like to ask sa Department of Agricultural Family, what is the total proposed appropriation for capital outlay ng DA-OSEC?
Director, please proceed.
Apo. Your Honor, for 2023, for the Office of the Secretary, our proposed capital outlay is about 31 billion.
So 31 billion. Kasi dun sa page 95 ng NEP, nakalagay 29,835,562,000. Tapos pag inad ko yung breakdown, yung general administrative and support to operations, technical and support programs, agri-machinery and equipment, agri and fishery, locally funded, that's 28.8. Anin po dito? Kasi tatlo po yung figures na lumalabas sa inyong NEP.
Yung pong sa 31 billion, Your Honor, kasama po dun yung automatic APRO namin.
Eh yung dun sa 29 and 28, anong difference ng 28 sa 29? 28 billion saka sa 29 billion.
28 billion, Your Honor.
Yes, when you add general administration and support operations, tech and support services, agri-machinery, agri and fishery, and locally funded and foreign assisted. Madam Chair.
Your Honor, a minute, pwede po.
Yeah. Madam Chair, if I may give a breakdown para mas makita po nila kung ano po yung sinasabi ko.
Director. Sige.
Madam Chair, siguro mamaya explain po nila sa akin so we can proceed. Nahiya naman po ako marami.
Yes. Do you still have other questions?
Yes, I still have plenty, Madam Chair. My next question, may continuation to nung kay Kong Arlene Brosas. Naka-receive kayo ng 5.4 billion from unprogrammed appropriations as support for infrastructure projects and social programs. Ano po yung mga programs and projects? Pwede niyo po bang isubmit dito sa committee and to my office kung ano po yung mga programs and projects under that allotment?
So utilization, allocation of the unprogrammed fund.
Sana masubmit po yung detalye at saka bakit po siya wala sa regular program ng DA.
Then program fund that you're referring to is under DA, exclusively for DA, or is
Yes,
that?
it's 5.4 billion under support for infrastructure projects and social programs. It's for
Okay.
the Department of Agriculture.
Yeah, the DA takes note of that. Please proceed to your
Sana
next
po
question.
masubmit, and I'd like to know why they, saan po galing yung unprogrammed fund na yun?
The source of the program fund will be submitted by the DBM representative who is now present in our Zoom.
Okay, sana po masubmit pati yung detalye kung anong programs and projects for
Well
that one.
noted, ma'am.
And then ang next question ko, why is it yung unprogrammed funds, na, halos naubos nila yung 6.1 billion eh. Ang natira na lang doon is 11 million. Pero sa agency-specific budget, 1.4 billion ang unobligated allotment. So,
may we request the
I'd like to
response
know
from
the
the
answer to
budget
that.
officer?
Ma'am, paulit po ma'am, pwede. Ano po yun?
Okay, yung unprogrammed fund nyo, 6.1 billion yon. Ang natira na lang doon is 11.3 million. So ibig sabihin halos na-utilize nyo yung buo. Walang natira halos, 11 million na lang. Pero sa agency-specific budget nyo, under the 35 billion obligated, ang unobligated allotment nyo is 1.4 billion. So malaki.
I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but when I was hearing it from DBM, the explanation was that the program fund is for specific allocation. Ito kasi dito yung unobligated nila, the reasons for it being unobligated is by way of implementation of other programs contained in the GAA. And I believe maybe the Honorable Bernadette Herrera can sit down with the budget officers.
Yes, I'd like to know, kasi kung kaya naman pala nilang gastos silang mabilisan yun, bakit sa ibang bagay
Magkaiba
hindi
kasi
nila
yung
kaya?
item eh. Noong program fund nila dito sa regular.
Baka pwedeng pasagutin po natin sila, Madam Chair.
Yeah, maybe request a response from the budget officer.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, for the 5.4 billion kanina, that is only solely intended for the rice cash assistance. Yun po ang program na yun. Iisa lang pong item yun. Yun po yung kasama dun sa special provision na excess.
Basically, what you're saying, ma'am, is that program fund is for the rice subsidy. So mas madali mo siyang i-disburse. The unobligated are pertaining to what programs? Yung unobligated na wala sa program fund,
1.4
yung
billion
kanina,
yan, Madam Chair.
yung tinatanong kanina ni Congressman Dasa, paano mabibilisan yung utilization?
Kung ang tinatanong po ni Madam ay yung 1.4 na program, wala po akong
No. What she's asking is yung mga unobligated pa.
Unobligated po.
Yung sagot mo kasi kanina was
Yes, ma'am, Madam. For our unobligated, we were directed to fully utilize our budget at the end of the year. Magagamit po natin yon. Nasa ano po sila, procurement process.
In other
Madam
words, you
Chair.
did not start the procurement kasi wala pang actual cash. Yan yung nangyari.
Madam
It's
Chair,
programmed. Yes,
2021
ma'am.
po ito, not 2022.
Yes, that was the response actually earlier. Bago lang lumabas yung notice that it is funded. Bayanihan nata to, no? Sa bayanihan.
Hindi po yata ito bayanihan, Madam Chair.
What's the unobligated fund that you're referring to?
Agency-specific budget po nila to.
Yeah, but can you have the specific program?
That's why tinatanong ko po sila eh. Kasi ito po yung out of the 35 billion obligated, 1.4 billion remains unobligated.
So maybe...
Madam Chair, can we just have a one-on-one on the
Discussion.
Opo, para po mas makita po namin.
Pero very quickly lang, no? May pondo kayo. Okay, may naiwan daw sa agency budget. May naiwan na unobligated na 1.4. What is that item in your record? Yung unobligated.
Not unless I see the
Okay.
the details, Madam. But
Okay.
kung ito po ay carry over, gagamitin pa po
Madam
namin.
Chair,
Yes, it's 2021 budget.
iba po yung carry over na sinasabi niya na dinidiscuss ni Kong Paul kanina. Yung carry over was carry over of 2.4 billion from the 2020 budget. That's entirely different from what I'm questioning now. And kaya nga po kami nagtatanong because the specifics should be known by DA and not us. That's why we are asking.
Yeah.
So kayo po dapat ang sumagot, ano ang programs and projects that are not obligated, ano yung nawala kasi hindi nagamit.
Secding, maybe you need more people siguro sa finance. Oo. You have an USEC, also an ASEC for finance or wala? May USEC kayo for finance, may ASEC for finance, and then aside from the directors? Yeah, aside from the director, you have also an USEC for admin and finance? Wala.
Madam Chair.
So wala ngayon.
Opo. Are you referring to the unspent appropriation?
Unobligated allotment, ma'am.
An unobligated allotment. Okay, ma'am, we have a detail that we can submit to you.
Please.
Opo.
Yes, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, dudugtungan ko na rin kasi ito po yung hindi natanong din ni Paul kanina, ni SDML Paul. Pakisubmit na rin po yung 6.7 billion na continuing appropriation kasi marami rin po dito ay unreleased and unobligated appropriations. Kindly submit na lang din po to my office. Through you, Madam Chair.
Before the DA family answers, I really can't accept that the DA does not have a USEC or even an ASEC for finance. Maski OIC yan, USEC or ASEC pa rin yun eh. So may we know who is the Undersecretary for Finance. Because, you know, it will be very difficult for us to be defending your budget and the USEC concerned is not here.
Madam Chair, and it seems they're not ready. Parang hindi po
I
nila...
believe the problem is the USEC or ASEC concerned, the one handling admin and finance, should be here para matulungan niya yung direktor. At kapag may mga kailangan, kunyari kailangan ng dagdag na tao, kung may mga kailangan, he should be here. So, Secretary, why is he on the other side? Is he a member of the family or is he intending to resign? Kasi kanina pa siya labas ng labas eh. He has to help his people. Yusek Bacayo, can you take your seat, please? Yusek, pasensya na. That's why we're calling you. I understand you're the OIC Yusek for Admin and Finance. Yusek Bacayo.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yeah, kasi kanina pa kami nagsisimula, hindi ka namin nakikita. Nakita ka namin sandali, labas ka ng labas. And there are a lot of concerns pertaining to budgets, obligations, and utilization. So you're confirming that you're the USEC for Admin and Finance?
Yes, for the meantime, Your Honor.
But that's still the same. Even if it's for long, for the meantime or hindi, you are the USEC for Admin and Finance.
Yes, Madam Chair.
You should not be hiding. You should be here. And you should be helping your directors defend your budget.
Sorry, Madam Chair.
May we inquire why you have not been here for several hours? Are you still a member of the DA family?
Yes, Madam Chair. Sorry, Madam Chair.
For the Honorable Senior USEC, Sec Ding, I believe you have to police your people. Hindi naman po araw-araw ang budget hearing eh. Nahihirapan nga tayong sumagot dito kasi labas ng labas yung mga opisyal. May we now request the director to please respond? Or may we request Yusek Bacayo to answer? The question was actually out of your agency's budget, there's a 1.4 billion unobligated. Kaya ang tanong, bakit naubos yung unprogrammed fund pertaining to rice subsidies, pero dito merong 1.4 billion na unobligated? What's the answer, please?
Madam Chair, I will confer with my director, Madam Chair.
Okay, while waiting, may we request further questions? The Secretariat is taking note of that.
Thank you. Yung next question ko regarding the 6.7 billion continuing appropriation, ganun din, may unreleased appropriation, may mayroong unobligated amounts. I hope they can send us details kasi every time hindi nagagastos to, may mga programs and projects na hindi nagagawa. And we have to know here in Congress kung ano yung nawala para makadecide tayo better what to do with our budget for the next year. So I hope that can be submitted to the committee. Last question na lang, Madam Chair, regarding...
Please proceed with your last question.
Sana po masubmit. Regarding farm-to-market roads, magkano po per kilometer yung actual cost ng farm-to-market roads natin, Madam Chair?
The answer earlier was 12M.
Oh, 12 million. So hanggang ngayon, same kasi from last year, 12 million. I think the previous year's 12 million. Marami na pong nangyari. 12 million pa rin po.
May we request Engineer Rico to answer that? The question is, ganyan pa rin ba hanggang next year considering the fluctuation in dollar to peso?
Prices of a lot of things have changed.
Honor, we will be updating with the PWH and DBM. Yeah. Yes, Your Honor.
Here. Engineer Rico, I believe the updating should be now because we're dealing with the 2023 budget. Please suggest it correspond.
Yes, yes.
They're going. Can you give us the adjustment by next week? Maybe you can have a call with DPWH people.
Yeah, we have already. It's costing 15.
Magkano?
15.
So can we now go to 15? 15 na ang gamitin nyo.
Madam Chair.
Yes, ano
If I
po?
may, kung 15, pero dito sa computation na nasa NEP, it's still at 12 million. It's still at 12.
It will be shorter. It will be less than a kilometer.
All right. Para lang po on record na as sa NEP, pag titignan natin, it's 12 million pa rin. So if it's 15 million, then at least we could do some adjustments here in the committee.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I look forward
At
to
this
the
point of
answers to my
time,
questions, please. Thank you very much.
We will comply. At this point of time, may we recognize the Honorable Deputy Majority Leader from Iloilo, the Honorable Lawrence Defensor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question for Yusek Mercedita Sombilia. Yusek Sombilia, are you around? Good afternoon, ma'am. Yusek, the 13 billion Halaur Dam is currently under construction in the province of Iloilo. And Iloilo is the 5th largest producer of rice. The Halaur Dam is set to irrigate an increased 31,000 hectares and is set to double rice production from 140,000 metric tons to 300,000 metric tons. In line with the President's thrust to increase rice production and lower the cost of rice, is there a specific policy or program, at least in the department, that can support these dam-irrigated farms or areas to maximize their benefit and meet their targets through increased allocation in the RCEF, increased allocation for FMR networks, increased allocation for fertilizer subsidy, agri-machinery and equipment and seeds? Is there a specific policy?
Madam Chair, may I ask my colleague to respond to that? The operations.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Honorable Congressman. On the part of the rice program, we are prioritizing, Madam Chair, all clustered associations, including irrigators associations, to receive interventions coming from the Department of Agriculture, including seed support, fertilizer, and machineries. So, Madam Chair, including credit. So,
yes,
we are prioritizing actually farm consolidation, so which include ito pong ating irrigators association, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Asek Dimesa. What I'm trying to point out is I hope that there will be a specific policy for dam-irrigated areas like the Haraul Basin, the Chico Basin in Cagayan, the Balog-Balog in Tarlac. Kasi po kung lahat naman tinutulungan natin, hindi natin na ma-maximize yung benefit ng ini-irrigate ng NIA na dapat doon i-increase yung rice production. So I hope that you will look into Iloilo to increase their allocation for RCEF, FMR for 2023. Kasi once the dam is operational, how can we meet doubling the rice production kung pare-pareho lang kami? So thank you, ASEC. I hope you will look into that and make a specific policy. And next question, maybe for ASEC de Mesa also and USEC Sombilia. There is a map in the NEP presentation of DA on the regional allocation under the 2023 NEP. I can see that Region 3 has 11 billion, Region 1, 6 billion, Region 2, 8 billion, and all of the rest of the regions, including Region 5, Region 6, Region 7, nasa 2 billion, 1 billion, 3 billion lang. May I know what is the explanation for the clear disparity in budget allocation for this map by the Department of Agriculture? Kasi katulad sa amin, 5th largest kami. Between Region 3 and Region 6, 11 billion and 2 billion. That's a big difference. So can you please help us understand the allocation?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It depends on the priority po, dear Congressman. But mostly naka-anchor po ito sa majority commodities natin, banner programs, especially rice, corn. But you're correct, Madam Chair, dear Congressman. Very important po yung Iloilo, especially on our analysis,
yes.
Region 6. If we focus on Iloilo, napakalaki po talaga ng potential. And if we can increase the yield level potential to at least the national average of 4.19 metric tons per hectare, talaga pong maiiwasan na po natin ng importation.
Thank you, ASEC de Mesa. I'll send a formal communication to the DA regarding our concerns. I will support your budget as long as you will, I hope, recalibrate the distribution of allocations para naman matulungan ninyo yung may potential like our area where the Halaur Dam will be operational. Thank you, Chair. That's all. Thank you, ma'am.
So thank you very much, Congressman Defensor. Let's now hear from the minority, the Honorable Raul Manuel from Kabataan Party List.
Magandang hapon, Madam Chair. Magandang hapon din sa mga panauhin natin mula sa Department of Agriculture. Yung una ko pong tanong ay tungkol sa excess tariff revenues na nakolekta ng ating pamahalaan. Kasi from 2019 to 2022 ay meron tayong excess tariff revenues na 16.6 billion pesos. Tama po ba? Okay. So ang tanong po natin, dahil ito dapat ay maging direct cash assistance sa ating mga magsasaka, na-distribute na ba ito at ilan ang mga beneficiaries?
Madam Chair, for last year, 2021, we used the 2020 and 2019 excess collection of 7.6 billion pesos, benefiting about 1.5 million rice farmers stealing 2 hectares and below. Halos lahat po ito na-distribute na. For this year, we're using the excess collection of 8.9 billion collected last year. Ongoing po yung distribution natin for the 5,000 peso for each rice farmer, again, tilling 2 hectares and below. Madam Chair, thank you po.
Okay. So yung amount na tinatanggap ng bawat magsasaka ay 5,000. Standard rate po ba yun, Madam Chair?
That's correct po, Madam Chair.
Okay. Tungkol naman sa iba pa nating programa para sa ating mga magsasaka, kasi maliban dun sa nabanggit, galing sa ating excess tariff revenues, kapansin-pansin na ang napoprovide na natin ay pautang para sa ating mga magsasaka. Halimbawa yung 1 billion pesos na expanded rice credit assistance, tsaka yung agricultural credit assistance din. Kaya tanong ko, meron ba tayong pinropose na production subsidy na nasa forma din ng pagbibigay ng tulong na hindi pautang para sa ating mga magsasaka?
Madam Chair, if I may answer again. For 2023 po, about 27 billion is being proposed for production support services. About 19.5 billion will go to fertilizer support under our fertilizer discount voucher program, and the rest will go to seeds, machinery, and other support services, Madam Chair.
Okay. Yung sunod naman po ay tungkol sa fuel assistance. Kasi sa susunod na taon, no, nakalagay na nanghihingi ang ating Department of Agriculture ng 1 bilyong piso, pero merong mga requirements para makuha ito na ating mga magsasaka. Halimbawa, dapat rehistrado, dapat din ay merong pagmamay-aring agrikultural na mga makinarya. Ang question natin, tingin ba ng Department of Agriculture, given yung ganitong mga restrictions, ay kayang ma-disperse at maubos yung perang naka-allot para dito?
Madam Chair, yes po, we are looking forward to implementing the fuel assistance po natin. In fact, for this year, naka 80% na po tayo doon sa atin pong current budget of 500 million under general appropriations. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yung 80%, yan ay as of anong petsa?
As of current po, as of today.
Okay. May isa tayong clarification dun sa nakalagay dun sa materials na pinamahagi ng ating department. Kasi sa Part C for 2023, fuel assistance siya to corn farmers and fisher folk na nasa 1 billion pesos. Pero sa Part D, ang nakalagay lamang ay 510,447,000 pesos for corn farmers. So merong discrepancy dun sa parang nawala yung allotment para sa ating mga fisher folk. So, alin ba talaga dito yung tama na hinihingi ng ating Department of Agriculture?
Madam Chair, pinaghiwalay lang po yung para po sa ating crops, 510 million, but yung fisheries po ay meron din pong allocation of 400. The rest po, balance po noong 1 billion, the rest will go to the fishery sector, Madam Chair.
Saang item nakalagay yung para sa ating mga fisher folk?
Diretso po, papasok po sa budget ng BIFAR.
Okay. Sige. Sunod naman, Madam Chair, tungkol ito sa fertilizer support, no? Kasi meron naman tayo para sa ating mga magsasaka na nasa rice or yung ating mga rice planters. Pero kapansin-pansin na wala yung para sa fertilizer support sa ating mga sugar planters. Bahagi din ba ito ng naging proposal ng Department of Agriculture?
Well, at this point, there is no support that are being provided for as far as fertilizer is concerned under the Sugar Regulatory Administration.
Okay. Nakakapagtaka yun, Madam Chair, na kung ang kagustuhan ng ating departamento ay matulungan yung ating mga magsasaka, lalo na yung maliliit na mga sugar planters, wala sa proposal ng DA yung ganito, given na sobrang taas na rin ang presyo ng fertilizer na ginagamit na ating mga sugar planters. Mula 800 per bag, ngayon nasa 3,200 per bag. No? Kaya ang gusto kong i-probe, bakit hindi ito naisip o na-consider ng ating departamento na maging bahagi ng kanyang proposal, Madam Chair?
Well, under the law, they have some 2 billion pesos for procurement of fertilizer or pesticide, but they are not availing of the amount. So we have to touch base with the SRA to avail of that amount so that they can provide funding to our small farmers under the sugar program.
Pero Madam Chair, given na yung ating departamento, yung inaasahan na dapat ay nakakaalam dun sa pangangailangan ng ating mga sugar planters. So meron itong option na mag-specify na dapat ay merong item para sa support sa fertilizer ng ating sugar planters at mag-propose din kung magkano dapat yung pondo na may aalat dito, Madam Chair.
Okay, we shall talk with the SRA and that, and hope that they can touch base with you also, so that they will be able to program a plan of action that will now be sufficient for them to provide credit to our small sugar planters.
If I heard it correctly, Madam Chair, ang nabanggit ay credit? para sa ating mga sugar planters.
Yeah.
Tama po ba? Oho, yung tinutukoy natin dito, Madam Chair, ay again, hindi credit. No? Bagamat meron tayong mga credit programs, ang hinahanap natin dito ay direct na production subsidy para sa ating mga magsasaka. Kasi nga, lubog na sila sa utang sa matagal na panahon, tapos ang ating magiging solusyon lang din ay pautang. Kaya napakaseryosong omission ito sa bahagi ng Department of Agriculture na hindi naisip na magpanukala ng ganito at iaasa sa Kongreso, no, yung na tayo. Kaya hopefully nga ay naisip din, no, nung ating departamento yung kahalagahan nito, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, if I may answer the question of the Congressman and Deputy Administrative Attorney. We have, in SRA, we have the socialized credit program. So, kasama naman po namin yan sa budget na hinihingi namin. Actually, we have only 1 billion, not 2 billion for under the net. So, titingnan po namin na, Madam Chair, kung paano po namin gagawin o ayusin based on the allocation ng budget under the net.
Okay.
Pero again, we iterate, Madam Chair, na yung proposal ay nanggagaling mismo dun sa departamento and they are in the best position para dapat bago humarap dito sa Kongreso, nailatag na sa atin kung ano talaga yung lahat ng pangangailangan at mag-specify ng amount na ilalaan at aaprubahan ng Kongreso eventually. Yun lamang, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, clarification, Madam Chair.
The Honorable Richard Gomez, please.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I noticed that the ratio population of the minority against the majority is roughly less than 10%. And I noticed that the exchange of questioning is 1:1. One from majority will question, and then after that, the minority will question. Would it be possible, Madam Chair, that instead of doing a 1:1 ratio, will it be possible if we can have 4 or 5 majority representatives asking before?
We'll refer that with the Committee on Rules. Yeah.
But isn't that the discretion of the chairman?
Well, it's
Okay. You know, Madam Chairman, in fairness to other representatives, we've been here since 9 o'clock.
We
And
understand.
plenary is about to start in 30 minutes.
Yeah, we'll have that noted. But for the meantime, if the Honorable Gomez will be amenable, we can proceed quickly with the next interpellator.
I'm hoping, Madam Chair, that you will consider at least 1:4, 1:5.
Yeah, we'll
Questioning for
confer with
majority
the
ratio against the minority. Thank you.
yes, we'll confer with the Committee on Rules and the chairman of the Committee on Appropriation. Revert back to you. The Honorable Alonto Adjong is recognized for his interpellation.
Hello. Hello, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, pardon me if I dispense with the usual pleasantries and go directly to the question, my concern, because of time constraint. Madam Chair, I'd like to, again, just an overview of what they have presented, the DA. Earlier, they have presented the mapping of the priorities, no? The priorities for rice. I believe that's a rice subsidy, Madam Chair. Oh, the national, the budget for the.
Kong, can you move your microphone closer so that the DA family can hear you?
Yeah, can you hear me, Madam Chair?
Yes.
I think there's something wrong with my microphone. Is it okay, na? Yeah, based on the just an overview, I'd like to know the determination of the DA in the allocation for each regional for each region in the national in the rice expenditure program, because they have earlier presented to us the mapping for each region and their corresponding allocation for each of this region. May I know is this partly the ongoing implementation of their programs? Is it based on the yield production of each of the regions, or are there any variables involved in the determination of the allocation per region, Madam Chair?
Madam Chair, mostly for rice, it's based on area po, Madam Chair.
Yes,
Yes po.
thank you for that. Because I noticed, Madam Chair, that in your map, BARMM is absent, is not included in your mapping. Does this mean that the BARMM has no, or the DA has no ongoing programs implemented in the region, in the BARMM? Does this mean that the BARMM do not have any yield or any rice production for the past years, Madam Chair?
Madam Chair, we focus mainly on the 15 other regions outside of the Bangsamoro because of the Bangsamoro Organic Law, Madam Chair.
Is it the understanding, or is it the point? I'm sorry. Is it because of the reason that we've been hearing from other departments that the block grant is all inclusive and all encompassing, that national subsidies are cancelled to BARMM? Does the DA share the same stand on this interpretation, Madam Chair? Because, Madam Chair, I'd like to track the attention of this committee, because apparently national subsidies and nationally funded programs will be continuously implemented in the autonomous region in mostly Mindanao. Despite the fact that the ARM or the BARMM is now in its current transition period. I believe the good our resource person was alluding to the black grant, which is the share of the BARMM from the 5% revenue collected from the BIR and the Bureau of Customs. But this has a specific intention, Madam Chair. It is a transition fund. It should not and could not cancel out national funded programs that is intended for the region. So if we look at, Madam Chair, the allocation in the distribution of the black grant, 25% of that goes to the 45%, in fact, goes to the PS. And that leaves us around 25% for the development project, which if you base the budget for the BARMM under NEP 2023, it's only about 64,755 from the original or from the initial budget 2 years ago, which is 71,669, meaning decreasing po siya because of the impact of the mandanas. Now, if we, Madam Chair, if DA also shares that interpretation, then kawawa po yung aming mga distrito dahil the black grant is a transition fund. It will not be there forever, and it is decreasing every year. So I would like to know from the DA kung meron bang mga ongoing programs, what does the DA do in terms of managing these programs, and how does DA cooperate or coordinate with the BARMM region? Because it does not trickle down the program. You have several programs na hindi po namin malaman. Yes. I'm asking the Madam Chair because if the reason is because of the black grant, then there are attached agencies to the DA that are not yet devolved. For example, the National Irrigation Administration, it's not yet devolved to the BARMM. So nagkakaroon kami ng problema on the ground. Sinong dapat namin i-coordinate? The regional government or the DA?
So may we request a representative from the DA family to respond?
Yes, Madam Chair, and with all respects to the Senior Undersecretary.
Please mention your name and your position.
Actually, it seems there is a bias in terms of support to BARMM.
Your name, please, sir, and your position.
Pardon, ma'am?
Name and position, please.
My name is Zamzamin Ampatuan, Undersecretary for Special Concerns and BARMM. Actually, there is a bias in terms of funding support for projects in BARMM. which should not happen. In many deliberations of budget for DA, this has been noted, and it is always emphasized that BARMM should not be part of the total budget complement of DA. Our position indeed on this aspect, Madam Chair, is that BARMM should not be excluded. First and foremost, as you noted in the data, BARMM is one of the key rice producing area, and at one time, BARMM is also in the top 5 of corn production. And for fishery, BARMM is also a key area for fishing grounds, the Moro Gulf, the Sulusi, and inland water bodies such as the Ligoasan Marsh and the Lake Lanao, which are key resource for fishery. So our suggestion in this regard, Madam Chair, is that there should be no discrimination in terms of key banner programs, especially on commodities that are basic for our national requirements. Because once you exclude BARMM from out of the total, say, rice production, that's already a big chunk. That's around feeding 2 million people already for rice production from BARMM. And corn also is a key resource for its contribution to national production. So I agree to the position, to the observation of the honorable representative from Llano del Sur, that BARMM should be also part of the complement of support for agricultural production. The other point here is that in the rice tariffication law, this affects all farmers. This affects all regions. So if you implement RCEP only, if you implement RCEP outside of BARMM...
Isaac, with due courtesy, this is an answer to the query of the Honorable. Okay.
So the answer, Madam Chair.
So I would like to suggest that...
The agency concern that you're referring to is still under DA, or does BARMM have another...
BARMM has a counterpart agency, the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Agrarian Reform, MAFAR.
Madam Chair.
the Honorable Alonso.
Yes, I have.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. Apologies to Yusek Ampatuan. I have a very limited time here. So, Madam Chair, I just like to
last question, please, Alonso.
I just like to suggest na lang instead, no, because we can't do anything about it. It's already under the NEP. So I suggest to the DA that maybe perhaps, because there are mechanism under the VUL, which I believe the DA can also sit with their counterpart in the region. So you have to capitalize on the Intergovernmental Relations Board so that the farmers in my area, in the BARMM, can also avail of the national subsidies in national funded programs. You have many programs na pwede po namin mapakinabangan.
So may we request the DA family to align with the BARMM? I think an alignment is needed. Yeah.
Do I still have time, Madam Speaker? I have one.
Wala na po. We already extended your time to 1 minute and 20 seconds.
Ganun po ba?
Pasensya na po. But we'll be having a second round. Please bear with us.
Yeah, I'll register my right to avail of the second round.
Yes, please. May we now recognize the Honorable Marisa Magsino from the minority.
Good afternoon po. Yusek Panganiban, NIA Administrator and Tipordat, the whole family of NIA and DA. Madam Chair, magandang hapon po to my colleagues. Today we are being haunted by the specter of looming food shortage. Yung pong spiraling prices ng ating basic commodities na nag-i-indicate po na napakahirap na po na nangyayari ngayon sa ating agrikultura na hindi ko na po kailangang isa-isahin. Ito po ay isang national challenge na nasa lap po ng ating Department of Agriculture. Kaya kung tutuusin po, I would like to commend President Bongbong Marcos dahil kinuha po niya ang napakalaking responsibilidad na ito, pero hindi po niya kakayanin itong mag-isa dahil kinakailangan po na lahat po tayo ay tumulong. Hindi naman po tayo Superman para makayanan po natin ang napakalaki pong responsibilidad na ito, lalo na po tayo po'y acting USEC. Pero hopefully, yung mga acting officers po natin, kahit po acting, ay gawin na po natin ang nararapat na trabaho upang makausad po tayo. Ngayon po, gusto ko pong sabihin na dahil sa ito'y na nation's fate and the next generation's future, ang stake po dito. Kaya ang gusto ko pong mangyari sana ay buo po ang suporta ng OFW Party List sa inyo pong budget for 2023 sa DA sa NIA dahil tayo pong mga OFW families ay marami pong farmers at maraming fisher folks ang dito po ay umaasa. Nagkaroon na rin po ako ng pagkakataon na nakapag-request ng ating irrigation sa isang probinsya po sa Batangas, pero hindi pa naman po kayo ang nandoon. I'm sorry, pero wala po nangyari. It fall into a deaf ear. Ngayon po, sana naman po mapansin niyo po ang ating OFW party list para naman po tunay po na makaagapay dahil napakalaki po ng contribution ng ating OFW, 134 billion US dollars po. So ang akin pong sasabihin lamang po, full support po ang OFW party list. Ang tanong ko lamang po ay ito. Meron po ba tayo mga subsectors na hindi pa po nafa-fundingan for the last many years? Kung meron nga po, subsectors.
DA, please respond.
DA po.
Ay, hindi ko po nakita sa larangan po ng agrikultura na walang hindi sinusuporta ng Department of Agriculture since 5 or 6 years ago.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Marami pong
Kong
salamat.
Marisa.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Maraming salamat po. We now proceed to the next interpellator, a senior member, the Honorable Jose Subiri.
Thank you very much. Kaninang umaga pa ako rito, pero hindi bali. Bumalik naman ako. First of all, I would like to introduce myself as a sugar farmer. I was born in the sugar farm of my grandparents, and I grew up there, and up to now, that sugar farm is still within our hands. The sugar that I know of, and I hope I'm not right, if I'm wrong, please correct me. There is a law, an existing law protecting the sugar farmers in our country. No sugar should come in our country as of the moment. And that law has been there for quite some time. But I have seen in the newspaper, there was 120,000 tons of sugar that came in. And I don't know anything. This is illegal. May I ask you, I think it's your office or in charge of these things. Why were there allowances or allocations for some people to bring in sugar in our market? So what happened? The farmers, the first thing they did was call me. The sugar has dropped the prices. Kawawa naman yung mga farmer. Pipilala makikita nila dyan. Eh ngayon bumagsak pa ang presyo. Kaya kung pumunta rito kaninang umaga, bakbo ko rito. Kasi natanggap ko Negros, Iloilo, Bukidnon, Cebu. Huwag tayo magpa-import ng sugarcane kasi may balaod. Let's honor the law.
Yeah, may the DA respond to...
Yes, please.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Yeah, name please and your position. If you don't have the name the nameplate in front of you, please mention your name and your position for purposes of the Secretariat being able to record the proceedings.
Yes, Madam Chair. Attorney Brandon Noroña of the SRA, Deputy Administrator for Admin and Finance. Madam Chair, to answer the question of Congressman Zubiri regarding the influx or the coming importation of sugar. Well, we have the new set of board officials, and as far as I know, being not a member of the SRA board, well, there is a directive from the chairperson of the sugar board, no less than the President of the Republic of the Philippines. So I just, maybe I am not in the position to say wisdom of the president in having that kind of marching order to import if there is a they really need to import because of the there is really a shortage of the sugar stock in the Philippines, in the country.
Yeah. Okay. I don't think the president maybe does not know very well much the law. It's the law of not allowing sugar in our country was done way, way back. And I'm 82 years old now. I was born in the farm, studied and living there up to this moment. We still have that farm. And we know what happens now. All the sugarcane farmers who just harvested are losing because the prices of importation is much cheaper than what we have here. But this is not a special, let us say, a special thing that was given to the sugar planters now only. This has been the law for a long, long time. Prohibition of sugar coming into the country in the Philippines to save the sugar industry in our country. It is not only in Negros that we have sugar, or Iloilo, or Cebu, or other provinces. Even in Luzon, there are sugar production. Who will be affected? It will be them that will be affected. And I myself was shocked for the first time in my 82 years. I was born in that farm. I have read that there is an importation of sugar that came in. It's unbelievable.
Madam Chair, can I answer?
Yes, please.
Ms. Exumbilya,
Yeah.
please.
I don't think there is a law
Brief of answer, please.
preventing us from importing. In fact, we have a tariff rate for sugar importation. We have the MAV that limits the importation. And if we import within the MAV, there's a lower tariff. Outside of the MAV, there's a bigger tariff. And the reason why we are importing much more sugar now is because our production has really gone down, against our demand, Congressman. So I think that's the.
I would like to correct it. Where did you get your records about the drop of the sugar production in the country? From whom? You tell me where. Give me individual areas how many tons. I will give you a copy so that you will know. If you don't have the copy, that's one. Number two, the reason that we're giving that we will just, we will have to import sugar cane because like that. Kawawa naman yung mga farmers natin sa sugar. It's not all the big ones. The farmers we have now are not the millionaires, are no longer the Monteliveros, the Lopezes, no more. It is now the small farmers that were able to slowly save money and buy the lands and continue planting sugarcane. And now we come and import sugarcane to contest these people. If this is the kind of system we're gonna do, mag-away tayo. Bahala na. Pero
Yes,
hindi ako papayag ng ganun. Hindi ako papayag na ang tanan asukar sa tibuok Pilipinas. Kawawa. I have them in my office. Not only in Bukidnon. It's all over the country. They're afraid of this bill that you might allow importation of sugar in our country. Please, I beg of you.
Yes,
Don't
yes, sir.
kill the sugar industry because that will kill the sugar people. Not only the big, wala na yung mga malalaki dati. Yung mga Lopezes, mga Montelivo, wala na. Ngayon maliliit na. 5 hektarya, 2 hektarya. Please, huwag nyo nang ituluyan. Palihog lang. Dagang salamat kaninyong tanan. Dagang
Honorable
salamat.
Subiri, thank you very much. We have that noted. We'll convey to the department your concerns. Thank you very much. Let's now proceed to the next interpellator, the Honorable Bonifacio Bosita from the minority.
Madam Chair, sa ating po mga kasama, good afternoon. Ako po, ang parents ko po ay farmers, dating farmers. Ang mga kapatid ko po ay farmers. At yan po ang dahilan kaya nag-request po ako sa House of Representatives na maging member ng Committee on Department of Agriculture. Madam Chair, base po sa budget proposal, ang total amount po para sa Department of Agriculture for the year 2023 is more than 30.54 billion pesos. Based on this, 89.28% po ay nakalaan para sa production support services. And out of this total amount, 26 billion po ang nakalaan para sa mga binhi at fertilizers ng palay. 7 billion pesos or 22.92% para sa binhi and 19 billion pesos for fertilizers or 62.21%. Ito po ay intended for more than 603,000 hectares of rice land. And based on this, we have an allotted fund of 11,600 per hectare para po sa seeds and fertilizer, sorry. And out of this total amount of 11,600, we have an allocated fund of 5,000 pesos per hectare para sa binhi and 6,600 per hectare para po sa fertilizers. Currently, ang natatanggap po ng mga farmers is around 40 kilograms of seeds per hectare na dapat po sana ay 100 to 120 kilograms. Base po dito sa budget proposal ng Department of Agriculture, based on the amount of 18 pesos to 38 pesos per kilogram para sa seeds, meron pong allocated na 130 kilograms per hectare para sa binhi. Ang tanong ko po, Madam Chair, from DA representatives, base po ba dito sa budget proposal natin for the year 2023? Sapat na po pa ito at maaaring asahan ng mga farmers na makapagbibigay po kayo ng more or less 130 kilograms per hectare para sa ating mga farmers?
Madam Chair, if I may answer, yung nabanggit po ng ating honorable congressman na budget for rice of about 27 billion for 2023, of which majority is for fertilizer. Tama po yung nabanggit niya, 6,600 ang value po ng ating fertilizer. It will cover more than 600,000 hectares po ng ating palayan. At kung sinasabi po niya na enough po ito, kung ito po ay malaki na, ang current budget po ng rice po natin for this year is only 15 billion. So for 2023 is double the budget of 15 billion. And we are very appreciative of our President and the Congress for allowing this increase, Madam Chair. Thank you po.
Madam Chair, gusto ko lang po idagdag na napakaganda po na isa sa priority po ng ating Pangulo ngayon ay ito pong Department of Agriculture. And gusto ko lang pong ipaalam natin sa ating representatives from DA na bilang isang anak ng magsasaka, ako po ay interesado para bantayan po na maipatupad dito, hindi lamang bilang anak ng magsasaka, kundi bilang suporta sa magandang hangarin ng ating Pangulo. Kung matatandaan po natin, sabi niya, ang pangarap ninyo ay pangarap ko. At naniniwala po ako na matagal nang pinapangarap ng mga farmers na sila po ay makaluwag sa kanilang pamumuhay. At dahil dito po, umaasa po tayo
na ang pangarap ng mga farmers ay pangarap din po ng ating Pangulo at yan din po bilang isang anak ng farmers, yan po ay pangarap ko din. Maraming salamat po, Madam Chair.
Yeah, thank you very much, Kong. And your comments are well noted. May we now proceed to another member from the majority who will interpolate the Honorable Wowo Fortes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My question with the Department of Agriculture is in relation to Executive Order number 138. My first question is this: have you submitted your devolution transition plan?
Madam Chair, yes po, the Department of Agriculture has submitted initially its devolution transition plan to the Department of Budget and Management, Madam Chair.
Okay, in your devolution transition plan, which I understand covers a period of 3 years, which specific programs and projects of the department has been devolved for the year 2023, meaning programs and projects that have been divested with funding, but used to be part of the functions and programs of the Department of Agriculture.
Madam Chair, as part of the submission of the department to the BM, as of the moment, the department has not disclosed any portion of that devolution transition plan, which whereby we are surrendering already the activities and the budget to the concerned local government units, Madam Chair.
Are we made to understand that no projects and programs will be divested of any funding for 2023 in line with EO 138?
Yes, Madam Chair, that's correct.
In one of the write-ups, in line with Article 17 of RA 7610, those that are to be devolved for crops include seedling establishment, seedling fund, seedling nursery, and provisions of planting materials. Do you still have that in 2023?
Yes, Madam Chair, we still have in our 2023 budget.
And for livestock, you have prevention and control of animal disease, breeding station, and credit financing. I understand I saw a budget for this here.
Yes, Madam Chair, we have that budget.
So what is specifically is part of the devolution transition plan for 2023? What have been divested of your programs and functions?
Actually, Madam Chair, the Department of Agriculture opted not to bring the fund to the level of the local government units because we feel at the department that the responsibility to have food security is a matter of national security. So we have to ensure that Filipino people will still continue to be with resources available for us to feed the Filipino people, Madam Chair. Thank you po.
So does it mean that you are not a believer of Executive Order 138 on devolution insofar as agriculture is concerned?
We are, Madam Chair, but we need to have the local government units be ready and capable to handle because Department of Agriculture, the agriculture as a sector is a highly technical agency, and we need to ensure that all our partners at the local government units, especially the agricultural extension workers, the municipal agriculturists, and all the workers at the local government units are all capable to handle the responsibilities of the sector, Madam Chair.
So meaning, sir, you are, Madam Chair, you are agreeable that we should revisit EO 138 and recalibrate the devolution transition plan.
Yes, Madam Chair, we believe so po.
Thank you very much. That will be all, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. May I turn over the chairmanship to the Honorable Divine Yu, our co-chair. Thank you.
Honorable Garin. 5 hours passed and we're halfway through the list. So another 5 hours to go. Next to interpolate is from the minority, Representative Stephen Paduano via Zoom. He's not yet around. So we proceed with from the majority. Next minority. Representative Stephen Tan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is related to the infrastructure, the farm to market funding for the 2022, and is there any increase for the 2023 proposed budget? May we ask from the Madam Chair if could enlighten us?
Yes, Madam Chair, there is from 7 billion to 13.1 for next year.
Again,
13.1 next year under the net.
13.1.
Yeah, yes.
But in the previous year,
around 7 billion.
So roughly almost double the funding for your 2023. But Madam Chair, as if we compare the Philippines to other country, may pag-aaral po, may study po na the national road of the Philippines is roughly 95% na paved. In comparison to other more developed na countries, halos magkakapantay-pantay lang. But on the farm to market road na if we compare the country to other more developed again na country, nasa 88%, pero tayo dito sa Pilipinas, we are roughly mga 30+% lang na paved. So, tanong ko ulit sa DA family is what are the plans to accelerate or to expedite pa yung mga concerns natin, especially in my district na isa kami sa pinakamalaki na probinsya in the island of Samar, na kung saan I've been talking to the regional director. Sabi pa nga ng regional director sa amin na lahat ng kalsada sa Region 8 or in Samar is farm to market related talaga. And it covers a lot, yung sinasabi natin na mas mapababa natin yung presyo, yung concern namin sa insurgency, sa peace and order. Marami talaga considering na high yung number namin ng barangay in the province of Samar. So again, how would we accelerate the program in terms of infrastructure and the farm to market road?
Your Honor, the foremost concern is on budget. And if we compare with the infrastructure budget of the government, that is 700 million plus, and we only have around 2% with the budget of the Department of Agriculture. And another thing we are doing is we are now preparing the farm to market road network plan that would going to have identification of the production areas and overlay the network, whether national, local roads, and the barangay roads, among others. That's Madam Chair.
So thank you, and thank you also, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Tan. We will now proceed with the next interpellator from the majority, Representative Muhammad Khalid Dimapuro.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My first question is about coconut. The first district of Lanao del Norte is a cocoa area. So I'd like to ask, what's the status of the cocoa levy fund? May pera pa ba tayo?
Madam Chair, for the information of
Honorable-
the Congressman, the CFIDP, the development plan was approved by President Duterte on June 2. The certificate of fund availability has been given to the 15 implementing government agencies and bureaus, and we have started rolling out in the different regions. The budget for some of those bureaus have already been, the cash has already been released for those who have submitted the budget execution documents. The others are still pending with the BM. But we are now in the process of rolling out the year one projects for the CFIDP amounting to about 5 billion, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, that's very good news, and I'd like to put it on the record that the Department of Agriculture, specifically the PCA, is not coordinating with this congressional district representative. So I'd like you to submit. I'd like to request that the DA submit to the committee secretariat on what exactly they have accomplished in terms of the rollout for the coconut farmers. And I would like to know also what is in store for the province of Lanao del Norte, first and second district, this year, next year, and the following years. My second question, Madam Chair, is in regards to livestock. I'd like to know the inventory of livestock in the Philippines, Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao.
Please state your name and your position before you answer. By the way, the one who answered a while ago was Administrator of the Philippine Coconut Authority, General Benjamin Madrigal. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Raildrin Morales po, Director of the Bureau of Animal Industry. Madam Chair, in particular po ang livestock, we have less than 3 million cattle and all over the country. And currently, ang pinakamalaki po sa lahat ng livestock population natin ay ang hog or ang swine. Before ASF, we have 12.7 million. And yun pong pinakahuling labas ng ating PSA, ito po ay nasa 9.8 million because of ASF. It went down as low as about 9 million po na population, at ito po ay unti-unti na nakakabangon through our effort, particularly the private sector, for repopulation. So
Madam Chair, for the purpose of time, I'd like to I'll accept that the Department of Agriculture submit to the committee secretariat the data that I'm asking for. But I'd like to place on the record also that from my experience in the provincial government, as the provincial governor, the DA relies on the provincial agricultural office and the mouse in the surveillance of our livestock. And sometimes I also notice na minamagic lang nila yung inventory. This is a problem that I experienced in the Kurban Festival of Lanao del Norte. We're looking to buy in the report, may 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 cattle in Lanao del Norte. I'm looking to buy for 100 heads of cattle for Kurban, the Islamic requirement for slaughtering and sharing with our loved ones during Eid al-Adha, and I cannot find any cattle. We have to buy from Bukidnon. We have to buy from General Santos. So the surveillance is in question. I'd like to request that the DA perhaps consider partnering with the DSWD, CBMS, or listahanan system. Because when you ask the indigent household their livelihood, they say, we own swine, we own X amount of poultry, we own X amount of cattle. That might be a more reliable statistic or data that we can use when planning on how to develop our livestock industry. And that leads to my next question. What is the budget for livestock dispersal, specifically cattle in the region of Mindanao?
DA, please respond.
Yes, Madam Chair. I can provide po yung specific budget for cattle sa Mindanao if the good congressman would allow us to check because in total, Madam Chair, yun pong kabuuan ng pondo.
Madam Chair, with all due respect to our friend from the DA, and also for the purpose of time, I would like to place on the record that I've seen the budget for my district and it's zero for cattle, which is why I'm very disappointed. And I hope that there can be improvement with that, either next year for the 2023 budget while we still have time, or if not in the 2024 budget. So for consideration lang with our good USEC, that you remember the province of Lanao del Norte, 1st District and 2nd District, Muslim kami, cattle is very important for us and we're very disappointed that there's zero budget for livestock cattle distribution in our province. I'd like to ask the next question, Madam Chair, and that's in terms of halal. It was mentioned in the presentation that there's a budget for halal equipment or processing. Can we go back to that? What is the budget for halal development under the Department of Agriculture?
Nasa 23 lang yan. 21? Bumaba yun eh.
DA.
Madam Chair, the budget is 21 million for 2023.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'd like to see that that's a very good program. But unfortunately, in the realities on the ground, Madam Chair, when I talked to the Department of Tourism, and they complained to me, they said, Congressman, you know, we're having a hard time working with attracting tourists from the BIMP, Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, because sa loob ng Region 10, Northern Mindanao, there is only one halal accredited restaurant.
That's right.
Because the problem is with the DTI. All the ones that accredit the restaurants or are in either Manila or Cotabato area. And it's very expensive for the SMEs to afford accreditation. Now, you need to connect one-to-one, beginning to end. If we're going to have budget like 21 million for halal processing, the outcome should be the market. Eh kung lalagay tayo sa Lanao del Norte, 21 million halal processing, walang accredited na restaurant, sayang lang yung pondo. I'd rather put that in cattle dispersal programs, Madam Chair, for consideration of the good secretary or the undersecretary when we discuss the halal development program. I'd like to go to my next question, Madam Chair, and that's in relation to the BARMM. I'd like to seek the Department of Agriculture's legal opinion, that you submit that to the Committee on Appropriations. What is your legal opinion when it comes to implementing projects in the BARMM? I am an author of the Bangsamoro Organic Law, and I know that that function has been devolved to the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region. There is no DA regional director in the BARMM, which makes it very difficult for you. The BARMM has to be the one to ask you, the DA, on what they want to do or what the programs they want to implement in the respected regions. That's how I understand it. But at the same time also, it cannot be, bahala na kayo sa buhay ninyo. Cannot be like that. There must be some sort of supervision. At kung may problema, we in Congress need to know about it. Because if we leave them alone, anong mangyayari? ISIS ulit? BIFF ulit? Abu Sayyaf ulit? Because the people inside the BARMM do not feel the presence, the work of the government. And that's what I hope that our DA members, counterparts can do, that we work together. Because Lanao del Sur is the neighbor of Lanao del Norte. Yung problema ng Lanao del Sur will ultimately become a problem of Lanao del Norte. I know I'm out of time, Madam Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to ask questions. I have a lot of other questions to ask, but I'll just submit my questions in the form of letters to the committee secretariat. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Kongkali
Madam Chair.
And I hope
Madam Chair.
Yes, Honorable Stella.
May we request the COMSEC to submit attendance to the Committee on Rules so that members present here today, physically and via Zoom, can be considered present at the 2 o'clock session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Stella. And to the Department of Agriculture, I hope you're taking notes of all the documents needed by Honorable Dimaporo to be submitted in this committee. So let's now proceed with the next interpellator. The next interpellator is the Representative Minority Leader, Franz Castro.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Madam Chair, unang question, magkano po yung budget natin sa mga fuel subsidy for corn farmers? Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, for 2023, it's 510 million, Madam Chair.
Noong 2022, ganun din po ba?
For 2022, under the general appropriations po, it's 500 million for both the crop sector and the fishery sector, totaling about 500 million.
So ilan po yung beneficiary natin dito?
All in all po, it's about 130,000 plus beneficiaries at 3,000 pesos each po.
Okay, so naubos na po lahat ito for ilan pa po yung natira for 2022?
80% na po yung na-disburse natin, 20% na lang po yung natitira, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you po. Magkano po yung binudget natin sa Organic Agri Program?
For 2023, Madam Chair, for Organic Program, that's about 900 million, Madam Chair.
Nung last year po, 2022.
Dali, ano ka na?
Okay na po.
Yeah, Madam Chair, for 2022 GA, the National Organic Agriculture Program is allocated 518.5 million.
Okay, are you familiar with RA 11511? Yung tungkol po sa Organic Agri Program? Familiar po ba kayo sa batas na to?
Yes, we are quite familiar with the law, Madam Chair.
Magkano dapat yung binabudget na nakalagay sa batas? Kung magkano yung dapat na i-budget natin dito sa Organic Agri Program?
Sa pagkakaalam po namin, it's about 1 billion ang dapat mailagay para...
Tama. Okay? So ito'y dapat yung program na magpapalakas sa organic agriculture na pwedeng sa mga local farmers. So for the next last 2 years, ito 2022 and 2023, bakit po less than 1 billion ang ibinabudget natin? Hindi ba yan violation sa batas? Kasi specified na sa batas na at least 1 billion ang ibinabudget natin dito sa Organic Agri Program.
Yes, Madam Chair. Alam po namin yung requirement ng batas. Nag-propose po kami according to the requirement of the law. Pero ang ibinigay po sa National Expenditure Program for 2023 and this year at saka yung past year po is at those levels that I have mentioned. For this year, it's over 500 M. And for next year, the National Expenditure Program, it's 900 million po, Madam Chair.
So na-call niyo po ba yung attention ng DBCC kaugnay nitong batas?
Yes, we have in a way indicated in our submission to the Department of Budget and Management the requirement of the law. But as it is, yung pong lumabas sa ating National Expenditure Program, Madam Chair, is 900 million.
Okay, so ito talaga no, short siya dun sa sinasabi ng batas. So willing po ba tayo na magpa-commit dun sa DBCC o sa Department of Budget na gawin talaga yung 1 billion na budget para dito? Willing ba kayo na nun?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Next, NFA palay procurement. Madam Chair, positibo na lumaki ang budget sa NFA mula sa kasalukuyang 7 billion naging 12 for 2023. Bagamat malaki sa nakaraang taon, maliit pa rin yung 631,579 metric ton palay na target na bibilhin ng NFA sa susunod na taon. Katumbas lamang ito ng 3.16 kung ikukumpara natin sa 19.96 million metric ton na produce ng 2021. So magkano ba ang bibilhin ng NFA ngayon sa mga palay natin mula sa farmers? Magkano po ang plano?
Madam Chair, may I?
Yes, please proceed.
Based on the law, NFA is mandated to buy 300,000 metric tons. as its buffer stock for emergency uses. Yun po yung sa law sa 11203.
Okay? So, magkano po yung bibili natin na palay sa ating mga farmers? 20 po ba? 21? 20 pesos?
19 po yata ang kanilang ano nila ngayon.
19. Okay. So, saan po kuhanin yung iba pang bibilhin?
Local production po lahat yan.
Local production. And the rest, imported.
Wala pong importation ang NFA ngayon. The importation are all by the traders.
Okay. So, ilan po yung mai-import natin for 2023?
On the average, siguro, kasi this year, magkano importation natin ngayon? 1.8?
2.5.
2.5 ang importation natin ngayon. So, siguro about that much din po next year. Sana wag lang bumagyo at magka-disaster. Thank you po.
Sa NIA naman po, Madam Chair, batay sa mukahing budget sa darating na 2023, makararanas ng pagtaas na budget ang NIA kasunod ng taong-taong pagkaltas sa budget. Mula sa isinabatas na FISA noong 2018, gayunpaman mas mataas pa rin ang 41.7 bilyong pesong alokasyon ng NIA noong 2018 kumpara sa mungkahing 40.8 billion sa 2023. Tama po ba to?
Tama po, Madam Chair.
Okay, mayorya ng pondo sa irrigation, 29.5 ay para sa big ticket irrigation projects. Sa katunayan, binawasan ng 118.81 million ang budget para sa small-scale irrigation projects. Tama po ba yan?
Tama po, Madam Chair.
Kaugnay sa Free Irrigation Service Act, lahat ng mga magsasaka, irrigators association may utang sa NIA. Nabura na ba yung mga utang na ito?
Nabura na po, Madam Chair. Meron pa pong mangilan-ngilan pero on COA issues lang po ito but it will be done na po.
So, ay na-assure nyo ba kami na mabubura na lahat ang mga utang na ito?
Tama po kayo
By
dyan, Madam Chair.
2018. Last question, may mga requisitos at kailangan patunayan na may utang sa NIA. Hanggat hindi pumupunta sa NIA, tama ba? May mga irrigators na dapat pumunta sa NIA, hindi buburahin ng utang. At bakit kailangan pumunta ang magsasaka? Ilang magsasaka pa ang merong utang sa NIA at nakapag-avail na ng condonations?
Well, Madam Chair, yung mga private na lang po ang meron pong problema sa utang sa NIA. But when it comes to yung 8 hectares and above na lang po ang may problema, pero 8 hectares and below, wala na pong problema yon and may COA issues lang po na sinusolve namin and basically matatapos po yan within the year.
Okay. So, ito na lang po. Meron pa ba akong time, Madam Chair?
You have
30
your
seconds.
last question.
Sige. Last question ko na lang po about dun sa sugar. Madam Chair, marami ang bilang ng mga sugar planters ngunit karamihan ay wala ng kontrol sa lupa. Madam Chair, ilan ang bilang ng mga small planters na may kontrol pa sa lupa? Ilan ang pinapa-aryendo at hawak ang lupa ng malalaking planters? So, kukuha na lang po ako ng report, Madam Chair. Ilan pa yung may mga hawak ng lupa ng mga magsasaka na sugar planters? Ilan pa yung pinapa-aryenda? So yun po, tsaka yung mga malalaking planters. At sino-sino po yung top sugar importers?
Madam Chair, Atty. Noronha po ulit. Yes, we will submit the needed report or data by Congresswoman Castro, ma'am. Thank you po.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We will now proceed with the next interpellator from the majority, Representative Mohammed Paglas via Zoom. Representative Mohammed Paglas via Zoom. So, next from the majority, Representative Rodante Marcoleta. Representative Rodante Marcoleta is not around. So, next from the majority, Deputy Speaker Democrito Mendoza. So, next Still from the majority, Vice Chair Salvador Plato. From the majority, Vice Chair Salvador Plato.
Good afternoon.
He's here.
Yeah, good afternoon.
The floor is yours, Honorable
Magandang hapon
Plato.
po, Madam Chair, sa ating mga kaibigan sa Fiscal Department, si Senior Secretary Ding, we've been together noon pa, at saka si Assistant Administrator Benny, excellent po ito, at saka yung mga kasama natin sa DA family, sa Kaniya family. Alam po nyo, yung stretch ng Angat River is found in my district, yung 6th district, the newly created district in Bulacan. Upon reviewing the Bulacan Irrigation Development Plan of 2020 up to 2030, the 3 municipalities in my area of jurisdiction have a potential irrigation of 5,400 hectares. Under the repair, rehabilitation, and construction of farm to market road in designated key production areas, there is an increase of 75.66% from 7.485 billion in 2022 to 13.148 billion in 2023, or almost 5,663 million increase. Upon reviewing the budget for 2023, there is no program or budget allocated for a farm to market road in the newly created district of Bulacan. May I know, Madam Chair, the reason for this lack of allocation? Thank you po.
Please respond. Engineer Rico.
Sir, we will submit to you. We will show you later on the FMR allocation of your district.
That's okay, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Engineer Rico, we will wait for that list. Please submit it to the committee. The next to interpellate is Representative Felimon Espares via Zoom. Oh, before that, we'll go back to our list. Representative Rodante Marcoleta.
Maraming salamat po, Madam Chair. Yusek, good afternoon po. I saw your presentation and the budget of NFA is something like 12 billion pesos. Is that correct? I'm a little bit concerned about that budget, Yusek, because I remember the rice tariffication law provides that we should have a buffer stock that should be solely sourced from the farmers. And then in your IRR, yung buffer stock pinalitan optimal buffer stock. What's the difference between sufficient and optimal, Yusek?
Well, I think it's a big difference, Your Honor. But the National Food Authority is not concerned with buying rice for the country. They are only allowed to buy for buffer stocking purposes. That is an emergency. For emergency purposes only. They are not buying rice to feed at least half the population of this country.
Yes, but the NFA is supposed to work in favor of buying the palay from the farmers.
They are.
Hindi po ba?
But solely for buffer stocking purposes.
Yes, what is buffer? What is the sufficient buffer stock? Nakalagay po kasi sa batas eh. Ni-imagine ko lang.
Madam Chair, can I, Sir Kong, can I answer that? In the IRR po, it was provided that a study will be conducted to determine the buffer stock that NFA should maintain in order for it to, serve its purpose for emergency purposes. And this study showed that it's 300,000 metric tons. So 300,000 metric tons is the buffer stock that NFA needs to maintain at any point in time, primarily for emergency purposes po.
Wala po kasing sinasabing ganun, Madam Chair, na you will study because the IRR is already complete. Sinabi doon, optimal buffer stock, which will be solely sourced from the farmers. Ang punto po kasi rito, gusto ko na matulungan ng farmers kasi pag sa kanila binibili, yung buying price is good. Sila yung mabe-benefit dito. That's the whole point. But you were given only, nakalagay sa batas sufficient buffer stock between 15 to 30 days. Is that correct? Nasa batas po yun eh. I think section 8.
Madam Chair, please respond from the NFA.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and all the
Please,
members
state your name
Congress.
and
Yes,
position.
I am Attorney Judy Dansal, the National Food Authority Administrator and holdover, sir. Under the IRR, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, it first mentioned that the NFA should maintain a buffer stocking for based on consumption requirements good for 15 to 30 days. That was the first provision in the buffers in the IRR. However, there is another provision in the IRR which says that the NFA Council should get a consultant to conduct a study to determine the optimal buffer stock that will be continuously held by the National Food Authority. So the NFA Council, sir, in early 2020, was able to have a consultant that conducted the study. Since in the RTL law, it mentioned there that the provision pertinent to the optimal buffer stock to be conducted by the National Food Authority is based only, or the purpose only is for emergencies and calamities. The study considered the volume of rice that was distributed by the National Food Authority for several years back.
Napakahaba naman ang sagot mo eh. Kasi hinahanap ko lang talaga, ano ba yung sufficient and optimal buffer stock sapagkat nakasulat po sa batas eh. Doon ako gustong magsimula kasi kung meron tayong buffer stock, hindi po magugutom ang Pilipino kasi yung buffer is essentially is targeting that. Hindi mo masabing, sinabi na nga 15 to 30 days.
Yes, sir, but the result of the buffer stock study is 300,000 metric tons at any given time. So, at any given time,
paano po yung 15 to 30 days? Wala na po yun.
Parang na-overruled po, sir, doon sa result ng study since it is only for calamity na po ang hinahawakan ng NFA. Since kaya nga yung importation.
Magkano po yung 300,000 metric tons kung bibilin natin sa mga farmers?
Ang halaga po, sir, yun bale good for 7 days lang po kasi yun 7.
So yun nga po yung sinasabi natin eh. Yung pong 12 billion budget ninyo is only good for maybe
12 days din
12
po,
days.
sir. Yes, sir.
Saan ka naman nakakitang sufficient and optimal buffer stock is good for 1 week? Magugutom talagang Pilipino eh. Ito po yung sinasabi namin. Sa buffer na buffer pa lang, bibigyan mo ng budget ang NFA, 12 billion pesos. That is good only for 7 days.
Sir, can
Mr.
I add?
Yusek, magkano po ba yung per capita consumption sa milled rice ng bawat isang Pilipino?
Sir, 110 kilograms.
USEC is recognized.
Approximately 120 kilos per capita per annum. 110 ba? Ngayon?
110 kilograms, sir.
O di halos kulang-kulang sa 2 kaban na bigas. Tama po ba yun?
Tama.
Oo.
Sobra, sir.
Ilan po ba yung ating sobra sa 2 kaban? Minsan sinasabi nyo 199 kilos, ngayon sobra naman sa 2 kaban. Ano ba talagang natin? Kasi po yung mga sanggol, hindi pa kumakain ng bigas yun. Yung sabaw ng bigas ang kinakain ng sanggol. Yan ang pagkakaalam ko po.
Yes.
Ngayon po, kung alam natin na gano'n ang kinakain, yun po yung kasapatan ng pagkain natin sa bigas. Ilan po ang dapat natin i-produce?
Well, but below. So it states that there is
110.
110 million tayo po. Alisin na yung 10 million kasi nasa abroad po yung 10 million. 100 million na lang. So ilang sakong bigas po ang kailangan nating i-produce?
out of 34 million Filipinos that are in the lower bracket.
Hindi, 100 million na po ang net. O ilan po ang ilang bigas po yon? Ilang sakong bigas yon?
It's practically 18 to 20% buffer stock.
Ilan nga po sakong bigas yun? Kasi kinukwento ko po yung buffer stock natin eh. Ilang metric tons po yon? Oh, 22 million metric tons. Tapos ang buffer stock mo is only 300,000 metric tons. Ito po yung aking pinopoint out.
Price yan.
Price.
Hindi pala.
35 points.
Kasi po yung bigas na milled, pasosobrahan po ninyo sa palay. Hindi, yung ating recovery rate, hindi naman como sinabi yung 50 kabans of palay, that is not translated into 50 kilos of milled rice. So ilang palay po yun? So yun nga po, kung hindi natin mapuproduce, mapipilitan tayong mag-import. Tama po, yung buffer ninyo is only 300,000 metric tons. Sufficient po yun? Hindi natin mapuproduce ang 23 million metric tons. Ito yung problema natin.
Honorable Marcoleta, please wrap up.
Oh.
You have
What
about
happened?
10 seconds left.
Meron po tayong magagandang batas, Yusek, hindi po natin ini-implement. For example, Republic Act 10,000. 25% ng loan portfolio ng bangko dapat ibigay sa mga malilit na farmers. Hindi po nangyayari yun. Nasaan po yung ating Agricultural Mechanization Act? Hindi po nyo na-implement. Nasaan po yung alay saka natin? Hindi nyo na-implement. The Modernization, Agriculture Fishery Modernization Act na dapat meron 20 billion per year and then 70 billion sa initial years, 17 billion after 6 years. Hindi po na-implement. Congress has been doing its job for so many years, enacting good laws for our farmers and for the agriculture industry. The problem is implementation. Ala na po akong time. Alam po ba ninyo ang per capita ng asukal sa bawat isang Pilipino? Hindi nyo po alam. Kapag hindi po natin alam, Madam Chair, kung ilan ang allotted, ako po nakwenta ko parang 2.17 kilos per year. Kasi kung wala po tayong ganon, we cannot even begin to pretend that we know how to produce so much or how much we can hoard or how much we can store for our people like yung buffer stock na kinukwenta ni Madam NFA.
Thank you. Honorable Marcoleta.
Yusek Antiporda, wala na
Madam
akong
Chair.
time. Pasalamat ka sa akin. Salamat po.
Thank you, Honorable Marcoleta, for that very informative interpellation.
Madam Chair.
We will now proceed to the
Madam
next
Chair, can
interpolator.
I just give some information?
Let's now proceed with the next interpolator, Representative Caraps Paduano via Zoom. Representative Stephen Caraps Paduano, are you ready? Via Zoom, yeah.
Yeah. Madam Chair, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Honorable Paduano, loud and clear.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, allow me to off my video to stabilize my signal, Madam Chair. Anyway, Madam Chair, let me start with parochial, but of course with national interest with regards to the sugar industry. Madam Chair, the representative of the SRA is present, Madam Chair. I heard somebody as a deputy of the SRA is present, Madam Chair.
Yes, Honorable Paduano, he's listening to you.
Thank you for that, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, let me reiterate, Madam Chair, that SRA, the mandate of SRA to Executive Order number 18 is it's the state's the policy of state is to promote the growth and development of the sugar industry as a whole, for greater participation of the private sector and to improve the working conditions of the laborers. Okay, Madam Chair, malinaw na po na to promote the growth and development of the sugar industry as a whole. And Madam Chair, with that mandate, it was reinforced, Madam Chair, by Republic Act 10659, the Sugar Industry Development Act of 2015, which reinforced the mandate of the sugar industry or the SRA to promote competitiveness of the sugar industry and maximize the utilization of the sugarcane resources, etc., etc. Madam Chair, by the mandate of SRA, I'm just wondering why for the past several years or even decade, and with the reinforcement of a law from Congress, which is the SEDA law, which should be, the DVM should allocate a 2 billion budget annually for the sugarcane industry. Not the sugar industry as a whole, but the sugarcane industry, Madam Chair. Ang tanong, Madam Chair, bakit? Balikan na natin 2016 that started the implementation of the SEDA law. Bakit sugar SRA is importing sugar, Madam Chair? Now, well, in fact, as I've said, and I reiterate, that the Sugar Regulatory Administration, or SRA, the mandate of which is to promote the growth and development of the sugar industry as a whole. Bakit every year, since 2016 na lang, Madam Chair, in the implementation of the SEDA law, bakit tuloy-tuloy ang importation ng SRA ng mga sugar, Madam Chair?
Madam Chair, Attorney Naronia po ulit.
Please proceed.
Yes, sir, to answer your question, as I've said, yung about sa importation ng sugar, well, it's within the power of the Sugar Board, headed by the President of the Republic, kung paano or bakit magkakaroon ng importation. And on the budget matter of that is given by the government, the NEP, yes, we acknowledge that it started at 2 billion. Tapos nag-decrease siya because of so many factors that contributed to its, should I say, slashing of the budget. Marami pong mga nakaraang mga panahon, there was, as far as I know, a situation or a controversy on the spending of the budget for, should I say, the farm to mill projects or sa black farms namin na transfer sa PITC. Na nagkaroon ng natulog yung pera na around 500 million rather plus sa PITC for 3 years. we are proposing every year ng budget na mataas within kung sakali within the 2 billion, but yes sir, it was not.
Madam Chair, allow me, with the indulgence of the representative from the DA, Madam Chair, ganito na lang. Kasi Madam Chair, yung sinasabi niyang different factors, maraming factor, but the problem is the utilization capacity of SRA. Tama?
Yes
Tama
sir.
ba? I will never, I will not fault you, Deputy of SRA, because you are just new in the SRA. Tama?
Yes sir.
Okay, now, Madam Chair, ganito na lang. Your Honor, do you believe that in order for the SRA to accomplish its mandate, especially in promoting the growth of the sugar industry, the research and development is so crucial to develop and promote the growth of the sugar industry. Do you believe with me?
Yes sir. I believe and agree, yes sir.
Now, Madam Chair, for the record, since 2019, Madam Chair, up to 2022, in my record, and I just want to confirm it from the SRA, zero budget tayo sa research and development. Tama po ba?
Sir, may budget po pero hindi naman ganun kalaki.
No. From 2019 to 2022, for the past 4 years, zero budget tayo. It's only for 2023, which has 50%, supposedly of the 15% of the 2 billion budget for research and development. It's only 150 million, supposedly that's 300 million. But for the past 4 years, zero budget tayo sa research and development.
Yeah. Yes sir. Based on our records, ganoon nga po. But
now, anyway, again, I'm not faulting you or the SRA, the new administration. That's why I'm here to help the industry, because I came from the sugar industry, from Negros Occidental. Now, Madam Chair, we have a vision for sugar industry for the next 2 decades. Supposedly, it started I think it will end 2040. Now, dapat globally competitive na ang sugar industry natin. But with this kind of budget being released by the DBM to the SRA, of course, under the new administration, and I hope SRA will not be any more sugar administration for importation, because until now, hindi pa malinaw kung kailangan ba talaga mag-import, or kung mag-import man, gaano kalaki ang problema natin sa shortage ng kalamay, ng sugar sa ating bansa. Now, Madam Chair,
Honorable Paduano, I'd like to remind you that that would be your last question because your time is already finished.
Madam Chair, just one last question, and I reserve my right for the second round, Madam Chair. Di pa ako tapos. Anyway, Madam Chair, just for confirmation, doon lang sa SRA, under the new administration, the budget for major component of the SIDA is so erratic, Madam Chair. And I want it for the SRA to confirm. For example, with regards to socialized credit, in which that was raised by the good honorable congressman from Kabataan Party List, in which we don't have a budget for farm implements. But socialized credit, Madam Chair, no budget since 2019 and 2021, and now we have a budget for 2022, and again, another 150 million for 2023. Now, second, Madam Chair, yung black farms, tingnan niyo ang laki. No budget for the past 3 years, then 2022, 213 point something million, and now we have for 2023, we have only 16.224 million, low beyond doon sa 300 million na supposedly budget for the sugar industry. Now, and lastly, Madam Chair, ang isa pang tanong dito na dapat tingnan ng SRA is the budget for the scholarship. Madam Chair, tingnan mo, for the past 3 years again, no budget for scholarship and a lot of students, a lot of children, of farm workers, and of course, especially ARBs, agrarian reform beneficiaries, that wants to avail the scholarship. Maybe, Madam Chair, the problem with the socialized credit and the scholarship program coming from the ZIDA law should be reviewed. The requirements and the qualifications should be reviewed by the SRA, Madam Chair, because napaka-erratic po ang budget allocation for this item, Madam Chair. And lastly, Madam Chair, out of the 2 billion budget for this year, only 1 billion budget was allocated for the sugar industry. And of course, pabalik-balik po, Madam Chair, the reasoning of DBM is all about the absorptive capacity of the SRA on the budget that is being allocated from the SIDA law, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. We would like to request the DA to respond briefly, and then
Madam Chair, last na, Madam Chair, last na, with the indulgence of the Chair and the
will be well
Madam
taken.
Chair, before I forget, Madam Chair, may I request the Department of Agriculture and SRA to submit to this representation to your committee, Madam Chair, the direction being laid down by the new administration to reach the goal, the vision of SRA for 2040, Madam Chair, and the specific areas for farm to mill road for the next 5 years, Madam Chair. Kailangan natin malinaw ang direksyon ng SRA so that we can achieve the vision of SRA for 2020, Madam Chair. 2040 pala, Madam Chair. That's all, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Paduano. DA, please submit all those documents needed by Honorable Paduano.
Yes, Madam Chair, relative to the question of the Honorable Rep, particularly on the SIDA, as I have heard, like Block Farm Infrastructure, Socialized Credit Scholarship Program, and RD will provide and rest assured that we will also be providing the Honorable Rep the direction as well as the farm to mill roads in the medium term. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. To proceed, the Chair recognizes Deputy Speaker Democrito Mendoza for his manifestations.
May hapon, Madam Chair. Thank you very much, and my colleagues. And to the DA, simply lang, because everyone's talking about coconuts, rice, and others, and sugar. But this time, considering that TUCP has a huge base, so let's go banana or bananas. So, sino yung expert dito sa banana? I'm talking about almost 50,000 members of TUCP for Tadeco, for example, 12,000 members. So, I saw your presentation na there's nothing about bananas there. But take note, banana as an industry is second in the world, correct, sir? And with strong exports to Japan, South Korea, and China. So talagang they're really bringing in the money from 1.6 now in 2020, I believe, and that was pre-pandemic, and $1.9 billion. Is that correct, sir? Yun. So there's a concern. So largely, banana has already, as an industry, gone to a mature, as an industry without, parang ang tawag dyan, sariling sikap. That's why there's a congressman, because I was going to file a bill for banana. For example, for the coconut, you have the Philippine Coconut Authority, SRA, the rice, may pang cacao, di ba? Sabi na, wag daw kay if you do that, they will be overregulated, baka makaproblema. And sure enough, those crops that you've been talking about kanina ba, nakaproblema. So, ang question ko lang, sir, sa DA is that quickly, what have you done to protect the industry? And as much as possible, don't overregulate it because they're doing just fine. And how do you expand this Philippine greatest export, especially in the island of Mindanao? Please answer.
In as far as banana is concerned, hindi po masyadong inaasikaso ng Department of Agriculture ng banana dahil it's a big industry. And that they have been protecting their own selves in the whole region of Mindanao. So we are not, at this point,
So if it's not
attending to
broken,
that.
Mr. Secretary, don't fix it. So they're just doing just fine.
Okay.
Sige, I'm sorry to interrupt because I'm trying to finish my manifestation because I told the chair there that so let's just talk about bananas. Just leave it to my other colleagues para hindi magpulit-ulit tayo. But in this way, I hope that you will support talaga the National Research Development Extension Center for Banana, and I will file that bill. I actually filed several bills before in 2014 in other congresses, pero yung kanina may statement na wag na daw. NRDECB for especially for bananas will do just fine, and I hope that you have a support. Although again in your presentation there are no. There's not even a mention of banana, but take note, we are number 2 in the world, diba?
Yeah.
And there was a time that we have gone down, Mr. Secretary. So I hope that we should maintain that. We're only next to Ecuador. We're the only Asian country is doing that. Okay, sir. So lastly, sir, you know naman na ang dami ng problema ngayon sa banana with the Toka and the Panama disease, correct? And at one time, I had to defend whether they should go for aerial spray or just the boom spray. But then again, that is something that we can discuss. I have, as TUCP, it is our, we care about our banana workers compared to other industry. Madam Chair, they're well paid compared to the coconut, the sugar. Sugar is only 10 months. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Banana are actually, they are poster boys in the plantation-based agriculture crop, which is banana. So that's why I'm very, very supportive. But then again, sir, quickly, what are we now doing considering that they're under attack by Panama disease, although we have other strains for this Cavendish brand? Go ahead, sir.
Can I have Director Panganiban to answer that?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, may I?
Yes, please
good-
proceed. Please
Yeah.
state your name. and
This is Glenn Panganiban po from the Bureau of Plant Industry. Mr. Chairman, sa Bureau of Plant Industry po, we do support the banana industry. Actually, just a few weeks ago, we were there in Davao to talk with the banana industry, PBJ and Bifea, and all of the industry players. For production support, sir, we do provide the production support services like seedlings. Some of them have shifted to the Sabah varieties.
Yes, sir, but go directly na lang. What are we going to do with the Panama disease?
Sir, with the Panama
It's
disease,
closing down plantations.
yes, sir. Actually, the region 11 has already a protocol that they are piloting right now, and we will try to upscale that, sir, to counter the problem. Of course, sir, our biosecurity team in the Bureau of Plant Industry and in the regions are always trying our best effort to contain the disease, not bringing out planting materials with soil because that's the medium for. So those, sir, biosecurity and production support services.
So so there's no assurance then that we can at least maintain our second place in the whole world in terms of production.
Actually, sir, we are still at that pace, but of course, because of the free trade agreements happening, Latin American countries being very, very aggressive with their free trade agreements, yun po, sir, yung medyo challenge po.
Sige, so finally, I will just conclude by saying that at least in this particular aspect, as an industry, medyo there's some good news, and I hope that we maintain that, because always on Pilipinas, if you don't notice, if we sort of overregulate, Madam Chair, at the same time we are on the top, and somehow if government intervenes, and then we lose our edge, even so FW. So thank you very much. There will be having a convention with the PJA, with Stephen Antig. I hope we see you there. Once again, on behalf of TUCP, for the banana workers affiliated with TUCP, daghang salamat, sir.
Thank you,
Madam
Deputy
Chair, thank you.
Speaker Mendoza. To proceed, the chair acknowledges Representative Filimon Espares via Zoom. Are you there, Representative Filimon Espares via Zoom? You are now recognized. Last call. Representative Philemon Espares. Okay. I think he's not around, so we'll proceed with from the majority, Representative Christopher Sonyap. Oh, before Representative Yap, Representative Mark Go.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Magandang hapon po sa lahat. I would like to address this to the Secretary of the Department of Agriculture. The total budget as indicated in the NAP of DA is 163,754,843,000. Out of this budget, if you look at the sectoral programs or the banner programs of the Department of Agriculture, number one in the list is National Rice Program. And the budget given to the rice program is 30 billion pesos. Nandito po yon. In the previous year or this year, the budget is 15 billion pesos. You are asking or you are given additional 15 billion from 2022. Ang tanong po dito, this amount is already being spent right now by DA. Ano po ang contribution nito sa pag-improve ng ating rice production sa Pilipinas? If you look at the different programs, meron po dito technical support and support services program, you have agricultural machinery, equipment, facilities, and infrastructure. Ang tanong ko po, how do you measure the effectiveness of all these programs in improving rice production?
DA, please respond.
Yung pong 15 billion na allotment ngayong 2022 is being spent up to December 30, 2022. So yung po allocated na sa region. Ang amin pong nire-request is an additional 15 billion for rice and corn because the project for 2022 is lacking in terms of monetary consideration. So they lack 50% more than what it is in 2022. Amin pong sisiguro sa inyo na ang palayan sa ating buong bansa ay muling lalawig, hopefully within the next 2 years. We cannot increase it in 2023, but in the next 2 years after 2023, we should be able to increase the production of rice in this country.
Madam Chair, yeah, you know, if I did a little calculation here, if we are going to just buy rice without spending this money for your national rice production, we'll be able to feed 1,272,000 families in the whole country. Yeah. Because the amount of 30 billion that is allocated for rice production, this will give us a total of more than 12,218 tons or about 12
billion.
1,218 kilos of rice. Wala kang gagawin dyan, ibili lang po itong amount na ito. Kaya tinatanong ko po, ano ba yung epekto nito sa rice production natin? Itong programa natin. Bumili tayong napakadaming equipment. I don't know what happened to this. Ano pong resulta nitong mga equipment na dinistribute ninyo? Gusto ko pong malaman sa Department of Agriculture. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may answer. Yes po. The rice program is expected to double its budget for 2023. In the expectation po natin na bababa po yung rice production. Actually, for the first semester, nagkaroon na po as per actual PSA data of 56,000 metric tons. So we want to arrest that decline At karamihan po ng 27 billion is fertilizer of about 19.5 billion budget, which will bring us to about 20.4 million metric tons to 2023 volume of production. So tama naman po, Madam Chair, na makakabili po ng bigas to feed about 1.2 million families. Ang problema po nun, saan po tayo bibili ng palay sa ating po mga magsasaka kung hindi po sila magtatanim? Salamat po.
Madam Chair, I just make a little calculation here just to show you, kailangan nating i-measure yung effectiveness nitong ginagawa natin. Kasi every year, humingi ng pondo ang DA and other government agencies, but we would like to know exactly ano bang impact nito in terms of productivity. Yun po yung pinaka-question na gusto kong itanong. Thank you.
Yun yung ano.
Yeah. Again, Madam Chair, for productivity, the expected volume of production is 20.24 to 20.4 million metric tons of rice because of the budget that will be given to the department for the National Rice Program, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, I would like to have another question. This now addressed to the National Irrigation Authority, NIA. Ang budget po ng NIA ngayong 2022 is 21 billion pesos. And this will double, more or less double in 2023. Gusto ko pong malaman sa NIA, yung pong mga tinayo nating mga irigasyon sa iba't ibang lugar, ito po ba'y nabalikan natin, tinignan natin kung epektibo ito at anong contribution nito ito sa mga farmers in terms of productivity ng kanilang palayan o kaya sa kanilang mga pananim. Meron po ba tayong evaluation dito? Probably ito pong 2020, 2021, saka ito pong 2022.
Yes, Madam Chair, meron po tayong nakahandang evaluation. Actually, we just created the inspection and assessment team who will look into this, who will serve as a counter-checking of all the projects, kung ano po yung naging effect po nito sa ating mga end users, sa ating pong mga IAs. So expect po, actually bago pa lang po kasi ako for 4 weeks pa lang po ako. Mag-1 month pa lang po ako sa NIA. But again, na-create na po natin yung IAT and expect po na we will be giving reports to the Congress when it comes to the accomplishments of NIA dito po sa mga naging projects. And on the budget po, sir, nagkaroon po ng pagtaas ng budget namin pero hindi naman po nag-double kasi lumalabas po nasa 40 po kami ngayon at 31 po yung last year.
Madam Chair, just to underscore, ang total budget po natin na pinropose ngayong 2023 is 5.268 trillion. Ano po? Pero yung pong Department of Agriculture tumaas ng more than 50 billion. So ang ibig sabihin, the increase in the budget for 2023 is more than 200 billion and 25% of the increase actually went to the Department of Agriculture. So ang ibig ko lang po sabihin, kaya ko po binabanggit ito, we expect now more from you in the department to ensure that we address yung problems natin sa pagkain at iba pang mga pangailangan ng ating mga kababayan na related po sa agrikultura. So yun lang po at asahan po ninyo na kami ay nandito para tumulong po sa inyo, but we want to be sure that you are successful in your programs and there is no other reason or there is no more reason not to succeed because the biggest part of the budget increase is given to the Department of Agriculture. Maraming po salamat at magandang hapon po.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mark Go. To proceed, the Chair recognizes Representative Christopher Yap via Zoom.
Here.
Honorable Christopher Yap is here in person. You're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Congressman Coco Yap, 2nd District of Southern Leyte.
Maayong adlaw kanatong tanan, no? Fellow colleagues, our resource person. My district has been hit by Super Typhoon Odette and twice landed in my district and province. May we request the support of the national government, especially the Department of Agriculture. We are in the early process of recovery. Our province relies on agriculture, especially rice and coconut. We need the rehabilitation of our farm to market roads. Only one farm to market road was allocated to my district. Paano makarecover yung mga farmer natin na nagdouble na yung cost of product because of double handling dahil sa hirap ng kalsada namin? We also need the livelihood assistance and equipment grants from your department. We hope we could have the attention of the officials in the department. Please check the situation of our district and our province of Southern Leyte. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Yap. Let's now proceed. The next interpellator is Vice Chair Teodorico Haresco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. May I welcome Yusek Pangaliban and Yusek Subilia. Welcome po. And of course, my old friends from NFA, Judith, welcome. And Director Aryudir, and again, ASEC de Mesa, maraming salamat po sa aklan to include Boracay. We are already in the BARMM months, September, October, November, and based on your historical average of obligation and disbursement rates, USEC, what does the department intend to do to fast track the obligations and disbursements in order to hit the historical targets of the Department of Agriculture? Ano po ang gagawin nyo para mapabilis po ang paggamit ng pera? Kasi napakalaking pera noong 2022. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Honorable Congressman, actually po for the banner programs, mataas na po yung level of obligation, but with the instruction po of our new Senior Undersecretary, Yusek Panganiban, he already instructed all regional executive directors to immediately proceed with the full implementation of all projects, especially for all the banner programs, rice and corn and other important commodities, so that we'll be spending all the budget before the year ends, and to have for 2023 to have immediately the advanced procurement for under the National Expenditure Program. Madam Chair, thank you po.
Advanced procurement. As of June 30, a total allotment worth of 29.2 billion still remains unobligated for the department, of which 15.3 billion is unobligated for capital outlays and 10.84 billion unobligated for MOOE. So ano po ginagawa niyo dyan para sa fiscal year 2022?
DA, please.
Ano po nangyari sa 15.32 billion from June 30 to September 5?
Please respond.
Chairman, hindi counted yun na hindi pagsasagot nila sa time ko.
Yes, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the 15 billion, part of it is under the automatic appropriation, which was lodged under the PhilMec for the RCEP
funds dahil hindi pa po sila lahat nakakapag award para po doon sa mechanization nila. Meron din po kaming budget na natitira pa po para naman po sa PRDP namin na mga FMR din po ng under I-bill. No po. Tapos the rest po ay maliliit para sa mga programs po natin na banner programs.
Are you saying that 15.32 billion, the lion's share is automatic obligation?
The balance of the PhilMec for the capital outlay of the automatic appropriation is about 6 billion, Your Honor.
So hindi po nagastos ang PhilMec yung 6 billion?
Gagastusin pa po hanggang December.
Nagastusin pa. May utang pa sila sa Aklan kaya last 2021 pa. According to the National Expenditure Program, the Technical and Support Service Program is expected to receive an additional new appropriations of 21 billion for 2023. This represents a 107% increase. What are the specific items that will be spent as a result of this increase? 121.02 billion po sa 2023. Saan po gagastusin to 21 billion?
Yun pong ating agriculture machinery, equipment and facilities and infrastructure program of about 20 billion. There are three components. One is under Section 9 of the special provision, which is the FMR, na 13 billion. Meron po tayo sa Section 10 na small scale na irrigation projects worth about 991 million. And also the agricultural machineries, equipment and facilities, which is about 5.8 billion. And then meron pong a portion na konti para sa personal services. Yung po yung kabuuan ng 20 billion, Your Honor.
Madam Chair, can I request for a breakdown of these amounts by specific item and where they will be spent by regions and by province? Also,
Yes,
the locally funded and foreign assisted projects, which will receive 14.67 billion in 2023. Can the department provide a geographical breakdown of these projects? Madam Chair. In addition, Madam Chair, the Department's Agricultural Machinery, Equipment, Facilities, and Infrastructure Program will receive a lower budget of just 7 billion, representing a cut worth 7.92 billion. Why will the agency decrease its budget for this program? And how will it affect the overall program of food security, Madam Chair?
Your Honor, the budget for the agri-machineries is only under the banner programs of rice, corn, high-value livestock. Hindi pa po kasama dito yung intended machineries under the RCEP na nasa locally funded, which is about 5 billion every year. At saka po yung mga ibang nasa locally funded po.
Madam Chair, marami po sa OSEC na unfilled or vacant positions. The largest expenditure, however, in 2023 goes to subsidies, 20 billion, agricultural and marine supplies, 15 billion, donations, 4 billion, training expenses, 2 billion, financial assistance to NGAs, 2.8 billion. Napakalaki po. And for capital outlays, okay lang to. Road network, 17 billion. Agricultural and forestry equipment, 6 billion. Water supply systems. Ang hindi ko po maintindihan, yung donations and training expenses, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, yung pong sa donations po natin, kasama po kasi dyan, marami po tayong mga ipamimigay po ng mga katulad po ng fuel subsidy. So doon po siya papasok sa object na donations. Pagkatapos po yung pong mga sa seeds po natin, hindi po siya papasok as seeds. Kung ito po ay ipamimigay natin as a subsidy, magiging donation po ang pasok niyan. Doon naman po sa ating trainings, dahil po marami po tayo ipamimigay, kailangan po nating mag-strengthen ng ating training para po makapacitate po natin ang ating mga beneficiaries.
Again, Madam Chair, may I request for a breakdown by specific items and locations para makita po namin, Yusek. In terms of regional appropriations, nagugulat po ako bakit ang Region 6 ay napakaliit po. At Region 7 and 8, napakaliit. Kahit na dinaanan po ng bagyo, ay napakaliit compared sa Region 3, Region 2, and Region 1. So, can you please provide the number of projected beneficiaries per province, peso amounts allocated for projects and programs?
Before the DA will answer, I would like to remind Honorable Aresco that that would be your last question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yun lang, Madam Chair, bigyan kami ng breakdown. Bakit, at saka criteria, bakit ang Region 6 na halos kasing laki ng Region 5 ay one of the smallest sa 70 regions po. Kahit tayo Region 6, tinamaan po ng napakaraming bagyo. Salamat, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Haresco. The Chair directs the Department of Agriculture to provide all the data requested by Honorable Haresco. Let's now proceed with the next interpellator. The Chair acknowledges Representative Faustino Ino D. I think Representative is not, Ino D is not around. So we'll go to the next interpellator, Representative Ria Vergara via Zoom.
Good morning, good afternoon, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. Diretso na po ako sa tanong. Base sa mga ulat noong 1970 at 1980 sa panahon po nung ating dating Pangulong Marcos nung ipinatupad po yung Masagana 99, from 1977 to 1980, we became an exporter of rice. Pero nung matapos po yun, hindi na tayo naging exporter, naging importer. Sa tingin po ng DA, paano po natin maibabalik ang pagiging rice exporter at posible po ba ito? At base po sa inyong pag-aaral at karanasan, anong mga kailangan nating gawin para matiyak at matugunan natin ang mga problema ng ating mga magsasaka at pati na rin ang mga consumers natin na makatikim naman ng mababang presyo ng bigas.
Kung panahon ni dating Pangulong Ferdinand Marcos Sr., ang Masagana 99 po ay inilunsad para magparami ng ani ng ating palay. Ang population po natin noon is I think 35 to 40 million. Ngayon po ang ating population is 100 million. Triple.
110 million po.
And then noon po, ang isang technician is under the command of municipal agriculturist, a provincial agriculturist, and a regional director who is within the Department of Agriculture. Ngayon po hindi, devolved. Nagpapatakbo po ng programa sa munisipyo ay ang municipal government. sa probinsya po ang provincial government. Ang amin lang pong connection is yung regional director to coordinate with the province and the municipality. So yun po ang diferensya. Kaya po noong panahon ni dating Presidente Marcos Sr., medyo nagkamaroon tayo ng sufficiency sa palay dahil nakaipon tayo ng mga 900,000 metric tons ng bigas sa lahat ng NFA warehouses sa buong Pilipinas. Yun po ang pangyayari. Ngayon, ang amin pong gagawin for the year 2023 is makipag-ugnayan sa local government unit para matulungan yung kanilang mga municipal agriculturists para nang sa ganon makapagparami sila ng ani ng kanilang mga palay at the same time gumamit ng mga bini na ibinibigay ng Department of Agriculture. Pangalawa, may fertilizer subsidy na amin pong i-implement for the year 2023 at pesticide, and then meron rin pong mga machineries na ibibigay namin talaga doon sa mga farmer, legitimate farmer, hindi po yung farmer lang sa pangalan. Yun po ang aming gagawing panunungkulan para sa pagpaparami ng ani na ating palay sa ngayong 2023.
Maraming salamat po sa sagot na yon at kami po ay taga Nueva Ecija at tutulong po kami sa inyong objective na sa inyong kagustuhan na maging exporter muli tayo at mapabagsak po natin ang presyo ng bigas. Nung kanina po nagpe-present si Yusek Sombilia tungkol sa mga challenges ng Department of Agriculture ng ating agricultural industry at napansin ko po wala doon sa kanyang slide yung problema ng agriculture smuggling or yung mga cartels po na nagmamanipula ng mga presyo ng bigas, ng asukal. Ano po ang programa ng Department of Agriculture para tugunan po ito? Dahil may nahuli na po ba tayo at naparusahan ng mga smugglers at hoarders?
Ang ginagawa po ng Department of Agriculture ay makipag-ugnayan sa Bureau of Customs, sa Department of Trade and Industry, at sa mga ahensya kung anong produkto ang ini-smuggle o binibinbin sa mga warehouses, kagaya ng sugar, maaring yung mga oil, and other commodities that are now high in prices. Yun po aming sinasagawa ngayon at sa katunayan, ang Bureau of Customs ay magsasubmit na ng report sa Presidente kung gaano karaming asukal ang kanilang nahuli sa loob ng 1 linggong kanilang ginagawang pagbabantay sa mga warehouses ng asukal. Ganoon din po ang aming survey team naman sa DTI, sa Bureau of Plant Industry, sa DA, at ilang mga ahensyang nangangalakal ng gulay, lalo-lalo ng onion, ng sibuyas o ng sibuyas, kamatis, at iba pang mga produkto na ini-import o kung hindi napoproduce din sa ating bansa, ay magsasubmit na report sa akin para malaman kung gaano karami pa ang ating available onion sa Pilipinas para maisagawa natin yung pag-release nito sa palengke. Yun po ang aming ginagawa.
Madam Chair, pwede din ho ba humiling tayo ng mga report na yon na ibibigay po nila sa ating Pangulo?
Yes, Madam Chair. Yes, Madam Congress.
Maraming ang nakatanungan ko po, related po dun sa tanong ni Congressman Mark Go. Halos mag-4 na taon po buhat nung ipinatupad yung rice tariffication law. Pero hanggang ngayon, wala pa po kaming nakikitang rice roadmap na nasa batas sa Section 15. Dapat may rice industry roadmap 180 days after the law has been implemented. Malapit na pong matapos ang rice tariffication law, yung 10 billion na taon-taon by 2025. Nasaan na po yung rice roadmap at kailan niyo po maisa-submit po ito sa Kamara?
Probably within the next 2 weeks, it will be available for every congressman.
Thank you po. 2 weeks po. Madam, I have one last question. Ayon sa datos ng mga international monitoring agencies, ang presyo ng asukal sa world market ay only 37 cents or lumalabas lang po siya na 21 pesos per kilo. Sa ating bansa po, it's over 70 pesos per kilo, minsan umaabot pa ng 100 pesos. Bakit po ganito? Ano ang ginagawa ng DA para maging competitive po ang presyo ng ating asukal? At sa ganitong sitwasyon, hindi po katakataka kung bakit gusto po mag-import dahil bibili sila ng mura sa labas tapos ibebenta ng 70 to 100 pesos dito. Ang kawawa po, the Filipino consumers, the sugar farmers. What is the DA doing po to address this so that ang presyo ng ating asukal ay competitive naman po sa world market?
Madam Chair, Attorney Noronia again. Madam Congressman, ang SRA naman po ay nakikipagtulungan. I think sa DTI pagdating sa mga prices. But you know, Madam Chair, SRA is continuing its programs pagdating sa mga local farmers naman natin under the SIDA program. So with that, kagaya po ng aming mga block farms at saka yung socialized credit program, para po maging productive naman po yung ating local farmers and they can compete sa market para yung kanilang presyo ng asukal natin ay mapababa naman natin. But of course, Madam Chair, alam ko po isa sa mga marching order ng ating presidente ay mapababa talaga ang asukal, ang presyo ng asukal. And we are doing it with the sugar board. I think they are now doing it for that marching order given by the president, Madam Chair. Thank you po.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, maybe also ask them what they, Madam Chair, could I ask them to submit to us the actual steps that they will do to implement lower sugar prices? And one last question, Madam Chair, it's very short. Napansin ko po yung budget ng PCIC is 4.5 billion, wala pong pagbabago. At ngayon sa PCIC, ang nakakakuha lang ng crop insurance yung mga magsasaka na umuutang sa government financial institutions. Paano po niyo matutulungan yung mga maliliit na magsasaka na umuutang sa 5-6? Sila po ang nangangailangan ng crop insurance. Ako po ay maghahain ng batas para po mapalitan ng charter nyo. Pero other than legislation, sa ngayon po, anong matutulong nyo sa mga maliliit na magsasaka na naapektuhan ng climate change at hindi nakakakuha ng crop insurance dahil hindi sila umuutang sa land bank o sa DBP? That's my last question, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Kapag maliit pong magsasaka at pumunta sa Agricultural Credit Office ng Department of Agriculture, makautang po sila basta sila yung miyembro ng organisasyon. Insurance ba? Ang sinasabi?
Insurance po. Crop insurance po ang tanong.
Philippine Crop Insurance Corporation is not under the Department of Agriculture. It's under the Department of Finance. So we are just coordinating with them on the matter of insurance. But they are now, hopefully the President will agree to transferring it from the Department of Finance to the Department of Agriculture for a cohesive management of the credit and insurance policy of the government.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative from the 3rd District of Nueva Ecija. The chair directs the Department of Agriculture to submit the documents requested by Honorable Vergara. So to continue, the chair recognizes Representative Richard Gomez from the 4th District of Leyte.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to ask Madam Chair, and I'd like to hear it from the DA, if it's true that based on science, studies, and experience, disasters are getting stronger and bigger. Is it correct? And correct, no? And then you have ways of helping our farmers in case they get hit by typhoons. I was looking at your budget.
for crop insurance. The budget you requested last year for this year, for next year, it's just the same. Bakit po? If you believe that, if you believe science, that disasters are getting stronger, ang requestin yung budget pareho lang po.
Hindi po under sa amin ang Philippine Crop Insurance Corporation. Nasa DOF po yun, Department of Finance.
Oh, well, I saw it kasi sa brief na binigay niyo sa amin.
Inilagay po lang namin sa inilagay po lang namin.
So
dahil,
who can answer po?
Sino?
But crop insurance po is, crops, sa inyo po yun, di ba?
Oo nga, but
okay.
Hindi po under...
We are here to help you, sir.
Okay. So,
unless you don't want it, okay lang po sa amin. That's my concern. Kasi rice productivity, sabi niya, tumataas. Ginagawa natin ng magandang paraan para lumaki yung production natin. But your crop insurance is just the same. So what is the...
Hindi sa atin.
Nobody from the DA, walang nagko-coordinate sa inyo? Sana hindi nyo sinama dito.
Yes. Yeah.
Permission, Madam Chair. Yeah.
Yes, please.
Honorable
proceed.
Rep Gomez, we provided that budget, the total budget figure for the agriculture sector. Since in the briefings we had, they were inquiring from us that the agriculture's the Department of Agriculture has the number 5 po yung budget. So for us to be able to get the total agricultural budget, we indicated there the budget for DAR, the budget for PCIC, but as USEC Senior Undersecretary Panganiban had mentioned, the PCIC is now under the Department of Finance. And as I understand, probably they have proposed a bigger budget, but the net budget that they have received
there's
is
no bigger,
1.5 billion.
They did not propose anything kasi ito yung nakalagay dito eh. What's submitted here is official.
Yes, sir.
So the official submission has not changed from 22 to 23.
Yeah, the 2022 budget, Madam Chair and Honorable Rep Gomez, it's 4.5. But I am assuming that they also submitted a higher budget for 2023. However, the budget that was provided to them in the NEP is still the same budget, 4.5 billion.
The reason I ask this, Madam Chair, is because our region, Region 8, is always being visited by the biggest typhoons, same as in Bicol and Catanduanes. And that's why I have a big concern regarding crop insurance, because a lot of farmers, rice farmers and sugar farmers alike, rely on crop insurance. That's why nagtataka ako bakit hindi nagpalit. So baka hindi lang naniniwala sa resulta ng siyensya at sa resulta ng mga available na mga datos. Kaya nagtataka lang ako. I'm hoping that in your next coordination meeting with other agencies, you'll be able to increase the requested budget for crop insurance.
Madam Chair, can I I tried to
Yes,
explain,
briefly, please.
Yeah, try to explain, Congressman Richard. I think the reason why they probably kept that 4.5 billion is they are now being studied by DOF. The structure and the charter of the PCIC is now being reviewed and commented. So I think that is the reason why they're keeping it at 4.5. Hopefully in the next budgeting year, we'll probably be able to propose a bigger.
I've been here since 9 o'clock, sabay tayong dumating lahat eh. And I've been hearing words like it's still being reviewed, pinag-aaralan pa, hindi pa ho dumarating. Budget season na ho ngayon eh. Dapat by now you already have the answers and the data that we're asking for to really help out your department. Next, ma'am, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, when I was mayor of Ormoc City, andun sa amin yung binaba lahat ng mga rice mechanization program equipment sa PhilMec. No? And I noticed during the time of distribution, hinahanap ko yung regional director namin, si Ma'am Angel. She wasn't there. And then I realized na yung PhilMec parang may disconnect sa regional offices. Am I correct?
Hindi po, dahil ang PhilMec at saka regional offices are working together.
Dapat po ganun.
Dapat.
Pero sa experience po namin on the ground, parang malayo po eh. Mr. Undersecretary, Madam Speaker.
Okay. I will look into that and ask Angel.
No, I'm telling you, sir. Yun talaga. I'm hoping that to improve your services kasi kaya ko po dinala ito because as mayor, kami po yung nakakaramdam sa mga programa na binibigay nyo sa amin.
Okay.
Nagre-reklamo yung iba, paano gagamitin yung mga makina? May nasirang makina. And then they go to the regional offices, walang coordination ng PhilMec sa kanila.
Yes, sir.
Madam Speaker, one of my biggest concern is really the effect of the Mandanas Garcia case. I'd like to find out from the DA, Madam Speaker, what are your devolved programs for the LGUs?
Well,
Can you possibly show us? Because I siguro baka hindi lang isa or dalawa yung programs na i-devolve ninyo, ma'am, no?
Please respond.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Honorable Congressman. Actually po, sa local government code, karamihan po talaga ng functions po, especially yung distribution ay devolved na.
Naintindihan ko po yun. Madam Speaker, Madam Chair, I want to know ano yung i-devolve ninyo. Alam na po namin na
Yes po.
kami po nag-implement eh.
Yes, Madam Chair. Actually po, as per EO 138, supposedly we are going to devolve. But since as per our evaluation, hindi pa po ready most of the
It
LGUs.
cannot be, sir.
Opo.
Because nasa budget na ho tayo. Dapat by now, alam nyo na yung mga default programs na ibabato nyo sa LGU.
Yes,
You know why? I want you to know. I was a mayor. And I was a spokesperson of the League of Cities. We were really opposing the devolved programs of the Mandanas Garcia case. Kasi madali lang ho sa inyo, sabihin, sige, devolve natin lahat yan. But the money na i-devolve sa mga LGU is not commensurate to the programs that you will throw at the LGU. Why I am very critical about this is because pag binato niyo yung maraming programa sa LGU at hindi ho nila kaya, the LGUs will collapse. And for 2023, there will be 15% reduction in the NTA as compared to 2022. Nakita ko yung isa, may full devolution for NIA. That's why, by now, dapat yung department, kompleto nilistahan ninyo. Do not surprise us that pag-abot sa plenary, doon nyo pala ibibigay sa amin. Because the LGUs will collapse. Remember, the laws that we implement here, a lot are not being funded properly. A lot do not understand the implementations of the LGUs. Maswerte na mayroong mga mayor, may mga governor na nakaka-experience on the ground. Sinasabi po namin siya so that we can help you and help the LGUs.
Yes, Madam Chair, we have already the list of those items that can be devolved to the LGUs, but it will be implemented by the department into phase implementation po, beginning 2020.
That was what I was asking for.
Yes, po.
I was asking for the list pero
We'll be
binigyan niyo ko ng
providing the list.
iba-ibang EO eh.
Yeah, we'll be providing the list po.
I hope I can get it. I waited here for more than 6 hours. I can wait for sunrise to get the list. Really, I'm not kidding. I can wait for sunrise.
Gomez, please wrap up.
Madam Chair, I am very passionate about this because I came from the LGU and I understand the difficulties for next year. And to think, Madam Chair, this is just one department. Most departments would like to devolve hundreds of programs. If we can do that, magpiso-piso tayo. Yung i-devolve yung pera na ibabagsak ng Mandanas Garcia sa LGU, kung piso rin ibigay niyo ng programa. You cannot give us an FMR that will cost 12 million per kilometer, pero yung budget namin for farm to market is not sufficient.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gomez.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, before the Honorable Stella Kimbo, you are recognized.
Since nabanggit po ni Rep. Gomez ang devolution, maganda siguro na hingin na lang natin yung devolution transition plan ng kagawaran. And at the same time, that would obviously include the specific plans for every area. So nandun po yung general principles na susundan ng department, and at the same time, nandun na rin ang specific na
Yes,
plano.
Madam Speaker. Because
for
at this
devolution.
point,
Ang kinukulit ni Rep. Lagman na hingin natin yung devolution transition plan.
because it's
Thank you very
already
much.
budget season,
Thank you for that suggestion,
Madam
Honorable
Speaker.
Kimbo. May I ask from the Department of Agriculture, when can you submit that document?
Actually, Madam Chair, we have already forwarded as part of the requirements that we have submitted to the committee, COMSEC, but in a way we have one hard copy, and we will be providing Rep. Gomez the hard copy that we have right now. The
Yes.
status and
Please also
features
provide
of
the committee and of course, specifically
Yes.
for Honorable Gomez.
Yes, Madam Chair.
yes, Madam Chair. And can you please include because there was no answer a while ago when I was listening to a colleague of ours, the area that got the biggest share for FMR. Why I would like to find out, because doon sa top 20 na binigyan nyo ng listahan, ang Leyte is I think number 12. And so that the department will know, in this year's GAA, nabigyan naman kami ng FMR. Pero isa lang.
Thank you very much, Honorable
Thank you,
Gomez.
thank you,
We
Madam
will
Chairman.
request for that list. Please submit it to this committee. And also all the other documents requested by Honorable.
Madam Chair, yeah, we'll be submitting that, but again, we haven't gotten the feedback of the DBM, so the list may probably change after they have reviewed it. But we
Yes.
will be giving you what we submitted.
Please submit as soon as you have that list.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Madam
We will
Chair,
not-
I'm just curious. We're already talking about budget. The NEP has already been sent out. And a lot of questions cannot still be answered or naiwan pa sa DBM.
Can anyone answer that? Yes, please turn on your mic. Honorable.
The whole kabulol and as a Department of Budget and Management ba for review, and they have not come out yet for our acceptance or not. So anyway, we shall be giving you the copy.
No, it's my concern is for your department, sir. Because you're already fighting for your budget, but still all the programs that needs to be answered are still not on your hands.
Okay.
So yung hinihingi namin, sabi niyo nasa DBM pa.
Nire-review.
Please make it clear. You said
Nire-review ng DBM pa.
you already have the list.
Hindi pa nire-release ng DBM. But we have a copy of what we submitted to DBM.
Okay, we would like to request for that copy
For that
submitted
copy,
to DBM.
we shall provide you.
Thank you. For the next interpellation, the chair acknowledges Deputy Majority Leader Marilyn Premisias Agabas. Deputy Majority Leader Marilyn Premisias Agabas. I think she's not around. The next in the list is Vice Chair Romeo Momo. Vice Chair Romeo Momo. He's already in the plenary. So the next in the list is Deputy Majority Leader Wilter Palma. Also in the plenary. Next is Representative Jefferson Konghon.
Madam Speaker.
Yes, you are now recognized.
Yes. Magandang hapon po sa mga opisyalis ng Department of Agriculture at saka sa mga ibang bureau na narito. Ang katanungan ko lang po bilang representante ng unang distrito ng Zambales kung saan napapaloob ang Olongapo, Subic, no? Casileao sa Marcelino, kami po lugar na kung saan maraming mga isda.
at apektado po kami sa nangyayari sa West Philippine Sea. Tanong ko lang po, ano yung mga programa natin sa mga mangingisda natin patungkol sa West Philippine Sea na apektado po?
Who will respond?
Magandang hapon po. Nestor Dumenden po of the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources. Ang mga programa po natin para sa ating mga mangingisda sa West Philippine Sea ay ang improved or upgraded na vessels for our small scale fisher folk po. Ito po yung isang mother boat na may kasamang 1 dosena o 12 na smaller boats para po sa ating mga established fish aggregating devices para dito sa West Philippine Sea. At ito po ay sinasamahan din ng ating mga patrol boats or monitoring, control, and surveillance boats para sa ganun ay makita ang seguridad ng ating mga fisher folk po.
Ilan na po ang naipamigay ninyo, lalong-lalo na po sa lalawigan ng Zambales na kung saan apektado po ang ating mangingisda sa West Philippine Sea?
Ang latest po na pagkalam namin ay by September 21 po ay merong i-launch, i-award sa Clark po, sa Subic po mismo.
Ilan na po ang inyong naipamigay?
Ang alam ko po is about dalawang sets pa lang po ang na-award early this year.
Ayun nga po ang problema, no? Sa totoo lang po, hindi po nararamdaman ng ating mga kababayan ang tulong ng BIFAR, lalong-lalo na po sa ating mga mangingisda. Nagbibigay po kayo ng mga bangka na maliliit na gawa sa fiberglass, pero hindi po yun nagagamit ng ating mga isda. Milyon-milyon po yung inyong nagagastos para sa paggawa ng mga fiberglass na ito. Pero hindi po ito nasusustain yung kabuhayan ng ating mga isda. Nawawasak lang po ito. Hindi naman po ito nakakarating sa West Philippine Sea, yung mga ipinamimigay yung mga bangka. Sana po tulungan po natin yung ating mga mangingisda. Wag naman po yung masabi lang na may naibigay tayo sa kanila. So, sir, pwede po ba na hingin ko ang inyong commitment na tutulungan nyo ng totoong tulong na nararamdaman ng ating mga isda na galing sa gobyerno, lalong-lalo na sa BIFAR?
Your Honor, sang-ayon po ang Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources sa inyong obserbasyon at layunin dahil po mag-isang buwan pa pala ako dito sa BIFAR, but I grew from BIFAR. Kaya alam ko po kung ano ang pangangailangan ng ating mga mangingisda na yung kailangan nila talaga ay makapunta, makaabot sila sa lugar na kung saan premium ang klase, kalidad ng isda. At yun po ang ating...
So inaamin niyo po na yung mga previously na ginasusan po ninyo sa BIFAR ay yung mga bangka na hindi magamit ng ating mga isda papunta sa West Philippine Sea?
Maring yun po noon ang nakita ng naunang liderato na makaka-solve yung immediate need noon po. Pero sa ngayon po nakikita natin na ang kailangan talaga ay mapalakas ang capability ng ating mga fisher folk para maabot po nila yung lugar na saan premium po, malataas ang kalidad ng isda doon.
Sa inyong listahan, ilan po bang apektadong mangingisda na sa Zambales area, Olongapo City, Subic, Zambales area, sa inyong pong listahan, sa inyong master list, ilan po ang mga apektadong mangingisda na nasa inyong listahan?
I have to admit, Your Honor, na I have to refer it to the Regional Director of Region 3 because that will also include the province of Pangasinan in Region 1.
Wala pa po tayo sa Pangasinan, nasa Subic, Olongapo, Zambales pa lang po tayo. Ilan po tingin po ninyo ang apektadong mangingisda?
I will consult the Regional Director, Your Honor. And we will submit to your office, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you po. Sa pasensya na po kayo kasi medyo passionate lang po ako pagdating dyan kasi nakikita ko po yung mga paghihirap ng ating mga isda na apektado ng hidwaan sa West Philippine Sea. Kasi po kami yung mga isda po natin, yung wina-water cannon, mangingisda po namin yung tinatamaan ng sigalot na nangyayari sa West Philippine Sea. Kaya humihingi po ako ng tulong sa inyo ngayon.
Maasahan niyo po, Honorable.
Second po, Madam Chair, nandito po ba yung ating representante sa Bureau of Soil and Water Management? Pero habang wala po, may katanungan po ako sa PhilMec. Sino po ba ang taga-PhilMec po dito?
Please state your name and position before you answer the question. Wala pa
Thank
pong
you very
question.
much. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm Junicio Albindia, the Director of PhilMec.
Magandang hapon po sa inyo. Ano po ang inyong mandato sa batas?
Ang mandato po namin sa batas ay mag-provide ng improve ang post-harvest facilities and mechanization po ng ating magsasaka.
Kasama po sa inyong mandato, yung pong pagbibigay ng 5,000 pesos sa mga magsasaka natin na merong kalupaan na 2 hectares pababa. Tama po ba yun?
Yan po ay mandato po ng RCEP. Dahil po sa batas po, lahat po ng sumusobra sa 10 bilyong piso ay pamimigay po sa ating magsasaka ng palay na nagtatrabaho ng 2 hektarya pababa.
Ngayon po, ang katanungan ko lang po, ano na po ba natin to? Na-implement na po ba natin ito? Kasi kailangan po ng tulong ng ating mga magsasaka. Marami po tayong magsasaka na merong sinasaka na 2 hektarya pababa ang kanilang kalupain. Naibigay na po ba natin ito? Na-implement na po ba natin ito?
Opo, noong pong nakaraang taon, halos 7 bilyon po yung naipamigay natin. Yun po yung excess tariff para sa 2020, pinamigay po ng 2021. At ngayon naman pong 2022, yung excess tariff po ng 2021 ang pinamimigay.
Mga ilan na po yung ating nabibigay ngayong taon na ito?
Hindi ko lang po masigurado ang dami ng nabigyan na, pero bibigyan po namin ang inyong tanggapan ng eksaktong listahan.
Maraming salamat po. Kasi karamihan po sa atin ngayon sa Department of Agriculture, naririnig ko po kaninang umaga pa po ako naririto na talagang magagaling tayo pagdating sa datos. Ang problema po ay ang tanong kung nararamdaman ba ng mga tao sa baba yung ating mga ginagawa. At nakikita naman po natin sa kalagayan ng agrikultura dito po sa Pilipinas, talagang nagkukulang po, hindi po nararamdaman ng ating mga magsasaka yung tulong natin. Sir, karagdagang katanungan sa rice tariffication law po, kayo po yung nabigyan ng malaking pondo, lalong-lalo na po para sa mekanismo. Dahil nakita naman po natin na ang may mabigat na problema ng ating mga magsasaka yung mekanismo na ginagamit nila. Sa espiritu ng batas, talagang tinanggal po yan sa Department of Agriculture para po kayo po ang mag-i-implement. Ang tanong ko lang po, nai-implement po ba ito mabuti ng PhilMec?
Yes, Your Honor. Actually, kami po ay sa physical target po namin ay 103% po ang aming physical accomplishment. Nagkaroon lang po kami ng counting problema dahil sa mga rebidding. Kasi hindi nyo po naitatanong, ngayon lang po akong Marso naging director po nitong PhilMec. At yung pong mga naunang naging problema sa PhilMec ay ating pong isinasaayos. Katulad po ng pakikipag-ugnayan sa Department of Agriculture kasi meron din pong project ang Department of Agriculture sa mechanization at para hindi po madodoble-doble yung ating pinamimigay ay maganda po ang ugnayan natin sa Department of Agriculture.
Honorable Konghon, please wind up.
Yes po. Sa papalista na lang po ako sa second round. Sa sa Bureau of Soil, tatanong ko lang po, kasi po kami, ang amin pong magsasaka, gumagamit po ng mga fertilizer para sa kanilang mga sakahin. Ngayon po, importante rin po sa amin na magkaroon ng mga composting para magamit namin sa aming mga sakahan. Tanong ko lang po, magkano po ang budget ng Bureau of Soil and Water Management sa makinarya sa pagkukompose? At kung ilan na po ang naibigay nyo ngayong taon na ito?
Your Honor, magandang hapon po. I'm Junel Soriano, OIC Director of Bureau of Soils and Water Management. For this year po, we have more than 1 billion fund for the composting facilities, both the large scale as well as the small scale. And as of today, na-purchase na po yung small scale at completed na po yung bidding process nito and subject for post-qual. But for the large scale, ang tawag po natin dyan ay composting facility for biowaste. Ongoing po ang bidding process nito. That is amounting to 1.1 billion under the RISE program fund.
Sa large scale po, patapos na po yung taon, pero hindi nyo pa po naibibigay yung mga makinarya sa ating mga magsasaka. Ngayon po, budget hearing na naman po ng 2023.
We will take that up on your next round.
Okay.
So we will continue with the next interpellation.
Sige sir, usap na lang po tayo ulit mamaya.
So for the next interpellator, the chair recognizes Representative Samantha Santos.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. To the esteemed members of the Department of Agriculture, Your Honor, I would just like to ask in regards to the issue of rice hybridization. No, the department, when it declares a province as a pilot hybrid rice production area, how do you what are your basis on actually identifying a province as a hybrid area?
DA, please respond.
I'm Dionisio Albinja, the director of the National Rice Program. Actually, we under the RCEP program, the coverage is 57 provinces. The 15 provinces were categorized as 15 hybrid provinces, and the 42 provinces are inbred provinces. And the classification was based on the previous records that these 15 provinces are using hybrid. They are using a lot of hybrid during previous years. That's why they are categorized as hybrid provinces.
However, Your Honor, I would just like to question again. Your Honor, I would like to cite the province of Cotabato, which was declared as a pilot province for hybrid rice production. Apparently based on the studies conducted by the provincial agriculturists and the Region 12 DA or Department of Agriculture, it was found that out of the performance as to the yield is not encouraged and parang mas malaki pa nga po ang gastos ng farmers natin. Instead, na makakatulong, mas nakakagastos nga po ang magsasaka dahil nga po sa hybridization. Apart from that, we are no longer avail of the RCEF program because of its classification. Your Honor, and to our colleagues from the DA, may we know if it's possible for us to revert this classification or at least wag naman po natin sanang i-monopolize ang buong probinsya as a hybrid producing province. Kasi sa katotohanan, hindi naman po lahat ng probinsya or well, the Cotabateños in my province, they're not really capable of actually complying with the needs. Of course, the financial capability also to sustain hybrid products. Meron nga po mga cases na kung saan kinukuha po nila ang libreng, what we call this, palay mula nga po sa DA para lang po ma-avail nila yung fertilizer pero hindi po talaga nilang tinatanim. So parang nagastos lang din, napunta lang din po sa wala yung pondo ng DA kung hindi naman po nila tinatanim yung binibigay ninyo. Ginagamit lang po nila yung fertilizer.
Madam Chair, now for the record, I'm also a rice farmer and I'm a hybrid user. For the past 3 years, my average yield was 10.2 tons per hectare using hybrid seeds. But for using inbred seeds, I also planted that. My average was only 5 to 6 tons. So the truth of the matter is that hybrid seed is a game changer. Though you have a little bit additional inputs, but the return, because of the yield, it was significantly above the inbred seeds yield. Thank you.
Madam Chair, in regards to that, meron naman po talagang yield, no? But not in all areas din po kasi malaki yung turnout. Kaya nga po gusto lang namin i-reconsider dahil yung DA nga po namin at the same time yung provincial agriculturists namin, that's what they want for the province. And I believe for the Cotabateños, they have an opinion naman din po regarding that. And if there are any cases naman na we can subsidize, kasi alam na ko naman po na meron naman talaga yung subsidies mula sa agriculture eh. Pero siguro para nga po maabot namin yung yield expected as planters or as a province that is classified as a hybrid province, baka pwede po natin tulungan ang ating mga irrigation or ang ating mga AE that actually plant hybrid na meron din silang equipment. Kasi sa katotohanan, short po talaga kami sa equipment. Ang irrigation po namin, kulang-kulang. Merong ang dam, pero wala pong kanal. Tapos marami po tayong mga roads na hindi pa nga tapos. And in reality, in the province of Cotabato, we're very behind when it comes to our farm-to-market roads. And my question is this, bakit na behind na nga ang Cotabato pero napakaliit po ng aming pondo sa region? No, not only in Cotabato but also the neighboring provinces of Cotabato. Sa katotohanan, ang pondo lang po na ibinigay sa amin is for Region 12 is only 400 million. Kung iisipin nyo, mas malaki nga po ang aming land area. Pero napakaliit po ng pondo at mas marami pa po kaming kailangan simentuhin. Kaya lang po ang gusto namin. Siguro kung binigyan ng mga farmers namin na oportunidad at accessibility and of course, the infrastructure, the equipment, siguro kaya po namin i-attain yung expectation as a hybrid province, no? Pero without those help from the DA, I don't think we can actually comply with the description or with the identity that the DA gives us. Yun lang po, maraming salamat po, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Representative Samantha Santos from the 3rd District of Cotabato. Next to interpellate is former Governor and now Congressman and Vice Chair of this committee, Honorable Jose Alvarez.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Kay Mr. Chairman, wala dito sa tatlong Vice Chairs. Magandang hapon sa ating mga colleagues. Magandang hapon sa DA family. Magandang hapon po sa inyo lahat. Tatlo po ang katanungan ko. Isa tungkol sa rice fields. Pangalawa tungkol sa barangay livelihood. Pangatlo po, ako po yung distrito namin, napakaraming IPs. So, tatlo lang. Una-una doon sa rice fields. Mabuti nandito yung farm inputs expert ninyo. Sa Palawan po, ang inyong soil laboratory ay situated in Puerto Princesa. Samantalang, yung most of the rice fields starting from Aborla, Nara, all the way to Batarasa are hundreds of kilometers away. Wala na nga pera yung farmers pambili ng inputs. Papabiyahin mo pa doon. So, ang suggestion ko is maglagay po tayo ng soil laboratory. Doon po sa east side, isa. Sa west side, which is Quezon and Rizal, also rice producing area, maglagay po tayo ng isa. Hindi naman po mahal masyado yung soil laboratory. Pwede pa po yun, Yosek. For your information, our land area in the 2nd district for rice is about 50,000 hectares, and we can easily expand that if you will help us.
Who will respond from the Department of Agriculture?
Ang katanungan po, Madam Chair, is yung ating soil laboratory na sa Puerto Princesa. yung rice fields from Aborla, Nara, Brooks Point, Spanyola, hanggang Batarasa, then sa likod, Quezon at saka Rizal, malayo po yung soil laboratory. Okay. Year in and year out, our people in the South have been using fertilizers. And needless to say, the constant use of chemical fertilizers make the soil acidic. So we want to request the Department of Agriculture, kasi ang focus ni Presidente ngayon ay mag-produce tayo ng maraming rice. Bakit po? Siyempre, padami tayo ng padami. Pakunti ng pakunti yung ating rice production. Import tayo ng import. So I'd like to request the Department of Agriculture, diretsuhin ko na po, Yusek, we need one soil laboratory in the east, which comprises of 4 towns producing rice, and another soil laboratory in the west. Kasi malalayo po talaga eh. Magkano ba yung isang soil laboratory?
Your Honor, based on
You
our
address it to the chair.
Madam Chair, Your Honor, our estimated cost for one complete set of laboratories more or less 25 million. That excluding po yung building.
Ako na magbigay ng building.
Because we need to follow the standard of the building. But
Madam Chair, akin na yung building. Yusek, maglagay lang kayo, maawa na kayo sa farmer namin. Kasi miski magbigay kayo ng fuel at saka fertilizer subsidy, hindi rin po kami maka-increase ng production. Bakit? Acidic na yung soil eh. Useless ang ating fertilization. Tama ba ako, Yusek? So, why invest 25 million? Mahal-mahal naman laboratory.
Well, Your Honor, we need to follow the minimum number of laboratories for us to complete the analysis. By the way, and for your information po, sir, during the briefing, DA briefing, we already addressed your concern about the acidity of soils in Palawan. We immediately organized our team to do the investigation in your area in coordination with your provincial agriculture office. And as part of the soil health program, aside from the provision of purchasing laboratory equipments, we will be also purchasing mobile equipment, meaning to say, even from Palawan or from Puerto, we can serve farmers as far as Batarasa because of that mobile. But
that is very much welcome, Madam Chair. But hindi lang yung soil laboratory. Yung inputs po natin, Yusek, pwede ko bang malaman, sino ba yung soil expert nyo rito? Ikaw ba? Ano ba klaseng inputs ang binamimigay natin sa farmer? Or you just give a coupon so that the farmer will buy? For the information of the body, Madam Chair, yung output po namin sa buong probinsya, hindi po kami nakaka-produce dahil wala na masyadong interest ang tao magtanim ng palay. Sad to say, I always fly by helicopter. Nakikita ko, wala pang kalahati yung taniman nataniman. So, nalulungkot ako dahil yung Pangulo, tira ng tira siya, rice production. Hindi naman tayo makakaproduce ng rice kasi hindi yung soil. Saka anong klaseng fertilizer po pinamimigay ninyo? Kasi very specific po ako. Ngayon, wala na masyadong nag-i-interest. So, kukunti na lang yung rice farmer. Hindi na po sila nagpa-planting rice ng tamang distansya. Nagpapanggas na lang. I hope you know what I mean. Nagsasabog na lang po ng binhi. Dikit-dikit ang palay noon. So alam mo naman, pag dikit-dikit, siyempre, lesser yun ang yield. Tama ba? Tama ba, Mr. Chair? Madam Chair?
Madam Chair, we have also technology for direct wet seeding for as long as we follow the proper management. So we may expect a good yield out of that.
Yeah, but at the moment, Madam Chair, wala tayong good yield because wala nga silang pambili ng fertilizer. May hawak na sa leeg sa kanila yung trader. Okay? So, my question now, very specific, Yusek. Please tell me, anong klaseng fertilizer ang pinamimigay nyo doon para at least matulungan ko man lamang?
Before you answer, I would like to remind Honorable Alvarez that you have 20 seconds left.
Okay, Madam Chair,
Hindi
if I
kasama
may,
yung answer niya, Madam Chair.
if I may po, again, part of the National Soil Health Program, we want to know the status of soil health of the country. And after knowing the status, we may correct the proper fertilizer application of our farmers. So yun po yung unang hakbang po natin, sir, para malaman talaga natin kung ano yung pangangailangan ng lupa natin. And with that, we may be assured of a good yield based on the potential yield ng ating crops like rice na tinatanim po natin sa Palawan.
Yusik, Bulacan, ano iba siya, producing more than 200 kabans per hectare. We never reach any 100 in Southern Palawan. Swerte na po yun kung 100. Kaya kailangan namin ng tulong nyo. Tapusin ko na, yung sa barangay po, livelihood na lang, sulat ko na lang, pagkatapos yung mga katutubo. Nandiyan naman sa programa ninyo eh.
Okay.
But foremost is yung concern ko sa rice production dahil I'm so worried that the price of rice now in Vietnam is 500 already from the 250 10 years ago, which I knew. And I'm very worried na aabot yan ng $1,000 per metric ton. Totoo po yun. Because alam ko, may opisina ako sa Vietnam. So, ganun lang. Madam Chair, thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Honorable Jose Alvarez, representative from the 2nd District of Palawan. Next to interpolate is Deputy Majority Leader Marlene Primicias Agabas.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Good afternoon to each and everyone. Most of my questions were already asked. I have some parochial concerns, but it was already discussed during the North Luzon Grad Quadrangle, sir. I just would like to clarify some questions. It might appear parochial, but I do believe it concerns the country. As far as FMR is concerned, sir, may I know how do you allocate the FMR? I just would like to manifest that I come from the 6th District of Pangasinan. Ang Pangasinan po is the top most producer of rice. And in Pangasinan, ang distrito po namin ang pinakamalaki ang napoproduce na rice. Entire Region 1 kami po ang pinakamalaki. But I can say na sa farm to market road po, isa po kami sa pinakamaliit.
Siguro po, dapat nating reviewin ang Farm to Market Road Program na sinadmit ni Mr. Ariodir. Dahil yun po ay Farm to Market Road Program na sinadmit ni Secretary Dar. Ngayon po nagsasubmit sa Congress ay si Presidente. And we have to review that based on what the President wants. So we shall talk with you and get the inputs that you want us to incorporate in the Farm to Market Roads Program.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I just would like to appeal. Hindi po talaga kakasya yung naibigay po sa aming distrito. Okay, thank you po. And then to NIA, Administrator. Administrator, the budget of LARICEP is about to end this year. Yung time ko Okay, Administrator, ang budget po ng LARICEP will end this year. But unfortunately, may mga canals and lateral canals na hindi pa po na-include. I don't know what happened. To complement or to complete yung pong LARICEP program natin, there is a need to augment. We appeal, yung mga iba, wala ho tayong tubig, pero pinapalagyan ng patubig. Kami ho may tubig. Nandun po ang tubig ng San Roque Dam. Kailanganin lang ho namin na itong tubig na ito ay ilagay sa kanal para pumunta sa fields ng aming mga magsasaka.
Yes, Madam Chair. Kapag na-turnover na po ito sa operation at na-turnover na po sa region na po after the completion of the said dam, tuloy-tuloy na po yan. Yung projects na yan, magkakaroon na po tayo ng mga canals. And of course, expect the best from NIA on that.
Thank you po, pero wala po siya ngayong pondo eh. Sa 2023, wala ho eh.
Wala pa raw po hanggang kasalukuyan kasi po under the project pa rin po siya, hindi pa po siya na-turnover. But after po nito, pag na-turnover na po, doon pa lang po namin mababa.
Administrator, it will end this year. January 1, wala na po. We are speaking of 2023 budget.
Well, i-assess na po namin ngayon and we will put a budget for the operation and maintenance po.
Thank you very much. As to the RFFA, I would like to manifest. I was listening to some of the interpellations a while ago. It was stated na na-release na po ang RFFA. I would like to manifest that as far as the 6th district of concern is concerned, one half po ng farmers namin, more than 50%, hindi pa po nakakatanggap ng RFFA ng 2021. 2022 na po ang about na ipapamudmod, pero sa amin po in the province of Pangasinan, there are 71,650 farmers as of today na hindi pa po nakaka-receive ng 5,000. And I would like to appeal, sabi po ninyo, sabi po ng DA, the problem ay nasa Land Bank of the Philippines. Siguro po kailanganin po nating medyo i-push para ho yung perang pagkakaintindi ko naka-land na po sa Land Bank as early as January, February. Magkano po ang dollars noon? Magkano na po ang dollars ngayon to the detriment of our farmers? Again, as to fuel subsidy, I exercised the oversight power of Congress nung nag-release po ng fuel subsidy sa aming distrito, and I discussed it during the North Luzon Quadrangle. Asan si Yusek Panganiban? Madam Chairman, can I just ask for suspension so that the Yusek can listen to what I'm saying?
1 minute suspended. The meeting is 1 minute.
Yusek, sinasabi ko lang po na sa Pangasinan, 71,650 po na farmers ang hindi pa po nakakatanggap ng RFFA, yung pong Rice Farmers Financial Assistance na 5,000 pesos. 2021 budget po yun.
Yung po ay kaso ng Land Bank.
Yes, sir.
Land Bank and the Regional Office.
Yes, sir.
They need a photographer.
Yes, sir. Push na lang po natin, sir.
They charge it to the Department of Agriculture na wala po naman kaming photographer. So ngayon, nag-uusap na po yung Regional Director at saka Land Bank para by 17th or 18th of this month, 17 September of this month, baka mabayaran na yung 5,000 pesos.
Opo, dahil mag-e-end na po 2 years ng pang-life nun. Yung fuel subsidy, Yusek, paki-review na lang po natin kasi natuwa ho ang mga farmers, corn farmers lang naman po ang binigyan natin ng fuel subsidy, di po ba? Yung 3,000 pesos, natuwa po ang mga magsasaka. Pero paki-review na lang po yung policy natin kasi ilan lang naman pong nag-enroll ng mga gasoline stations, hindi naman po magamit yung gasoline subsidy nila.
Sa 2023 cash assistance na sir, pwede na pong cash.
In our district, for example, Yusek, 10 bayan po kami, pero 2 Petron lang po ang nag-register. So, paano po gagamitin ng aming mga magsasaka? Pupunta pa ho sila sa pagkalayo-layo para magamit lang yung card.
Year 2023, it will be cash directly to our partners.
And please, Yusek, please review yung policy natin na limited daw po sa may mga machineries lang kasi tinawag nga raw po na fuel subsidy kaya kailangan may machinery sila. So pwede po ba na lahat ng corn farmers ay bigyan na lang natin?
Well, there might be some provisions in the law that we have to abide with. Pero kung tutusin, titignan natin kung pwedeng gawin na ibigay na natin sa mga farmers sa ating mga magsasaka ang suporta ng gobyerno.
Thank you, Yusek. Last na lang po, with your kind indulgence, my dear colleagues. My concern is for our province also. Most of our farmers would like to have certified seeds. According to them, pero ang napoprovide po ay hybrid seeds. According to our farmers, pag first crop, mas gusto po nila ang certified seeds dahil mas matibay po siya sa tag-ulan. So siguro we have to review po kung ano po mas maganda kasi ang sagot po sa akin palagi, we were categorized daw po na dapat hybrid seeds ang binibigay sa amin.
Wala pong categorization na gano'n. Basta po magsasaka, nangangailangan magtanim ng palay. Palay po ang usapan, hindi po hybrid or inbred or what. So ang farmer po ang magsiselect kung ano kanyang gustong itanim. So itatanim po ng farmer yung kanyang gusto. Hindi po gusto namin.
Thank you. Madam Chairman, pag narinig po yan ng mga farmers sa amin, sigurado po ako matutuwa po sila.
Yun po ang policy na sinabi sa akin ng Presidente. Kinakailangan po kung anong gusto ng magsasaka, yun po ating susundin.
So, yun lang po,
Thank you very
Madam Chairman. Thank you very much po sa DA. In behalf of the 6th District of Pangasinan, maraming salamat po sa inyo. Nagpapasalamat din po ako sa mga tao po ninyo sa region. They're very supportive po sa amin, even sa NIA po, kay Director Dawayan at kay Director De Vera. So, maraming salamat po sa inyo lahat.
Thank you, Honorable Marlene Remisias Agabas. Next to interpolate is Vice Chair Alan T.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. To the Department of Agriculture, can you kindly confirm that in your department's proposed 2023 National Expenditures Program, 44,318,114 is proposed to be spent under the national programs for rice, corn, high-value crops, organic agriculture, livestock, and urban agriculture?
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, please proceed.
Yes, Your Honor, we confirm that the amount is intended for our national banner programs.
How much is allocated for cash assistance to be given to farmers and fisher folks under the various national programs?
Your Honor, for the banner programs, we do not have the cash assistance under these programs.
So you have zero cash assistance to fishermen and fisher folks.
Opo, kasi po
Am I correct?
Opo.
Thank you. How much is allocated to farm inputs under the various national programs?
DA, please respond.
Madam Chair, for our farm inputs, we have a total of 122 billion under MOOE.
How much is allocated for fertilizer subsidy out of 122 billion?
For the fertilizer, we have a total of 20 billion, 19 of which is for the rice program.
So out of the 20 billion, how much is allocated to organic fertilizer?
DA, please respond.
Out of the 19 billion, Madam Chair, it's mostly inorganic, but under the fertilizer discount voucher, under Memorandum Circular number 43, if I'm not mistaken, allowed our inorganic, organic, biostimulants. So it's farmers' preference on the type of fertilizers that they prefer po.
Thank you. So can you kindly confirm that 5,669,482 farmers, farm workers, fisher folks, and agri-youth are currently registered under the Registry System for Basic Sectors in Agriculture, or RSBSA?
Yes, Madam Chair, we confirm that's the number of encoded farmers in the Registry System for Basic Sector in Agriculture.
Out of the 5,669,482 farmers, how many are marginalized farmers and fisher folks?
Madam Chair, we'll give the exact number po. Kukunin po namin doon sa total na 5.6 million. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Don't you have any rough estimate?
We want to give the accurate figure, Madam Chair. So
Can I talk to the ACPC? Who is the ACPC director in charge? And may I, in the meantime, can I ask what is your definition of marginalized farmers? Can you please define?
Who will respond from the Department of Agriculture? Can we continue to the next question so as not to waste time?
All right, Madam Chair. Can you also define to me unserved and unbanked farmers and fisher folks? Does ACP director, is the ACP head available?
Please state your name and your position before you answer.
I'm Jocelyn Badiola, the Executive Director of ACPC. Sorry, hiningal ako. May I know the question, ma'am?
My question to ACPC, can you kindly confirm that amount of 2,750,000,000 is allocated under your credit facility?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
How many will be benefited under this program? How many farmers and fisher folks?
Around 350,000 farmers, sir. And
around 350,000 farmers out of 5,669,482 farmers.
Yes.
So percentage-wise, what is the percentage?
Wait, sir. Sorry.
Can I get a definition of marginalized farmers?
We follow the definition of the Magna Carta for small farmers.
Can you please define to us?
Those who have 3 hectares and below.
Those 3 hectares and below. How about for unserved and unbanked farmers and fisher folks? What is your definition?
The BSP actually defines the unbanked municipalities. These are the areas where there's no physical presence of banks. And according to BSP, they have about 439 or 450 unbanked municipalities, and the ACPC has already reached around 430 unbanked municipalities.
So how many unbanked and unserved farmers and fisher folks we have based on your calculation?
As I said, we have already covered 439.
Out of how many?
Out of around 450, sir.
So we only have, because the last hearing that we have, one of your director mentioned that there's 1 million unbanked, unserved farmers and fisher folks.
Yes, that's that's an estimate, sir.
That's an estimate.
Yes, sir.
All right. So out of the estimate 1 million, you only serve 375.
Yes, sir.
And out of the total RSBSA registered farmers and fisher folks, there's only of 5,669,000, you were only able to serve 400,000. Am I correct?
Sorry, sir?
Out of 1 million unserved and unbanked farmers and fisher folks, you were only able to serve 375,000.
Yes, so far, sir.
So far. And out of the 5,669,482 farmers, you were able to serve only 375.
Yes, sir.
Correct? So, Mr. Senior Undersecretary, will you be amenable to realign your budget to increase the credit facility of the ACPC to be given to our 5,669,482 farmers out of your technical and support services program under sub-program production support services? Would you be amenable to realign your MOE and give it to ACPC to increase its budget allocation for credit facility.
Please respond. Anyone from the Department of Agriculture?
Sir, may I say something about that?
Yes, please.
Our programs, sir, are meant to complement the programs of Land Bank and DBP. So we also expect Land Bank and DBP to also use their funds in providing credit to our farmers.
Yes, but earlier the Department of Agriculture, your Department of Agriculture mentioned that there's zero cash assistance to our farmers. So they will not be getting any cash assistance. Am I correct? They will get assistance in kind, but not cash assistance.
Your Honor, can I quantify that answer? Yung pong cash assistance is going to be released under the unprogrammed fund. Hindi po siya kasama sa aming National Expenditure Program.
So when you say unprogrammed funds, you know very well that they are not the unprogrammed funds is not supported by any revenue. Correct?
It is under the special provision number 10 for the excess tariff.
Correct, but we are in the deficit budget. Am I right? No, can you please define to me unprogrammed funds? There's no automatic appropriation under unprogrammed fund. Am I correct? Please answer.
Yes, Your Honor, but this budget is coming from the excess collection.
That's why I'm asking, are you amenable? That's why I'm asking your senior undersecretary if the department is amenable to realign your budget under the program, under your main program, technical and support services program, with sub-program production support services.
Yes, sir.
Well, I think pwede or hindi pwede.
Yes.
Kinakailangan i-review natin ang provision and see whether it can be done or it cannot be done. I'm not yet sure.
It can be done if you are. That's why I'm asking you if you are amenable, because you're giving zero cash assistance to our farmers right now. May I ask, how much is your MOE for under production support services in fiscal year 2022, and how much is your production support services under fiscal year 2023 proposal?
Okay.
Please wind up. Honorable T had to note that most of your questions were not answered. So may I request also the Department of Agriculture to please answer those questions. You may submit a written answer to those questions so that the Honorable T would be clarified. You may answer the last question. I was referring to all the questions being asked.
Your Honor, for 2023, our proposal for production support under MOE totals about 33.4 billion, Your Honor.
About your fiscal year 2022 current?
For the fiscal year 2022, we have 12.8 billion, Your Honor.
So there's a substantial increase, correct?
Opo.
How much is the increase?
Around
Ilan na increase? 30 plus 12.
around
18.
20. 18.
18 billion.
Opo.
That's why I'm asking. This is the amount, the substantial amount where you can realign your budget. Is under Senior Undersecretary. That's all, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next to interpolate is Vice Chair Jill Bungalon. Vice Chair Jill Bungalon, I think he's not around, so we'll continue. The next in the list is Vice Chair Gilbert Violago.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Magandang hapon po sa pamilya ng Department of Agriculture. First question, no? A while ago, na-mention ho yung 19 billion allotted for next year for fertilizer. Am I right?
That's correct, Mr. Chair. Madam Chair.
And then nabanggit din po kanina na yung subsidy nito is through discount vouchers. Am I right?
Madam Chair, the current scheme for the distribution of fertilizer is through the fertilizer discount voucher program, but it depends on the administration if they will proceed with the mechanics of the distribution through the discount voucher program, Madam Chair.
So practically wala tayong planong magkaroon ng G2G na kumuha ng fertilizer abroad, because if I'm not mistaken, based on the figures in other countries, mas mura ng almost 40% ang fertilizer compared sa kasalukuyang tumatakbong fertilizer dito sa ating bansa.
Well, at the present time, we shall be importing fertilizer, especially urea, for the cropping season beginning September to December of 2022. And that's only for this year. It will be different for 2023, because the requirement for 2023 is much more than what is required amount from September to December of 2022.
Ang question ko po is magkakaroon pa tayo ng government-to-government negotiation, or we will let the commercial importers to import all these fertilizers?
Well, the President has mandated our group, the one that will be needing the fertilizer, to import it government to government.
Okay. Can I just ask, just in case, no, if pwede mag-submit to this committee yung mga list ng importers ng fertilizers?
Yeah, we shall give you the fertilizer group.
And then next question is allocation for the seeds for next year is 5 billion. Is this correct?
That's correct.
So before the oil crisis, if I'm not mistaken, the production cost of our farmers is around 12 pesos per kilo. Is this correct?
Well, correct.
So with the current prices right now, especially the fertilizer, was gone up almost 300% from 1,000 to 3,000, and the seeds and the petroleum. What is the projected cost of production of palay with this current situation?
Well, at the particularly, anong price per kilo?
Sumasa, sir, by 25%.
Magkano yan?
So if you don't have the data, kindly submit the data in this committee for our reference.
Okay, it will be submitted to your committee, Mr. Chair.
Based on the 12 peso per kilo production cost of palay, more or less this year and last year, what is the percentage being given by our government as subsidy to our farmers based on that 12 peso per kilo?
Yung 5,000 peso. Madam Chair, currently our assistance to the rice farmers, yung ating pong rice farmers financial assistance, 5,000 pesos each. We are also providing fertilizer discount voucher. under the 2022 general appropriations, 1,200 for inbred and 2,262 for hybrid. For the upcoming fertilizer, it will be increased to 6,600 pesos per hectare, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Yes, Madam
Irrigation
Chair.
service fee is free, Madam
Yes, I understand, Madam Chair, about those figures. What I'm asking is, anong percentage ng production cost base ron sa nabigay natin na previous year ang naibibigay ng gobyerno as subsidy? For example, for the 12 peso per kilo, anong percentage yung nanggagaling sa gobyerno? So kung wala kayong data, Madam Chair, may I ask DA to submit also the data, no? Kasi importante, no? You are asking for a bigger budget for this year. Kaya ako tinatanong sa inyo to, kasi sa pagtaas ng presyo ng petrolyo, pagtaas ng presyo ng ating mga pataba, more or less parehas pa rin ba yung naibibigay nating subsidy sa ating mga farmers based on percentage? No, for example, if you are we're giving them 2% subsidy to sa kanilang production cost, with the new subsidy na bibigay nyo, nasa 2% pa rin ba? O baka less than na kayo sa 2%? Ang ibig ko sabihin, baka mas maliit pa to ibibigay nyo ngayon. That's why I'm asking, in terms of percentage, kung same pa rin ang may bibigay nyo with the new allocated budget for next year based on the current situation right now.
The projected amount of support is only 0.25%.
25%.
25%.
So more or less with the allocated for next year, same pa rin ba? 0.25% pa o less than sa 0.25%?
Less. It might be.
Madam Chair, that's 25% po, just to correct, not 0.25%.
So 25% of the production cost?
Yes po.
So you're talking of around 4 pesos per kilo?
Yes po, Madam Chair, based on seeds, fertilizer, and irrigation component is being subsidized by the government. So it's about like that. And for next year, since we'll be increasing the cost for fertilizer, so definitely the allocation under subsidy will also be increased, Madam Chair.
Okay. Next, for NFA, magkano pa ho ba natitira sa NFA ngayon for this year budget?
Before NFA can answer, I would like to remind Vice Chair Villago that would
Yes,
be your
Madam Chair,
last
can I
question.
ask my last question after this? Total, kanina pa naman kami 9:30 na umaga rito, Madam Chair.
Last one po, marami pang nasa list. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Sir, good afternoon. Ang natitira pong budget for this coming harvest season is 4 billion. However, if we will be needing more, we can always make available amount from our corporate receipts, Madam Chair.
And for next year, ang allocation is 12 billion. More or less, meron ba kayong planong increase ang purchasing cost nyo based on the new current situation, or you will be purchasing on the same cost as this year?
Madam Chair, since the President is our secretary, he asked us a lot of sensitive analysis of pricing policies, and so we cannot say at this moment what will be the decision of the economic managers, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, manifestation, Madam Chair, I just submitted to our administrator isang program na kung saan noong 2015 pa inumpisahan yung feasibility study nito, napondohan, natapos po yung feasibility study at nagkaroon na rin po ng detail engineering, pinondohan din po ng ating Kongreso, and last year natapos na rin po yung detail engineering. And since Agri is the number one priority of our President Bongbong Marcos, I hope na yung hindi na masasayang yung pagpopondo ng ating Kongreso para po sa dam ng Maringalo, which kaya po magkaroon ng additional irrigation for more or less 5,000 hectares para po sa lalawigan ng Nueva Ecija.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Villago. Before we continue, may I ask from the Department of Agriculture, is anyone taking notes of all the unanswered queries, the data, and the documents? Please, we hope to receive the documents before the deliberation of the budget in the plenary. I hope this week, you would be able to submit all the documents. The next interpellator is Vice Chair Cloud Bautista via Zoom. Vice Chair Cloud Bautista. Bautista via Zoom. We're having technical difficulties, so the next interpellator is Representative Peter Miguel.
Salamat po, Madam Chair. Magandang hapon po sa lahat, lalong-lalo na po sa kasama natin from Department of Agriculture at NIA. Ako po yung may katanungan lang sa ating National Irrigation. Way back years ago, meron pong batas, Republic Act 10969 na nagsasabi po libre yung irrigation service fee. Katanungan ko lang po, libre pa rin po ba ang irrigation fee, service fee po?
Mula 1 hectare up to 8 hectares po ay libre po para sa ating magsasaka, Mr. Chair.
Opo, at alam ko po, namimigay po ba kayo ng subsidy para sa kanilang operating and maintenance fee?
Yes, nagbibigay po.
Magkano po nga ba for the record?
150 pesos po per hectare.
Per hectare per cropping, tama po ba?
Opo, per cropping po.
Opo. Pero doon po sa Republic Act, ipinayagan niyo po na sa IRR na kumolekta yung Irrigators Association, tama po ba?
Hindi po pinapayagan yung iba pong considered as private na hindi po pinapayagan.
Ang totoo pong nangyari doon po sa segundo distrito ng Timog Cotabato, lahat po ng IA, Irrigation Association po, ay naniningil hindi mababa 500 pesos per hectare per cropping. Yun po ang practice. At ayon sa kanila, ito po ay base sa IRR ng Republic Act 10969 na pinayagan po silang kumolekta po. Hanggang ngayon yun po ang practice.
We will look into it, but that's the policy of the IAs, no, with their members. It is not within the authority of NIA, but we will look into it. Hindi po siguro maganda rin yun kung kukonsintihin po natin yung gano'n dahil sa halip na makatulong po tayo sa magsasaka, makakapagpahirap pa po tayo.
Talaga po. Sad to say, kung nasa policy yun, we are giving them right to collect. Hindi po maganda. In actuality, hindi po talaga free ang ating irrigation service fee.
Mr. Chair, ginagamit din po rin naman kasi nila yon sa kanilang maintenance and operation, kung kaya't most probably yung po yung justification nila sa sinisigil. But we will look into it na if it is really reasonable or justifiable that they need to collect such amount of money.
Sa totoo po, Madam Chair, I happen to seek consultation meetings with them. And sa totoo, kulang po yung 150 subsidy. Kulang na kulang po. And they're recommending, in fact, way back 2019, kung hindi po nagkakamali, doon sa National Confederation ng mga IAs, nagkaroon po ng isang resolution, national resolution po, na kung pwede taasan po ang subsidy from 150 to 500 pesos po. There was a resolution from the National Confederation of Irrigators way back 2019. It was not acted upon. Yun po ang kahilingan. Ngayon po, nagre-range po. Para nyo lang po malaman, admin, nagre-range po yung singilan 500 to 650 even. Doon po sa mga communal irrigation system, apart from the national irrigation system, singilan po ng IA doon, nasa 650 yung iba po. So how can we help our farmers? The mandate of the farmers is just simple, to plant. Pero kung yung pag-maintain ng kanal, pag-maintain ng desilting, pag-ayos ng daan sa gilid ng irigasyon, ay problema pa nila. Time spent, effort spent, money spent, it should have been done for pure agriculture, pure rice production.
Madam Chair, the 150, meron pa po kaming 2,400 as remuneration for the canals naman po. Na po. So hindi lang po yung 150, may 2,400 pesos pa po. Over the top po yun, noong 150 nila. And again, when it comes to the communal irrigation system, we have this may confusion po kasi as of the moment because of the devolution process which is pending now, no po. So if there will be kasi we have requested also to the palace na ma-exempt na po yung NIA, no, since this is through EO, ma-exempt po yung NIA when it comes to devolution, then that's the time po we can address these issues. Kasi communal po yung pinag-uusapan po natin kung kaya to nagkakaroon ng confusion.
Actually, hindi po. Tama po kayo, yung devolution is not good for communal irrigation system because it's devolved to the local government but not the national irrigation system. Itong sinasabi ko, both the national and CIS, pareho pong nagsisingilan po dito. So yung recommendation po, kung marapatin po sana, para hindi maibsan yung kahirapan nila doon sa pag-produce. The simple formula, in fact, is to lower the cost of production. And one strategy is really to give them this subsidy, not just 150, but more than that. At doon po sa CIS na naging devolved na po, sana po, yun nga, to arrest that strategy, balik po sa national, itong pag-handle ng ating communal irrigation system. Padagdag na lang po, meron po ba tayong budget for desilting or repair maintenance of irrigation system for this year, 2023?
Meron po, Madam Chair.
And lumaki po ba? Pareho lang kaysa last year? Ano po bang status or bumaba?
Mas lumaki po ng konti dahil of course nadagdagan po yung mga infra po natin, yung mga naitayo natin, kung kaya't mas lumaki po siya.
Salamat po. At alam niyo po yung South Cotabato ay meron pang almost 9,000 potentials to be irrigated. 9,000 hectares. And so my question is, do we have plans to build new irrigation system in the next years to come, months to come?
Meron
or
po,
2023
meron po.
budget?
Actually, marami pong nasa pipeline. Tuloy-tuloy po yung projects natin. And of course, again, with the pronouncement of the President that we need to irrigate all the irrigable lands in the country.
Salamat po dyan. At doon naman po sa ating budget po na binigay sa ating mga NIA offices, meron po kayong budget dyan for the maintenance of these canals. Sad to say, through the years parang bumaba. In our district, last time you give a bigger bulk is in 2018, I guess. That's around 220 million po. Ngayon po, sa totoo lang, nasa 98 na lang. Pwede po bang maibalik yung maintenance budget for the department?
We will look into it, Madam Chair, and rest assured that we'll give extra attention to the said area.
Salamat po, Madam Chair. I have no more questions. Salamat.
Thank you very much. Honorable Peter Miguel, Representative of 2nd District, South Cotabato. The next to interpellate is Representative Loreto Acharon. Is he around? Representative Loreto Acharon. Next in the list is Representative Ambrosio Cruz. Representative Ambrosio Cruz. He's not around. So now to interpellate is Representative Bambi Imano.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. Upfront, Madam Chair, would like to thank Department of Agriculture for helping the province of Misamis Oriental, especially during the African swine fever, sir. Laki po ng tulong ninyo. And apparently, sir, I did not want to ask questions kasi sabi ng Chairman ng Agriculture, ni Mark, wag na. Pero I actually just want to ask a few. I have really a lot, sir. So was planning to join the first, second, third. But ito, very, very short na lang, sir. And kasi apparently, I was given a briefer by my regional director at saka ang daming kulang, ang daming yung programa. Tapos nagulat ako, wala sa Misamis Oriental in my province. Una, sir, AMIA, the AMIA village. How does one qualify to become an AMIA village? Madam Chair, kukunti lang yung oras. Paano to? I'll proceed while they're calling Alice.
Yes. Please proceed.
I'll try to make it as fast as possible. Also in the credit and financial assistance, Madam Chair, there is a 2.75 billion of loans granted. May we know it's a loan. So how many % were paid?
Sorry, sir. May I hear the question again?
Yeah, I also saw on page 14, under credit and financial assistance, 2.75 billion of loans were granted. How many % were paid?
At the moment, sir, we have a collection rate of 83%. We used to have a high repayment rate of above 90%, but because of the pandemic, some of our farmers were not able to pay on time. And we imposed a moratorium, a 1-year moratorium in 2020. And in 2020.
Okay, thank you. And on page 15, I also noticed for fish ports and fish landings, there's a term which is upgrading. How do you upgrade a fish port? Yeah, how do you upgrade? Is it a bigger building, more facilities? How do you upgrade?
Who will respond from the Department of Agriculture?
Hello.
Please state your name and your position.
Yes, I'm Iris De Vera, the OIC of the Philippine Fisheries Development Authority. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Regarding po sa pag-upgrade po ng mga fish ports po, what was po presented sa NEP po, these are po the upgrading of the regional fish ports po, yung malalaki pong mga regional fish ports. Yan po yung included po sa NEP natin. However, answering po yung query nyo on how to upgrade po, usually po, pinupuntahan po natin yung mga ports po, yung mga existing sites. We send teams, technical teams to validate po. And tinitingnan po natin kung ano po yung state po ng your condition po ng facilities po. Yun po.
So you upgrade by upgrading the building and the facilities.
Yes po. Definite po. We need the request po, no? Request po for to visit po the area, and we get po the mga information, fishery information to validate po the need po kung ginagamit po siya talaga. And ano po yung magnitude po, ano po yung ating dapat i-upgrade po dun sa fish port po.
So for 2023, you'll only be upgrading regional ports, no new small ports.
No po. What was approved po dun sa NEP po? These are ongoing po. Lahat po ng mga ongoing na rehabilitation po for the regional fish ports.
So no new ones?
No new
Smaller
ones po.
ports?
Wala pong binigay sa
Even
amin
with
po.
the Department of Agriculture, sir, we do not have? With BFAR?
Wala po.
with BFAR?
Sir, iba po yung fish landing po ng Bureau of Fisheries.
Yeah.
This is different from the Philippine Fisheries Development.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking BFAR. Yeah, can we make it quick? Time very limited, please, sir. Sorry.
None po, none.
Walang bago?
Wala.
For 2023, wala?
Yes.
But your budget increased? Your budget increased for 2023?
Yes, it increased. Your
But no
Honor.
new ports? But no new ports. Your
No
budget
new port.
increased, but no new port construction for 2023?
Yes, Madam Chair, no new port.
Okay, let me proceed, Madam Chair. I also noticed that for Philippine Carabao Center, the budget decreased by 24%. May we know why?
Please respond, anyone from the Department of
Yeah,
Agriculture.
while waiting for the Philippine Carabao Center, also for National Dairy Authority. Why? There's a decrease. Because we have been doing very good production of Carabao Dairy in the province, and even used for milk ban or nutri ban. And I don't know why they decreased the budget for PCC and NDA. Madam Chair?
Please respond.
Your Honor, Madam Chair. Sir, from the National Dairy po. Yung po kasing USPL 480 project po natin, sir, is patapos na sa NDA. So from 400 million po, naging 111.
State your name, please, and your position.
Madam Chair, I am Farrell Magtoto, the administrator po ng National Dairy Authority po. I will be answering, sir, for the decreased budget for NDA. Sir, the 111 million that was being implemented this year, patapos na po kasi yung project, so naging 77 million na lang po for the next year, Mr. Congressman.
So does it mean that no more dispersal for dairy for next year?
Sir, we will be having dispersal for this year, sir.
No, next year. We're talking about the 2023.
Yes, sir. The arrival of the pregnant heifer, sir, will be on March 2023.
Okay. I'll just go to you later because the time very limited on how to avail. Because we've been doing and performing very well. For PCC, we now have answer for PCC.
Yes,
you, Madam
Your
Chair.
Honor. I
Please
am
state your name.
Lisa Batad of the Philippine Carabao Center. Our budget for 2023 is actually reduced at 566 million.
Yeah, why?
I think because perhaps the DBM knows that we are implementing a project supported by Senator Villar, and since 2019 this support has been in the amount of 250 million, Your Honor.
What are you trying to say? That because it was supported by Senator Villar, that's why you decreased the budget?
No. Perhaps I am assuming the reduction in budget could be because there has been a consistent support.
I actually do not understand, Madam Chair, what the lady is trying to say.
The reduction in budget is mostly on the National Upgrading Program, Your Honor, Madam Chair.
So does that mean that we will not anymore be upgrading the dispersed?
No.
So
if Your Honor,
you
Madam
actually
Chair,
have a commitment,
we can
Madam
submit.
Chair. They actually have a commitment that you give dairy Carabao to farmers
Yes.
with a commitment that every year you will change the bull.
No.
Yes, to avoid inbreeding.
Yes. The part of the genetic improvement program, also of the NDA, the intention is to sustain it and upscale it on a yearly basis. But for 2023, there is a good reduction in that area.
No, ma'am, you have a wonderful program. Why lessen the budget? Very wonderful
Wala
program
po
with
kaming
PCC, Mr.
control.
Undersecretary, Madam Chair. They actually give out Carabao program for milking for small farmers. Then you give out processing machines.
Yes.
Then you give out milk boxes. In
Dairy
fact, those
boxes
milk that
po.
are not sold are made into Nutriband.
Yes.
Nutriband. And I wonder why.
Honorable Chair, Sir, we submitted and proposed for 800 million fund,
Okay.
and this is our
Can we
net.
can we get the commitment of the Undersecretary, Madam Chair, to hopefully increase the in a way that they will be able to increase the budget of PCC and NDA. It's a very wonderful program.
Thank you.
You know, you want to give free milk to the students, and now you lessen budget. I think the NDA wants to answer, Madam Chair.
Please proceed.
Yeah.
Sir, actually po, hindi po na-approve kasi yung aming tier 2 eh. So, the roadmap, the dairy roadmap that's being signed by the former secretary, naglagay po kami dyan ng about 2 billion to kickstart the dairy roadmap po to make Philippines 5% sufficient in milk by 2028. Pero hindi po na-approve, sir. That's why there's a reduction of the budget.
Yeah, I'll be going back, Madam Chair, for
Thank
the
you,
second
Madam
round. But I'm not yet done. No, yeah, I'm not yet done, and I wasn't yet answered on my first question, but would like to request that the committee will be able to hopefully increase the budget of PCC and NDA. Wonderful department, sir. It really helps the community. And upfront, would like to thank, of course, ASEC Arnel. Thank you, ASEC Arnel, for answering the challenges of Misamis Oriental. But we'll be going back for the second round, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Bambi Imano, representative from 2nd District of Misamis Oriental. So for the next interpellator, the chair recognizes Representative Noel Bong Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat, especially sa the family. Meron lang po akong ilang katanungan tungkol sa ating NIA Administrator Benny Antiporda. Sir, almost a decade na po nung alam kong simula ng Balog-Balog Dam. At hanggang ngayon, ang physical accomplishment ninyo is 53.30% as of July 2022. Hindi ko na po tatanungin kung anong nangyayari ng nakaraang previous administration, pero ang tanong ko lang po sa ngayon, ano po ang pinaming asahan sa ngayon sa inyo sa status ng aming pinapangarap na matagal ng pangarap ng Tarlakenyo, ang Balog-Balog Dam?
Madam Chair, with your permission, actually I've conducted a personal inspection of the Balog-Balog Dam last Sunday, wherein I noticed na talagang mabagal yung nangyari na po. There are some obstacles that transpired along the way, wherein yung nagkaroon po ng problema sa mga contractor, no? But we will be conducting another bidding para ho ma-assure naman ang taong bayan na matatapos po ito, no? With this administration, we will assure you na tatapusin po kagad to, at it will be a faster process now, and at the same time the welfare of the people who were resettled, no, in the said area, who are in danger also, will be taken care of. Magkakaroon na po kami ng mga actions para masiguro naman na wag maging biktima yung mga na-resettle natin na tao ron. And of course, yung sa dam po, talaga minamadali po namin.
Sa ngayon po, ang nagiging problema yung main dam. Actually po, yung ibang probinsya sa Pangasinan, ang main dam nila okay na. Ang problema, lateral canal. Kami naman, ang nauna pong pinagawa halos ng NIA is sa lateral canal at nahuli yung dam. Walang tubig, ika nga. Kaya po nagkabaligtad. Kaya sana po mandaliin ang main dam para man na yung mga lateral canal na ginawa ninyo, meron na pong tubig na umago sa aming mga sakahan. Yun lang po ang hiling namin sa inyo. Sana po hindi na uli aabot ng isang dekada uli. Baka another administration na naman ang magbago. Yung pong panahon pa ni Cory Aquino, President Cory Aquino, ang simula ng pag-aaral ditong Balog-Balog Dam. Until now, ilang pong presidente na nakalipas, sana po sa inyong administrasyon, asahan namin, within almost ilang taon po kaya nyo ipangako sa amin para matapos na to.
Well, as of now, nasa assessment po tayo, Madam Chair, and rest assured that I will personally supervise the process and at the same time, the construction of Balog-Balog Dam to see to it that the people of Tarlac will never have a false hope when it comes to the completion of the said project, Madam Chair.
Salamat po, Sir Niadmin. Isa pa pong tanong sa DA naman, patungkol po sa mga ginagawa ating farm to market road. Actually po, dati po akong kapitan bago ako naging congressman. At kaya po, alam ko po yung mga problema ng mga farm to market road pag gumagawa ng resolusyon ang isang barangay captain patungkol sa farm to market road. Meron po akong tinanong ng sabi ng DPWH, ang approval requirements ng isang farm to market road kailangan daw po is 6 meters ang lapad. Ang gagawin konkreto is 5 meters, then shoulder na 1 meter. Usually po, ang problema talaga ng bawat barangay, ang mga existing roads nila na prepared lang is 4 meters. Hindi po pwedeng baguhin na lang natin sakali ang ating mga patakaran pagdating sa farm to market roads requirements. Para naman na yung mga pangarap ng ating mga kabarangay, hindi yung kailangan pang laparan, kahit ito po na naman ang problema, magbabayad na naman tayo, reklamo-reklamo. Yung po kaya pwede natin consider. Kung ano na lang ang sakaling nandun, halimbawa 4 meters na lang po sana ang pwede natin aproban. Hindi po pag sinabi ng DP, tinigan nila, maiksi ka niya, makitid ka niya, hindi pwede yan. Parang nawawalan ng pag-asa ng ating mga magsasaka o mga kabarangay na magawa yung mga farm to market roads natin na unang-una, yun ang priority ng ating presidente. Yun po kaya pwedeng gawin natin. Pakisagot po.
We will look into that because the technical specification is we are working with DPWH.
Yun na nga po Alam po natin na sa specification nandun yun Alam na po natin yan. Kaya ang palaging problema, kaya maraming farm to market roads na hindi nagagawa dahil nga po sa requirements natin. Ang sa akin lang po ay kung pwede, susunod, baka sakali, di po ba? Yun lang po ang aking hiling para naman sa pag-uwi ko, masabi sa aking mga kababayan na baka sakali, yung pangarap yung farm to market roads magawa na kahit na although malit lang yung kalsada nyo. Salamat po. Yun lang po, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Noel Bong Rivera, representative from the 3rd District of Tarlac. The next to interpellate is Representative Isidro Lumayag from via Zoom. Representative Isidro Lumayag via Zoom.
Wala si balikan mo si Cloud.
I think he's not yet around. So the next to interpellate is Vice Chair Claude Bautista.
Eric, Vice Chair.
Next is Representative and our Vice Chair, Eric Martinez.
Here, ma'am. Thank you, Vice Chair Divine. Good afternoon, Secretary, and to the DA family. My district is urban in nature, the Valenzuela City, National Capital Region. So It may be urban in nature, but I truly support the program of the President in building a strong agriculture country. And with this multi-billion budget, additional budget infused, we would see the dream of seeing this country as a land of plenty. And we are one with you, Secretary. My first question would be about the National Irrigation Administration, NIA, if he's present.
Please respond.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. My district doesn't have any irrigation. It's pretty obvious. Valenzuela is a urban city, urban place. Have you put in science in decision making with regards to the areas that you're gonna put up massive infrastructure in terms of irrigation, factoring in the issue of global warming? What do I mean by that? Just let me clarify. Napakahirap pong mag-invest tayo sa mga lugar na kung meron ng pag-aaral na in the next 2 to 3 years or 5 years would be greatly affected by global warming. Kung merong irrigation nga, nagawa natin ng infrastruktura, then lo and behold, ito pala yung magiging bahagi na epekto ng global warming, pagtuyot, so everything would be gone for naught. So do you have any science involved in deciding what would be the places that needed to be put in with the infrastructure?
Yes, Madam Chair, we consider the science. That's one of the main factor also of our irrigation projects. Of course, that involves the environmental impact also of the project and the source of water. Looking into it that that the money of the Filipino people will not be of waste when we come up with infrastructure on irrigation. So basically, kino-consider po namin yan and we're coming up with a better quality of our infrastructure projects when it comes to irrigation system. And of course, yung solar technology rin po, ginagamit na rin ngayon. And of course, yung hydro din po natin, ginagamit natin to compensate also other, to optimize yung pong ating pong mga projects.
Well, that's good to hear, Administrator, that science is put into the issue of irrigation with regards to the global warming effects. Secretary, the next question would be about baka yung solusyon sa mga rural problema ng agrikultura ang makatulong ay urban cities. And I'm talking about science and advancement of technology with regards to hydroponics and those other advanced farming techniques. There are studies that show that with the effects of global warming, the country would be immensely affected. Immensely affected. And to a point in the next 20 years, 6% of the GDP would be greatly reduced and agriculture will take the hit. With hydroponics and other modern technologies, we could factor in wala nang farm-to-market roads doon, wala nang irrigation doon, yung planting season would not be factored in, magbagyo man, tagtuyot, dahil nasa isang building lang yon. I think we should start looking into this and sa funding nyo po ngayong taong ito. And how do you see hydroponics as a way of complementing the rural productivity of agriculture, Secretary?
To ask ibang lista who is undertaking the project.
Sir, we are also working closely with our high-value crops in looking into innovations like hydroponics to increase the volume. And that's also part of our Young Farmers Challenge, wherein we introduce technologies and other means to produce. So those are the things that we have as far as agribusiness is concerned, together with our high-value crops, sir.
In terms of figures, magkano po pondo ng mga ganitong klaseng modern way of technology like hydroponics sa budget nyo sa 2023?
Mr. Chairman, may I? Madam Chairman?
Once. Sir, 400 million as far, this is included also in our value adding and innovations technologies, agribusiness. So that is the budget, but we are allocating it in different regions and also with the youth together with SCUs also, SUCs.
I think you should also explore the possibility of this in the urban setting. Much in the world now has changed, and hydroponics has contributed so much in the productivity of food production in other countries, and they see it as the future. I mean, really the future. They say it's rural, but in the next years, the future of agriculture will be urban with the event of global warming and other effects of it. So I think I'm going to follow it up, and hopefully you could put in a parochial concern, the city of Valenzuela, as a pilot area for hydroponics and urban farming.
Another from the Department of Agriculture.
Madam Chairman, thank you po. Glenn Panganiban po from Bureau of Plant Industry. Madam Chairman, actually, we have started it. We have piloted with some research projects on vertical farming and indoor farming. And with the financial support that our Undersecretary mentioned earlier for urban agriculture, sir, we are continuously encouraging and supporting this kind of initiative, knowing very well, sir, that yes, our production areas are slowly decreasing, and of course the effects of climate change is always hitting us, 20 typhoons a year. So
the issue of climate change is the real issue of agriculture. That would be the biggest skill joy. That would be the biggest skill joy of this multi-billion budget of DA. One extraordinary climate event would ruin everything. So it's really, I'll wrap up. It's really urban farming, hydroponics, and other modern ways of planting is the way to go for all of us. And you could use Valenzuela as a pilot area. And in the next 6 years, we'll see how it goes for this country. Could I get a commitment or any response to that? Yeah.
Madam Chairman, yes, po. Actually, Valenzuela is one of our partners for urban agriculture, sir. So we will coordinate with your office, sir, regarding this possible collaboration.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Vice Chair Divine. That would be all.
Thank you, Vice Chair Eric Martinez, representative from 2nd District of Valenzuela City. The next to interpellate is Representative Gerville Luistro.
Good afternoon.
Yes, please proceed.
Yes, we always depend our decisions on the data of supply and demand. These are very important to be able to arrive to intelligent decisions. As a matter of fact, even the revoked sugar order number 4 on importation was based on similar data. My question is to DA, how do we gather the data of supply and demand?
Madam Chair, can I? Yeah.
Yes, please.
Usually, we gather the data from, of course, our official sources, which is the Philippine Statistics Authority. Okay. Production is usually always there. Okay. Usually they are late by 1 month or 2 months. Prices usually are also there. Usually delayed by 1 or 2 weeks. Demand is usually the challenge po, kasi they don't conduct consumption survey for all the commodities. For rice, we don't have any problem.
For meat, we don't have any problem. For corn, we don't have any problem. But for the other commodities, it's a challenge because we then go to the food and nutrition surveys to estimate the per capita consumption of this commodity. So medyo marami pong sources to gather that. In addition to that, if we really want a fresh, data, then we rely on our regional offices for collecting the current prices in the regions or the current issues or problems that are taking place in the regions. So that's how we do the gather the data and do the analysis. Thank you po.
Madam Chair, it appears to us that the DA is relying on the PSA as sources of information. Would the DA know the ultimate sources of information of the Philippine Statistics Authority towards this end?
Yes, sir. Can I? Yeah. Well, in official statistics like this, Madam Congresswoman, we really need a third party to do that. Otherwise, some people may not, believe on DA's data because, of self-interest. But of course, we do some validation also. So we validate also those PSA data, those gathered by a third person, by our own data. But at least we have an official source to get those data from.
May we be enlightened, Madam Chair, on how the DA gather its own data as a way of validating the information gathered from the PSA?
Usually we do this through our Agri and Fisheries Committee, we are now actually activating them now because of this volatility of prices and volatility of the volume of production in the ground. So we're really trying to, reactivate already this group so we can again, try to rely on, data gathered, DA gathered data from the ground. And so once we have this, then we will have to, validate it with what the PSA is gathering. Kasi PSA po usually medyo late po ang kanilang collection because they have really a reference period for surveys.
My concern, Madam Chair, is how certain is DA that the data they gather is accurate?
How certain the data of PSA or
that the data you gather, either from PSA or from your own sources, how certain are we that they are accurate? Do you indulge on the possibility that data are being manipulated to provide avenue for importation or worse, hoarding, artificial shortage for the benefit of some unscrupulous capitalists? Do you indulge on this possibility, or does DA indulge on this possibility, Madam Chair?
In terms of the validation of data, that's the reason why we are gathering it from different sources so that, we can compare. Now, if there are some, who may parang pagdududa sa data, and that is what you are saying, that there are probably some scrupulous, incidences that are happening. I think we have already the regulatory, as already mentioned by my senior USEC a while ago, engaging already some other institutions, some other offices, for us to, to have an all government effort to really check on, those that are coming in, which we think are not really, are sort of providing some problems with regards to supposedly trends that we think the market should be giving us.
I understand the efforts being exerted by the Department of Agriculture in gathering accurate data. Anyhow, may I request the speaker to please answer the question if DA is indulging on the possibility that the data of supply and demand is being manipulated?
I don't think it's being manipulated. There are some probably errors in the collection of the data. That's why we are validating, binabangga po namin yon to just correct the errors. So in case of, like, for example, damages, nandun po yung OCD, yung Office of Civil Defense na kumukuha, nandun po yung mga regional offices ng DA, nandun po yung mga regional offices ng DSWD and all other agencies. Kaya binabangga po namin lahat ito to get really what is really happening in the ground. So medyo mahirap nga po, pero all of this data until after several period, can we really finalize it? So otherwise, we usually work on estimates, plus or minus 10% or plus or minus 15%.
The answer of the A is noted on that, Madam Speaker. For my second question, considering the growing industry of coffee, not only in the country but in the world, may we know if the Department of Agriculture has an existing programs for coffee cacao plantation?
We have a coffee and cacao plantation project for 2023.
May we know, Madam Speaker, how much amount or budget is appropriated for the intended purpose?
Who will answer that? Please answer.
Good afternoon.
State your name, please.
Glenn Paniban po from Bureau of Plant Industry. Madam Chairman, actually the High Value Crops po is working with the Philippine Coconut Authority for the diversification of coconut planted areas. Actually, it has, Admin Benzi 167, I think.
The question, Madam Chair, is about the cacao,
Yes,
coffee
ma'am.
cacao plantation.
Yes, ma'am. For diversification, so it's coconut areas going to be diversified with coffee and cacao plants. So, Admin.
May we know, Madam Chair, if there's available data intended for coffee cacao plantation?
Madam
As
Chair.
to the amount of appropriation.
Madam Chair.
That's a specific question.
Administrator
Yes,
Madrigal, for the
You're recognized on our
CFIDP year 1, we have 167 million for coffee and cacao intercrop project, as mentioned by the High Value Crops Director.
Madam Chair, is the mentioned amount intended only for coffee cacao?
Yes, Madam Chair, 167 million. It's actually part of the farm improvements, which include coffee and cacao for high value crops, the same amount for Bureau of Animal Industry, native small ruminants, and the National Dairy Authority. It's essentially 500 million divided by the three bureaus under the Department of Agriculture.
With that, Madam Chair, may I just request that Batangas be considered as well for the implementation of coffee cacao program, considering that we were first noted for our Kapeng Barako. And of course, I observed that we are beginning to lose the coffee cacao plantation industry, perhaps, or program in our province. So kindly include the province of Batangas in your program implementation.
Yes, Madam Chair, it's actually the high value crop that determines the areas to be developed for for coffee and cacao.
Noted on that, Madam Chair. For our third question, have we revisited our land use plan as one of our measures to boost our agricultural industry? Of course, we understand that industrialization results to conversion from agricultural to commercial and industrial. Do we have reserved portion of our land for agricultural purposes? Of course, this is notwithstanding the manifestation of our good legislator from Valenzuela City.
Well, there are Maraming batas pa dapat isagawa at ang una dyan ay yung National Land Use Act to perpetuate the coffee and cow industry in the country. And we hope Congress will approve the National Land Use Act.
Madam Chair, may we know from the Department of Agriculture the percentage of our land area intended for agricultural industry?
Please wind up, Honorable Jerville.
Madam Chair, honestly, I don't have the data available with me, but we can give it tomorrow.
Of course, may I just manifest, Madam Chair, that talking about agriculture industry, this is primarily land-based. But of course, we are joining the representative from Valenzuela City about the utilization of modern technology in boosting our food productivity. Nevertheless, I think it is basic for us, to our colleagues in the Department of Agriculture, that we should be aware of the percentage of the land area actually dedicated in the agriculture. And for the last manifestations, Madam Chair, may I just request that the province of Batangas be included in the validation for FMR, as well as for the visitation of NIA for the possible declaration of new service area. And finally, may I just reiterate to USEC Cristina Evangelista, as well as to ASEC Arnel de Mesa, our request for agriculture caravan, and my reiteration as well that our province, particularly our legislative district, be considered for our kickoff. That would be all, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Jerville Luistro from the 2nd District of Batangas. The next to interpolate is Vice Chair Romero Momo.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I would like to manifest that this representation will surely support the budget of Department of Agriculture, Undersecretary. I only have some few observations, Undersecretary. One is, we are glad. In fact, I think everybody is happy because you have an increase in your budget. More particularly, NIA also, Undersecretary. I think NIA from 31 billion, you have your budget is 41.5 billion for 2023, or an increase of more than 20%. However, my worries, Undersecretary, is number one, as I browse the physical performance report for 2021 and 2022 of your JAA, in areas like the new construction, new development of new areas for irrigation, your target is 25,826 hectares. But the accomplishment as of the August is only 1,515, or 6%, when you are supposed to be in the vicinity of 40% already, because this is more than a year already, Mr. Chairman. Madam Chairman, Undersecretary, and if this will go through, then there is an additional budget coming in. I do not think so you can deliver all this one until the end of 2023, Undersecretary.
Can we ask Nia to answer that?
Please state your name and your position.
Madam Chair, good afternoon. I'm Cesar Sulai, the Deputy Administrator for Engineering and Operation. With regards to the concern of Honorable Congressman Momo with regards to the performance of the target area around 25,826, and the actual accomplishment as of as of July is 1,515. And the reason of this, Madam Chair, is the 2022 budget. When we received the SARO, it's already late. That's why the procurement of those under contract is already late, Madam Chair. But we see to it now that we are now undergoing a close monitoring and assessment of all our regional offices with regards to the fast tracking and catch-up plan for this remaining area, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, Undersecretary, and of course, Mr. Antiporda, represented by Engineer Sulaik. Do you have an inventory of how many projects this? I think this 25,826 hectares. How many projects do you have in total, and how many are bid out already, and how many are to be bid out?
Madam Chair, we will just give you the actual number of for the listing of this sub-project, because on the existing national irrigation system, there are nationwide, there are plenty of these sub-project. We cannot give it available right now, Madam Chair, but we see to it that we can submit this number of projects to Honorable Congressman.
Madam Chairman, I've been a member of the board of NIA for 4 years when I was still Undersecretary of Public Works and Highways. And I know the problem in the bidding process as well as in the evaluation. So I would like to know whether these remaining projects could still be bid out. Remember, cash-based na ho tayo ngayon, baka hindi niyo makayang lahat ito magastos, lalo na Undersecretary, may additional pa na budget kayo for 2023, and I would assume your bidding will start November or December of this year to catch up with your timetables. And so, sa dami ng backlog ninyo, baka hindi niyo makayang tapusin ito within certain period of time.